Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by author Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 351-375. Arranging Tris. Viscount Morgan's mansion, a famous pleasure spot in Backland, was devoid of its usual hustle and bustle tonight. There were no more extravagant parties, no more neon lights, and no more all-night revelries. After all, such a big incident had occurred in the East Borough, and the army had even entered the city. It was still necessary to be mindful of the impact. The new wife of the late Viscount Morgan was in her spacious and luxurious bedroom, being attended to by several maids as she removed her makeup, preparing to rest. But just as she was halfway through removing her makeup, the beautiful lady's face turned cold, and she commanded in an unquestionable tone. "All right, you don't need to serve me anymore. You may all leave." The dozen or so maids, some helping with makeup removal, others making the bed, or adjusting the brightness of the gas lamps, heard this and, without the slightest hesitation, immediately responded, bowed, and retreated. After all the maids had left, the Viscountess continued to remove her makeup herself, saying without turning her head, "Why have you come at this time? Don't you know it's very dangerous for a demoness to be wandering around outside right now?" As Natasha's words faded, a young woman with a slightly round face, long narrow eyes, a gentle demeanor, and a sweet, highly alluring smile appeared in the bedroom. It was Tris. "I also didn't want to risk going out at this time, but if I don't escape now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance to escape." With that, Tris showed her left hand, which no longer wore the sapphire ring. "You are also a demoness of the demoness sect, you should know what this means." Natasha suddenly turned around, staring intently at Tris's slender and delicate left hand, unable to hide the shock on her face. "What exactly happened? How did you survive?" What shocked Natasha most was not that Tris's sapphire ring had been destroyed, but how Tris could possibly be alive in front of her after the sapphire ring was destroyed. Tris had no intention of hiding anything and directly recounted everything about her possible encounter with an angel of the night church. "To be honest, I'm not sure why that angel only destroyed the sapphire ring and didn't choose to eliminate me as well. But no matter what, with the token the demoness sect placed on me destroyed, they will definitely take me away as soon as possible. I can no longer stay by Edsac Augustus's side, and the mission you gave me to turn him against his family naturally has no chance of success, so I decided to take this opportunity to escape." Avon had previously told Natasha to relay a message to Tris, asking her to infiltrate Edsac Augustus's side and find a way to turn him against the Augustus family, promising to help her resolve the primordial demoness's corruption. Upon realizing that she had broken free from the demoness sect's control, Tris decided to escape the royal family's surveillance as quickly as possible, even wanting to take Edsac Augustus with her. However, after careful consideration, Edsac Augustus believed that given his current position, even if Tris successfully escaped, she would not face too much blame. At most, she would lose a little more of her already limited freedom. Instead, he could create opportunities for Tris's escape and provide her with relevant information in the future, making Natasha more valuable to the Aurora Order, allowing the Aurora Order to shelter her. After all, if they really escaped, his and Tris's fates would also be completely out of their hands, instead depending on the Aurora Order. In that case, wouldn't it be like escaping the wolf's mouth only to enter the tiger's den? If that were the case, it would be better for the two of them to support each other from afar and both survive. And Natasha's reaction indeed did not exceed Edsac's expectations. After she finished listening to Tris's self-narration, she let out a cold laugh and then said, "Why do you think we would shelter someone who hasn't completed her mission and might be targeted by the Night Church? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Facing Natasha's sudden change of demeanor, Tris showed no surprise, but instead responded with a cold sneer. "You are merely a messenger, and you cannot decide Mr. Z's disposition of me, so why so many words? And when is it your turn to dispose of me?" Natasha's eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring fixedly at Tris, as if she might erupt at any moment and eliminate her. Tris, however, completely disregarded Natasha, instead looking around and finding a stool to sit on, as if not at all worried about the demoness opposite her causing trouble. The two demonesses stared at each other, seemingly at a stalemate. Actually, at this moment, Natasha also didn't know what to do. Triss clearly wanted her to inform Mr. Z. But she couldn't send a message to Avon in front of Triss, because that would definitely expose Avon's identity. And members of the Aurora Order often obtain relevant revelations by praying to their worshipped deity, the true creator. However, Natasha herself was not a believer of the true creator. Instead, she was a prisoner of the City of Calamity and could not pray to the true creator. So, things were suddenly at a standstill, leaving Natasha at a loss for what to do for a while. This even made Natasha consider eliminating Triss, but then she remembered Avon's repeated emphasis on Triss's importance, and coupled with her lack of confidence in eliminating the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel, she dared not act, and was stuck in a stalemate. Just as a look of doubt appeared in Triss's eyes and Natasha was hesitating, a male voice came. "I understand the situation. Triss, your choice was not an error. I welcome your return on behalf of the Lord." The flame of the kerosene lamp on the bedroom wall suddenly grew larger, and then a man engulfed in black flame leapt out from it. The rising flames illuminated the entire bedroom, and the terrifying temperature made Triss feel as if her face was about to melt. A demigod of the hunter pathway. Triss was greatly startled, her eyes narrowed, and her body tensed, not daring to relax her guard in the slightest. She knew that Mr. Z was a sequence 6 feet rose bishop, but the person in front of her was clearly a demigod-level hunter, completely unfamiliar to her. The flames dissipated, revealing a tall, upright young man wearing a golden mask, who was Avon, having rushed over urgently. Avon waved his hand, signaling Natasha, who had knelt by his side as soon as he appeared, to stand up. Then, making an inverted cross on his chest, he smiled and said to Triss, "I am the Lord's favored one, the new Mr. Z." With that, Avon mobilized the power of the City of Calamity, revealing the mark left by the true creator, which was still attached to him. Triss felt a familiar aura of corruption from that mark and immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of her. After all, to resist the primordial demoness's corruption, she had often prayed to the true creator and occasionally felt the true creator's gaze, so she was not at all unfamiliar with the true creator's aura. "Where is the original Mr. Z? Has it always been you who contacted me through Viscountess Morgan before this?" Triss wanted to ascertain how much the other party understood about her. "He returned to the Lord's divine kingdom a few months ago. Ever since Mr. A left Backland, it has always been I who contacted you through Natasha. The reason I didn't tell you this was simply because the situation was special at the time, and I did so to alleviate your concerns." Avon explained with a smile, and Triss thought about it and nodded in understanding. After all, it was precisely the special period when Mr. A had fled Backland, and Mr. Z found it inconvenient to meet her, so they could only use Natasha as an intermediary. Subsequently, Triss recounted her experiences once again, from beginning to end, and then looked at the man in front of her, who could decide her fate, with a determined expression. And after listening to Triss's narration, Avon knew that, as he had previously thought, the Evernight goddess's main purpose for this divine descent this time was the primordial demoness behind Triss. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had awakened in time and rushed over. Otherwise, if Natasha had aroused Triss's suspicion and let her escape, he would have truly lost complete control over Triss. Edsac Augustus and Triss's little schemes also couldn't be hidden from Avon. In fact, Avon was even happy about it, as this way he could remotely control Edsac Augustus's actions through Triss. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect this pair to actually have true feelings, just like in the original story. Logically, a divine descent vessel should converge with the deity. If Triss can truly fall in love with a man, does that mean the primordial demoness has also truly fallen in love with a man? Avon secretly shook his head, feeling that this was truly too insane, too incredible. However, precisely because it was so incredible, so unbelievable, it had a certain degree of credibility. The judgment and decision you made are completely correct. Your understanding of the information is limited, so you may not know that both of the two demigod demonesses sent by the demoness sect to Backland tonight have fallen. If you don't take this opportunity to escape, then the demoness sect's angels might personally come to take you away next. Avon first affirmed Triss's decision, appeasing her emotions and worries, and then dropped a bombshell on her, leaving her utterly stunned and disoriented. Are you saying that the cooperation between the Augustus family and the demoness sect failed? Triss hadn't expected such a big incident to occur tonight. She thought that since she had been sought out by an angel of the Night Church, it was possible that the demoness sect had been completely wiped out. But then, considering that Backland was the Augustus family's home ground, she felt that such a possibility was too small, almost non-existent. Could it be that the Augustus family suddenly launched a deadly attack, backstabbing their allies after the cooperation ended? Triss couldn't help but speculate inwardly, while also beginning to worry about Edsac's safety. Their cooperation did not fail, and they achieved their predetermined goals. It's just that too many unexpected factors arose, disrupting their plans, which ultimately led to them outsmarting themselves. Tonight's operation was Avon's proudest achievement, making it difficult for him to hide his satisfaction whenever he spoke of it. As for your discovery by that mysterious angel, you don't need to worry. He is not an ordinary angel, but more like a living sealed artifact, merely activated to clear relevant threats, so there's no need to pay too much attention to it. Avon even revealed a little of sealed artifact 017's background to soothe Triss's apprehension. And the soothing effect was quite remarkable. Triss visibly relaxed a lot, and also drew an inverted cross on her chest, saying with some trepidation and unease, "Then I don't know how I should proceed. I've broken free from the demoness sect's control, and I believe they will react quickly and launch a search for me." Avon had already thought about how to arrange Triss on the way here, but now he wanted to first test her connection with Edsac Augustus. To be safe, you should leave Backland as soon as possible. By the way, how far along is your mission to turn Edsac Augustus? Triss knew that the upcoming conversation might determine her fate, so she presented the agreed-upon statement she and Edsac had prepared. It's going quite smoothly, but he hasn't made his final decision yet. He still holds on to a last shred of hope for the Augustus family and George III. If it weren't for this sudden incident, I believe that if I were given 2 more weeks, I could guide him to believe in our Lord. As Triss spoke, her face gradually became fanatical, and her gaze burned as she looked at Avon, clearly demonstrating her value and hoping not to leave Backland, or at least not to leave for too long. And Mr. Z, as she and Edsac Augustus had previously anticipated, hesitated and did not respond for a long time. If you truly have confidence, then stay in Backland for now. After all, this will be of great help in spreading our Lord's faith. Avon seemed to have given it deep thought and finally agreed to Triss's request, which made Triss breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. However, during this time, you must not show yourself outside. Go and live in this house first. That house has a demoness of pleasure from Theosophy order, and she is also a believer of the Lord, so you will be very safe there. With that, Avon took the paper and pen that Natasha, with keen insight, handed him, wrote down his instructions for Helen, then tore it off and handed it to Triss. Before the note reached Triss's hand, a cold, chilling black flame flashed across the paper, startling Triss, who then muttered to herself, "How cautious. This is to prevent the note from falling into other hands. The power level of this black flame is very high, it should have reached the demigod level. This Mr. Z has a sealed artifact formed from a demigod-level demoness Beander characteristic. Could the 2 demigod-level demonesses who died tonight have fallen at this person's hands?" A hint of apprehension flashed in Triss's eyes. Connecting this to Mr. Z's barely concealed smugness earlier, the more she thought about it, the more she felt this was the truth. The new generation Mr. Z is definitely not an easy opponent. No wonder he became the true creator's favored one. No wonder the true creator would let him control my actions. Triss was exceptionally certain that the true creator understood her situation. This was because during her prayers, she had clearly felt the gaze from the deity several times, an ability she possessed only as the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel. I just wonder what kind of arrangement the true creator will have for me. Every time she thought about innocently becoming a chess piece in the game between two deities, Triss felt endless despair. Watching Triss's retreating figure, Avon quietly breathed a sigh of relief. That was really close. Natasha almost exposed herself in front of Triss. Thankfully he arrived in time. However, he needed to carefully consider how to continue utilizing Triss and Edsac Augustus. Originally, Avon had planned to use Edsac Augustus to further provoke the relationship between the Loan Kingdom and the Faesac Empire, even intending to directly instigate a war between them. But this plan fell through when Triss prematurely broke free from the control of the Demonist sect and the royal family. How should I utilize Edsac Augustus in the future? After a while, Avon finally retracted his gaze from the window, took off his mask, and turned to Natasha, saying, "Your mother, the White Witch Katerina Pell, has been killed, and you have lost your backing in the Demonist sect. According to past practice, what fate awaits a demoness like you who has lost her backing?" Avon made no secret of his involvement in killing Natasha's mother, and Natasha showed no emotional fluctuation at Katerina Pell's death, instead answering Avon's question without hesitation. Since the fourth epoch, there have been no dead, demoness of undying, in the Demonist sect, but there have been dead, demoness of despair. According to past experience, once a blood-related mother dies, her related daughter will become cultivation resources for the mother's sisters to nurture their own daughters. This is acceptable in the eyes of the grandmother. After all, they are all her granddaughters. Avon nodded, understanding. It was just as she expected. How could an organization as twisted as the Demonist sect have a normal organizational atmosphere? This also meant that after Katerina Pell's death, Natasha immediately became a target for her other cousins. He wasn't sure whether to call them paternal or maternal. As long as the sisters hunting her were within the same grandmother's bloodline, no one within the Demonist sect would stand up for her. Which angel's child was Katerina Pell in the Demonist sect? Avon asked a question he had never asked Natasha before. Because this angel would become Avon's future target. He hadn't asked before simply because he didn't want to be overly ambitious and waste energy on unrealistic goals. But now Avon had been promoted to a demigod, and at the same time, he already possessed the Beander characteristic of a war bishop. Furthermore, Robert also had the Beander characteristic of a demoness of undying. Next, as long as he role-played well and prepared the ritual, it could be said that an angel was within reach. Now was the time to plan for future promotion to an angel. My grandmother is the primordial demoness's eldest daughter, and also the leader of the entire demoness sect, the Grey Witch, Judith. Although all of Natasha's body and mind belonged to Avon, her stitched-together nature was still influenced by the original Natasha, so when she spoke of the Grey Witch, she couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Avon raised an eyebrow, not expecting to have hit the jackpot. Katerina Pell was actually the daughter of the most famous Grey Witch. However, thinking about it again, it seemed normal. For such an important transaction as the conqueror, Beander characteristic, it would be abnormal if the Grey Witch wasn't personally orchestrating it behind the scenes. But this also meant that the one sent to Backland for damage control in the future would definitely not be the Grey Witch, but another angel demoness. After all, the high-ranking members of the Demonist sect in Backland were almost completely wiped out, so they couldn't get the latest and most reliable information, and their ally, the Augustus family, might also have problems. Before the truth was investigated, the number one figure of the Demonist sect would not rashly enter Backland. From your understanding, if the Grey Witch sends someone to Backland for damage control, who might she send? Natasha pondered Avon's question for a moment, and finally could only shake her head helplessly. I know too little about high-level matters to make an accurate judgment. Avon nodded, not paying too much attention. This matter was actually mainly investigated by Robert and Bernadette. He had just asked casually and didn't expect to get any useful information from Natasha. After all, as she herself said, she was just a joy demoness. Before becoming a demigod, she couldn't access the core of the Demonist sect at all. I should still be staying in Backland for the next 2 months. As soon as you discover anyone from the demonist sect contacting you, you must notify me through mind connection." As he spoke, Avon placed his hand on Natasha's head, using the power of the City of Calamity to open an equally real passage in Natasha's body. Since Avon was promoted to a demigod, his control over the City of Calamity had greatly improved. He could not only open passages in the real world but also in the physical bodies of real people or the illusory spirit world. And after Natasha was transformed by Avon, she could use the ubiquitous City of Calamity, and the mind connection Avon had just obtained to contact Avon anytime, anywhere, even without distance restrictions. As a prisoner of the City of Calamity, Natasha herself had an indestructible connection with the City of Calamity. Now, Avon was merely extending this connection into a passage. Not long after, the red light in Avon's hand gradually disappeared, and Natasha, drenched in sweat, fell to the ground as if exhausted. If one observed carefully, they would notice that a phantom door seemed to exist in Natasha's pupils at this moment. "Thank you for your master's grace. I will definitely pay attention to my surroundings and report to you promptly if anything happens." After Natasha came to her senses, she immediately prostrated herself, excitedly shouting that Avon's transformation of her not only formally made her a direct subordinate of the master of the City of Calamity, but also gave her the possibility of further promotion in the future. The level of prisoners in the City of Calamity was directly correlated with their sequence level in life. When Avon transformed Natasha into a stitched monster, he had only just mastered the use of the City of Calamity, so to be safe, he used a prisoner, equivalent to sequence 5 from the City of Calamity, which was the limit Avon, then only sequence 7, could achieve. This also meant that Natasha would never be able to advance to a demigod. At most, she could only become a sequence 5 feet demoness of afflictions. After Avon's transformation, she had received a direct boon from the City of Calamity, instantly breaking through her ceiling and achieving a qualitative improvement. Avon smiled faintly, looking at Natasha, who was soaked in sweat, his eyes flickering, and a hint of desire arose in his heart. Natasha, kneeling on the carpet, keenly sensed Avon's thoughts, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly moved forward. "After your mother's death, the situation of all your sisters will probably not be good. You can find an opportunity to contact them and try to become a caring big sister, especially disease-maiden Tracy." "Master, I once heard my mother say that Tracy is very stubborn in her role-playing and is highly appreciated by grandmother, so grandmother might protect her." Avon felt the slipperiness on his fingers, his breathing a little rapid, but it didn't hinder him from continuing. "She just took over the Vice Admiral Hurricane's fleet not long ago, and she forcefully snatched the slave trade business from Vice Admiral Deep Sea and Vice Admiral Twilight. She is currently in her prime, very conspicuous, and her future situation is estimated to be very difficult. This is not only external pressure but also internal pressure. I don't believe that there are no demonesses within your demoness sect who covet her current position. It is precisely because your grandmother, the Grey Witch, is the leader of the entire demoness sect that she cannot step forward in such matters and break the rules. At most, she will help Tracy resist some pressure from demigod-level demonesses. As for anything else, it's impossible for her to interfere too much." Natasha did not immediately respond to Avon's words, but only intensified her efforts, making Avon begin to lose control. With a muffled groan, Avon entered a period of temporary rest, while Natasha, licking the corners of her mouth, continued to speak vaguely. "Tracy has now become a demoness of afflictions, one sequence higher than me. If I show goodwill, it might be seen as seeking protection, which is not conducive to Master's plan." Natasha's cheek rested on Avon's knee, and at the same time, she looked up with clear, lake-like eyes, as if gazing at someone she adored. "What's the big deal? I'll give you a demoness of afflictions Beander characteristic in a moment, won't you become a demoness of afflictions then?" Upon hearing Avon's words, Natasha was exceptionally surprised, and at the same time, she felt the subtle change in her hand. She pursed her lips into a smile, turned around, and freely displayed her charm. Seeing this beautiful sight, Avon didn't hesitate and stepped forward. For a time, the gas lamp in the bedroom flickered. October 31st, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. Klein, dressed in work clothes, was helping a young missionary in a brown cassock boil herbs. Klein was responsible for stirring the large pot in front of him, while the young priest was responsible for freshly cutting herbs nearby, weighing them, and then tossing them into the large iron pot. He would also occasionally instruct Klein on the stirring speed. Don't just stir randomly, you need a certain rhythm. Different herbs require different temperatures to exert different medicinal effects. There's a lot of knowledge involved here. Emlyn White, a fine young man of the sanguine new era, an ordained clergyman of the Church of the Earth Mother, and an avid collector of doll figurines, proudly displayed his knowledge while enjoying the adoring gazes of the surrounding patients. Noticing the increasing reverence in people's eyes, he even slightly raised his chin. Klein, who never dared to contradict an expert's opinion, quickly adjusted his stirring speed. These past few days, he had been helping at the Harvest Church to boil herbs and save patients, witnessing firsthand the young missionary's medical skills. Many patients who were on the verge of death were pulled back from the gates of the underworld by him, and many who couldn't even stand were bouncing around in less than 2 days. Such obvious efficacy not only impressed the patients but also won over Klein. By the way, we can no longer get those crucial, spiritual herbs from pharmacies. They've all taken this opportunity to raise prices by over 10 times. They won't even sell them for money now. It's said that they prioritize supplying hospitals in Sherwood Borough, Hilton District, North District, and West District. The herbs I'm using to boil medicine today were all collected from my clansmen. If I can't find any more herbs, we'll have to stop these free clinics tomorrow. Do you have any channels to buy herbs? Klein's hand, stirring the iron pot, paused at these words, then resumed its original speed, remaining silent. Klein had expected the relevant herbs to increase in price, even by several or dozens of times, which he wouldn't find strange. But having money and still not being able to buy things was something Klein found a bit hard to accept. I'll go find some friends later, I should be able to get some herbs. Klein thought for a moment, realizing that he couldn't obtain the necessary herbs through normal channels. He planned to ask Miss Sharon or Marich if they had any in stock. Now, anything related to treating illnesses and injuries was skyrocketing in price, and the gangs that controlled Backland's underground channels couldn't possibly be oblivious to this. They should have relevant supplies. Besides that, Klein also planned to look for Dayquil, the vampire. As far as he knew, Dayquil, relying on his military intelligence Section 9 identity, was semi-publicly staking out large areas in Backland's sewer passages to grow herbs, including many of the spiritual herbs Emlyn White urgently needed. Emlyn White had no doubt about Klein's promise. During the time they had known each other, he had fully witnessed Klein's strength and connections. The reason he was able to successfully advance to a Sequence 6 vampire baron a few days ago was thanks to the blood essence Klein found. And Father Utravsky's schizophrenia was also resolved by him in a one-on-one duel. At least Emlyn White was not confident he could deal with the father's negative personality, yet the detective in front of him did it with ease. As the two of them were talking, Father Utravsky walked out of the church carrying a large tray, on which numerous glass jars were stacked densely. The father's height of over 2 meters already gave people a strong sense of oppression, and carrying such a large tray made him appear even more burly and massive. Father Utravsky carefully placed the large tray down, and the glass jars on it surprisingly made no clinking sound. Emlyn White immediately stepped forward, arranging the freshly cleaned glass jars, and Klein, with an unspoken understanding, used an iron spoon to ladle the dark green herbal juice from the pot into each one. Thanks to the clown's control over power, although the glass bottles varied in size, the amount of herbal medicine distributed was the same, neither too much nor too little. 48, 49, 50, just right. Emlyn glanced at the now empty iron pot, praised silently in his heart, and then, along with Father Utravsky, began distributing the medicine to the patients. After adding water to the iron pot, Klein continued Emlyn White's work of preparing herbs. Chapter 352, Numbers, Weighing. In West Borough, Backland, at the Earl's Cafe, Avon took a sip of his coffee, watching the passers-by outside the window while listening to the report from the woman opposite him. In the past few days, government departments have completed preliminary statistics. The Great Riot in Backland, combined with the demoness's chaos, directly caused at least 70,000 deaths. The subsequent plague also claimed at least 100,000 lives, including many young children and adults. Besides this, Backland's main factories suffered severe damage. Coupled with the defeat in the first half of the year in the struggle with the Fasak Empire on the southern continent, the government has largely determined that the kingdom's economy will enter a severe recession this year. Furz's brows furrowed with each number she uttered, while Avon, sitting opposite her, showed no reaction, even turning his head to glance at the snacks being sold by a vendor outside the window. It was as if the deaths of so many people in Backland were less able to capture his attention than the snacks in the vendor's hand. Seeing that Avon had no strong reaction to the data on the Great Riot in Backland, Furz felt a bit bored and could only continue. A few days ago, Zio officially advanced to Major and took over 3 Beander teams. However, she didn't claim the Sequence 6 Judge Beander characteristic. On one hand, it's because she hasn't fully digested the Inquisitor Beander characteristic yet, and on the other hand, she's worried that claiming the Beander characteristic would raise suspicion about the speed of her acting. Avon withdrew his gaze from the window and said with a smile, "That was my oversight. Afterward, I'll help her obtain that Beander characteristic and deliver it to her, leaving absolutely no trace." Avon's own rapid advancement could be explained to the Augustus family. If Zio's sequence also rose dramatically within these few months, that would be hard to explain. This was the trouble with operating within official powers: everyone was watching you, and even a small mistake could draw unwanted attention. Therefore, Zio's sequence, at least on the surface, could not advance so quickly. Seeing that Avon understood her meaning, Furz didn't say much more. She also picked up her coffee and took a sip, then tentatively asked, "Avon, did you have information about the demoness sect causing trouble before? Or did Mr. Fool's dependents have relevant information?" Furz's suspicion stemmed from the fact that Avon, a few days prior, had not met with the Abraham family's head, Lawrence Nord, as originally planned. Instead, he had asked Furz to tell him to leave Backland immediately, or to find a place to stay in Empress Borough or near several churches. And it turned out Avon's warning was very accurate. Lawrence Nord, who stayed in a grand hotel in Empress Borough, was completely unaffected by the storm. If he had continued to live in a hotel in Sherwood Borough, near East Borough, with his frail health, he might very well have been affected by the subsequent plague. Avon had anticipated Furz's suspicion. After all, he had let slip some information. If Furz hadn't even realized this, then she would be too lacking in the necessary vigilance, not to mention having Zio, who was very sensitive to crime clues, by her side. This incident erupted because Mr. Fool's dependents ignited it. I'm not at liberty to say much more about the specifics. Let's discuss it when the Tarot Club convenes again. Having undergone relevant training from Military Intelligence Section 9 and experienced Mr. Fool inviting her to join the Tarot Club, Furz understood that in this world, sometimes mere words could bring unpredictable dangers, so she nodded in understanding. Just then, Furz also glanced out the window, then gave Avon a look. Avon followed her gaze and saw a well-dressed old gentleman, realizing this was the person he had been waiting for today. Lawrence Nord entered the cafe, looked around, and spotted Furz, who had stood up to greet him. He handed his cane to the waiter and then walked over. "This is Mr. Lawrence Nord. And this is my friend from Military Intelligence Section 9, Mr. Avon Horn." Lawrence Nord shook hands with Avon, simultaneously appraising the young man before him, once again marveling at his youth. Since his last meeting with Furz, Lawrence Nord had not been idle, inquiring about the Ahova Earl's court through various channels. And the more information he gathered, the more he felt that this contact might be another chance for the Abraham family to breathe. Especially the great riot that occurred a few days ago further solidified his belief in the Horn family's power. He was certain that the events of a few days ago were not as simple as the newspapers reported. Although he didn't fully understand the details, the death toll didn't lie. Such a massive disaster definitely involved demigods, or even angels. Yet the Horn family was able to get news in advance. From every angle, it indicated the current power of the Horn family. I should thank Mr. Avon for his warning. It was because of your reminder that I was able to escape this disaster. Lawrence Nord understood that the other party had warned him and saved his life because he didn't want him to die accidentally in Backland. The other party's goal was still the Abraham family behind him. But this did not diminish the fact that the other party had saved his life. It's nothing. Since the Horn family wants to cooperate deeply with the Abraham family, then ensuring your safety in Backland is a matter of course. Avon had no intention of demanding a favor in return. At this moment, brazenly claiming the status of a benefactor would only make the other party look down on him. It was better to state it directly. As expected, upon hearing Avon's words, Lawrence Nord's expression softened slightly. After all, the matters to be discussed next were significant for both families, and owing the other party his life naturally put him at a psychological disadvantage. Now that Avon had lightly brushed aside the matter, it was a good thing for him, and it also made him feel more favorably towards Avon. Mr. Avon must see that my health is already very poor. I probably only have a few months left to live and it's difficult to continue teaching apprentices. However, I am exceptionally pleased to see Miss Furz's talent. So, if you don't object, I would like to introduce a teacher to Miss Furz. This was something Lawrence Nord had decided before coming. This was partly to repay Avon's life-saving grace, and partly to deepen the bond between Furz and the Abraham family, thereby influencing Avon. Avon was also an old fox. He understood what this meant at once, knowing that the other party was indeed prepared, and he couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If he had directly demanded a favor in return just now, Lawrence Nord could have used this condition to clear their debts, with neither owing the other anything. But then, the warm and gentle aspect between the two sides would no longer exist, leaving only pure transactional interests. This was something Avon, who wanted to deeply bind the Abraham family, did not wish for. Furz, on the other hand, didn't have so many intricate thoughts. She genuinely believed that old Mr. Lawrence Nord wanted to introduce a teacher to her because he saw her high talent in acting the apprentice pathway, so the smile on her face was almost impossible to hide. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Furz, with keen insight, found an excuse to leave by herself. Lawrence Nord looked at Avon, who was still studying his coffee cup with his head down, not at all eager to speak. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but could only speak first. You had Miss Furz relay a message, saying that the Horn family wishes to restore its former glory and wants to overthrow the Fasak Empire. Is this true? Of course it's true. No member of the Horn family would joke about this. I can even tell Mr. Lawrence that, in fact, we have already begun preparations and have already started to act. Avon looked directly into the old man's eyes, without flinching, and said straightforwardly, this is also an opportunity for the Abraham family, not just an opportunity for the family to catch its breath, but an opportunity to completely break the curse and return to normal. Lawrence Nord stared at Avon's eyes for a long time, and with his decades of life experience, he couldn't detect any falsehood. Moreover, the lie detector he carried with him showed no reaction to Avon's words. This instilled a glimmer of hope in the old man, who desperately wished for his family's liberation, and even a surge of impulse. But the impulse was quickly suppressed by reality. Even if the Horn family was serious, overthrowing the North Continent's foremost military power was still an extremely risky endeavor, not something that could be achieved with mere words. He still needed to know what trump cards the other party had to weigh the situation. If the information I've gathered is correct, Earl Robert Horn should be a Beander of the Arbiter pathway. I don't believe the Augustus family would cultivate an Einhorn to become an angel, even if they also want to use the Horn family's bloodline against the Fasak Empire. Lawrence Nord had been gathering information about the Ahova Earl's court and the current Earl, Robert Horn, through various channels during this time. He admitted that Robert Horn was an impressive figure, but his ceiling was also visible. How great his achievements could be depended only on how large a circle the Augustus family drew for him. Avon couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The old man before him was truly shrewd. With just a few days of investigation, he could see through things that many couldn't, and he immediately found Robert's biggest pain point, although there were many things he didn't understand. At the same time, the implication of his words was clear. If the Horn family didn't even have an angel, what right did they have to ask the Abraham family to follow them in such a dangerous endeavor? We have angel support behind us, and not just one. Avon put down his coffee cup and began to reveal his side's trump cards. Lawrence was stunned upon hearing this, then feigned composure and said, I know the Knight Church will definitely support action against the Fasak Empire, but they are more likely to support the Horn family, which is backed by the Augustus family, aren't they? The unspoken meaning was that the Knight Church would help anyone who targeted the Fasak Empire, and Avon couldn't make such a crude connection, and he re-emphasized that the Horn family was constrained by the Augustus family. The angels I'm referring to are not the angels of the Orthodox churches. To Lawrence's skepticism, Avon responded with just one sentence again. This truly stunned Lawrence, but he was still somewhat disbelieving for a moment, and could only cautiously continue in a low voice, are the angels you speak of true angels, or 0 feet level sealed artifacts that possess angelic power? Lawrence thought the Horn family, like the Abraham family, had preserved Neander characteristics left by their ancestors. Of course, it's the former. I can tell you one name to win your trust. The King of the Four Seas, the owner of the Oravi Island, the founder of Oravi Island, Emperor Rosel's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. You, the Abraham family, should not be unfamiliar with this princess, should you? Although Bernadette was cooperating with Robert and Avon on the Black Emperor matter, it didn't affect Avon's current use of her to endorse the Restoration plan. Lawrence was naturally familiar with Queen Mystic, as the Abraham family had once pledged allegiance to Emperor Rosel. Moreover, before Benjamin Abraham's death, some within the Abraham family, wanting to once again explore the secret of the curse, had suggested seeking refuge with this princess to gain protection and advance to secret sorcerer. However, this proposal was personally rejected by Benjamin Abraham, who warned that only angels were qualified to protect clan members in advancing to demigod. And at that time, Bernadette was clearly not yet an angel. She could not help the Abraham family produce their own demigod again. Queen Mystic has already advanced to an angel. Why would she be willing to support the Horn family? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be more concerned with the Intis Republic? Lawrence felt somewhat dazed. That was an earthly angel. And it was a figure he knew well who had advanced to an angel. If the Abraham family had an angel, they wouldn't be in their current state. Mr. Lawrence, don't you think I've already provided you with too much information? Emperor Rosel once famously said, don't speak deeply to casual acquaintances, and don't always talk about yourself to everyone you meet. We both indeed have a desire to cooperate, but we've only just met, and today is only our first encounter. You wouldn't expect me to reveal all my trump cards to you, would you? Avon decisively refused Lawrence's further questions, instead offering a lengthy explanation. While this was partly due to not wanting to reveal more, it was also to maintain control of the conversation. Lawrence was silent for a moment, then proactively asked, you just revealed that the Horn family has angel support behind it. Although it still needs verification, I can tentatively take it as true for now. To show our willingness to cooperate, you can also ask me a question that I can answer. Avon, hearing this, did not stand on ceremony and asked solemnly, how many 0 feet level sealed artifacts does your Abraham family possess? Since you just wanted to weigh our strength, I told you. So now, shouldn't you also reveal a little of your hand, so we can assess your strength? Chapter 353, Klein's Helplessness. Lawrence only hesitated for a moment before quickly making a decision. He had to reveal this secret of the Abraham family, otherwise, he would lose the trust of the person opposite him, which was also something he could not accept. The Abraham family currently still possesses 2 Grade 0 feat sealed artifacts. Avon also showed surprise. This number exceeded his previous expectations. He hadn't thought that after so many years of decline, the Abraham family could still retain 2 Grade 0 feat sealed artifacts, especially after experiencing a premeditated rebellion. If you add the sealed artifacts that the secret sorcerer took from the Abraham family, this means that the Abraham family previously held a total of 3 Grade 0 feat sealed artifacts, which was already much more powerful than many famous secret organizations. We now know each other's trump cards and have a certain level of trust. And you now also know the ultimate goal of the Horn family. I hope the Abraham family can utilize its members scattered throughout the world to help us achieve this goal. This includes, but is not limited to, gathering intelligence from various countries for us, creating momentum in public opinion, and so on. And the Horn family can also promise to protect the Abraham family in the Loan Kingdom in all aspects within its capabilities. Lawrence nodded lightly, feeling that Avon's words were very practical. The trust between the two sides needed time to develop, and this gradual cooperation could eliminate the Abraham family's internal doubts to the greatest extent. However, this level of cooperation was not enough to move him, the Abraham family's eldest elder. What he most wanted to know from Avon now was about the curse. It was just that Avon had already set the pace for gradual understanding and cooperation, which made it difficult for him to speak up all of a sudden. Avon also saw the old man's hesitation opposite him and said with a light chuckle. Actually, the Abraham family's curse is not that complicated. I learned from some hidden channels that the source of the fatal whisper is a mysterious existence who calls himself Mr. Door. And it is said that he is not trying to curse you, but is calling for help. I also heard it from others, but I don't know what it means. Avon had already told Furs this information, so he didn't mind revealing a little more to the Abraham family to increase their goodwill. Mr. Door. Lawrence's heart trembled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Of course, he knew who Mr. Door was. That was the source and pride of their Abraham family's bloodline, the most powerful king of angels in history, the #1 person below a true god. He disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors in the 4th epoch, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Many members of the Abraham family wanted to find clues about him, believing that finding him could solve the curse that had plagued them for over 1,000 years, but they found nothing. He didn't expect to hear his name again today, but it brought such a cruel truth. That is, the curse that tormented the family actually originated from their ancestor. For a time, negative, despondent, and desperate emotions filled Lawrence Nord's heart. At the same time, he also thought of Benjamin Abraham, who had successfully advanced to a secret sorcerer under the protection of Emperor Rosal, but firmly disagreed with other family members continuing to advance, and refused to continue exploring the terrifying whisper. Many Abraham family members still couldn't understand Benjamin's decision and arbitrariness at the time, to the extent that many family members angrily denounced him as a traitor. This was also an important reason why the Abraham family decided to recruit outsiders as students after his death. Benjamin's change back then was too bizarre and too attractive to people's curiosity. Now, Lawrence, who understood the truth, finally understood Benjamin's considerations and why he kept silent back then. How could he say it? The ancestor of the Abraham family became the culprit who tormented the family for many years. This fact would cause at least half of the family members to collapse directly, while the other half might embark on a path of destruction to save their ancestor, even cooperating with demons. But was that ancestor, who constantly tormented the family with calls for help, still the normal ancestor? After understanding everything, Lawrence Nord decided to keep this secret to himself. The Abraham family could no longer withstand division, nor could it be divided again because of this matter. Mr. Avon, please do not tell this to anyone else. Avon naturally knew what decision Lawrence had made, so he agreed to his request. Anyway, according to the original plot, this old man didn't have much life left. He could wait for him to die and then continue to profit from other members of the Abraham family with this news. Okay, I can keep this a secret from others, but please also help Furs find a good teacher who can properly nurture her. Don't harbor prejudice against her because of Buddha's defection. Lawrence's face darkened upon hearing this, but he still motioned for Avon not to worry. They then discussed many details of their cooperation, and after the waiter changed several cups of coffee, they finally parted ways. 10 minutes after Lawrence left the cafe, Furs walked in again, happily saying, "Mr. Lawrence just told me that he will take me to find someone to apprentice with in the next 2 days. Have you settled the cooperation with him?" Avon nodded and then said, "Having you apprentice is not only to open up future advancement channels but also to make you the liaison between me and the Abraham family, do you understand?" Furs looked at Avon, nodded gratefully, and then solemnly said, "I understand. Don't worry, Avon, I will definitely keep the Abraham family on your side and make it a help for you in the future." Furs knew how much effort Avon had put into this matter and what a great opportunity this task was for her. Just then, Furs's stomach suddenly rumbled, making her blush deeply. Seeing Avon's surprised expression, she couldn't help but explain. "You all had coffee to drink and desserts to eat, but I've been waiting outside all this time, and the weather has gotten so cold." Avon smiled, opened the pocket watch on his chest, looked at the time, and said, "It was my oversight. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon without realizing it. We've been chatting for so long. Emperor Rosal once said that the emperor doesn't starve his soldiers. I'll treat you to a grand meal at the Shivir restaurant, it's not far anyway." The Shivir restaurant is a famous Fenaport restaurant that has hosted many famous figures. It is said that even George III took members of the royal family there for meals several times and praised the cuisine. It is rumored that it even has shares from the Fenaport royal family, the Kascha family, and the decor is very stylish. Correspondingly, the prices there are also very non-commoner. It is said that a meal there would cost at least 50 gold pounds. Furs had only heard of it before but had never tried it, so as soon as she heard Avon was treating her to a meal there, she nodded eagerly, as if afraid Avon would go back on his word. Avon chuckled at the sight, then stood up, put on the coat handed to him by the waiter, and walked out of the cafe, with Furs following closely behind, afraid of getting lost. Klein returned to his residence, exhausted. Without even taking off his coat, he threw himself onto the bed, motionless. After a long time, he let out a long sigh, clearly in a very low mood. This morning, he had run all over the places he could think of, just to find life-saving herbs, but the results were very disappointing. First, there was Dayquil, a member of the Life School of Thought with a military intelligence Section 9 identity. He did indeed cultivate many useful herbs. However, immediately after the Great Riot ended, someone from within military intelligence Section 9 came to acquire them at a high price. The reason Dayquil was able to cultivate spiritual herbs in the sewers without being discovered until now was clearly due to the protection of military intelligence Section 9. Therefore, facing military intelligence Section 9's high-priced acquisition, Dayquil had no reason to refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. Moreover, Dayquil also admitted that the person from military intelligence Section 9 directly said that if they hadn't known he was Avon's man, military intelligence Section 9 would never have offered to buy the medicinal materials but would have directly seized them. So he didn't have any extra herbs left, and the remaining ones still needed to serve his old customers. In Miss Sharon and Marich, where Klein had previously placed his greatest hopes, also had their supply channels cut off by military intelligence Section 9. The small amount of stock they currently had still needed to supply their own subordinates. Klein really couldn't bring himself to say that gangsters and their families weren't human, and asked Miss Sharon to hand over the herbs she had. Moreover, Miss Sharon and the others didn't owe Klein anything, on the contrary, Klein owed them. Helping him was a favor, not helping was their right. What made Klein feel exhausted was not only that he had run all morning and found nothing, but also because, through the aggregation of various channel messages, he realized that someone was monopolizing the medicinal material channels in Backland and making a fortune. And it wasn't just one person doing this, but the entire upper class of Backland was doing this. On the surface, the government was also cracking down on hoarding and speculation, but in reality, it was only cracking down on small vendors without connections. Big merchants with connections were not harmed at all. Instead, they used the opportunity to get rich. Even many of the tip-offs were reported to the police by these very people. Facing this kind of collective crime, Klein felt very powerless. Even though he was already a Sequence 6 Beander, he naturally felt very powerless in the face of the system. Even if he managed to report it to the church, it would at most be a temporary solution, not a fundamental one. After all, big nobles and big capitalists were also good believers of the church. Now Klein could only pin his hopes on today's tarot club, to see what Miss Justice and Avon could do. Struggling to take off his coat, Klein dozed on the bed for a while, recovering some of his spirituality. Then he checked the time and found that it was already late, so he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. First, he checked and found that no angels were peeking at him, and then he notified son Derek to prepare for the meeting. In Empress Borough, Backland, after instructing her personal maid not to disturb her rest and having her beloved dog Susie help guard the door, Audrey finally had some private space, but her face did not show the usual excitement she had for attending the tarot club. This was because of a newspaper placed in front of her. It read, "According to preliminary statistics released by the government, this disaster directly caused at least 80,000 deaths, and the pollution caused by damaged factories also claimed at least 100,000 lives, including many young children and young men and women." Earl Robert, a senior member of the Conservative Party in Parliament, officially submitted the Air Pollution Control Act. Is this the big event that Avon and Mr. World hinted at last week? This is truly big. After reading this, Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes and recall the scene of the exchange at last week's tarot club, which made her feel exceptionally heavy-hearted. That mysterious Mr. World was obviously directly involved in this great riot in Backland. He is a believer of Mr. Fool, a favored one, directly accepting assignments from Mr. Fool. And it is clear that the matters Mr. Fool pays attention to are mostly at the level of true gods and angels. He rarely participates in matters of demigods. This also indirectly indicates that there must be very high-level forces involved in this great riot. And what role did Avon, who is both a member of the Tarot Club and a high-ranking official in Military Intelligence Section 9, play in all of this? The old Audrey was a carefree noble young lady, but ever since she joined the Tarot Club and entered the Beander world, learning many secrets from other members, she realized that the essence of the human world was to survive in the cracks of various forces, which brought her unprecedented anxiety. Just as Audrey was lost in thought, the longest hand of the grandfather clock in the bedroom pointed to the very top, 12. Audrey felt herself being engulfed by a red tide. After instructing his subordinates not to disturb him, Alger returned to his captain's cabin. I have finally taken a crucial step and successfully advanced to a wind blessed. Alger was very excited because he had just completed his advancement this morning, and by summarizing the rules in advance. Under the circumstances of deliberately role-playing, he felt obvious digestion immediately after taking the magic potion formula. This indicated the correctness of his previous summary and generalization of the role-playing rules, and it confirmed that the path of early role-playing was the correct path. Compared to successfully advancing to a wind blessed, proving the feasibility of early role-playing excited Alger even more. This was a deep development of the role-playing method, which allowed him not to waste time before collecting magic potion formulas and materials. I wonder what the situation is like in Backland now. This island is still too remote, and news has become sluggish. Alger also recalled the hints from Strength and World at last week's Tarot Club. He was now gradually feeling that Backland was becoming the center of the world's storm, so he paid great attention to what was happening there. Just then, the simple clock hanging on the cabin wall chimed, and almost simultaneously, Alger saw the red light and gray fog surging before his eyes. Chapter 354, Audrey's Anger and Decision. Klein originally thought that this Tarot Club meeting was just a routine matter, but he didn't expect an accident to occur. Among the red stars representing various members in front of him, One star was frantically absorbing his spirituality, and this star represented his good friend, Ewan. Horn. What's going on? Is it the city phantom on Ewan? Horn that's causing trouble? Just as Klein became alert and was ready to cut off his connection with Ewan. Horn at any time, the red star finally projected red light, sending all the participants to their positions. However, although the spirituality in Klein's body was not gushing out like a broken dam as before, the consumption was still far beyond usual. I can only last 20 minutes at most. Once this time is exceeded, the tarot club will automatically be interrupted, and I might not even have the strength to deal with the aftermath, which will cause panic among everyone. Klein felt the rapid loss of his spirituality and resolved to control the pace of today's meeting. He glanced at Ewan. Horn with lingering fear. He had now used the special authority of the Fool to see through the changes in Ewan. Horn's astral spirit body, understanding the reason for this accident. Ewan. Horn actually advanced. How long has it been? Ever since reading the blasphemy slate of the Hunter Pathway, Klein understood the reason why Ewan. Horn had gone to great lengths to establish a new army and win over Miss Sharon, Marich, Catherine, Isinger, Dayquil, and others. He also knew that Ewan. Horn's advancement to a demigod was only a matter of time. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. It should be known that Ewan. Horn only embarked on the Beander path in early July, and it was only early November now. To advance to a demigod in just 4 months, this speed could be said to be unheard of and beyond imagination. Except for those born demigods whose parents are angels, no one should have advanced faster than Ewan. Horn. Klein felt a little sour inside, even a bit jealous of Ewan. Horn, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and was genuinely happy for his good friend. If Ince Zangwill's location can be pinpointed in the future, Ewan. Horn can be a great help in my revenge, and perhaps I can even borrow the power of his brother. His brother was able to contend with the mysterious empress who became an angel for the blasphemy slate, and confront her. He must have at least a sealed artifact of 0 grade in his hand, which can greatly offset the power of 008. Just as Klein was lost in thought, the members of the Tarot Club, led by Miss Justice Audrey, bowed to Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After Mr. Fool indicated that everyone need not be too formal and everyone was seated, Miss Justice was still the first to speak. Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 more pages of Rosal's diary this time. These were copies she transcribed from the Psychology Alchemists. Because she herself had not made any contributions to the Psychology Alchemists, she only received 3 pages, which could be considered a beginner's benefit from the Psychology Alchemists. That's right, in the past 2 weeks, Island, a member of the Psychology Alchemists, finally completed the test for Audrey. With the nod of the higher-ups, Audrey was officially inducted as a member of the Psychology Alchemists. Klein took the diary that Audrey had silently manifested. Instead of reading it directly as usual, he placed it face down on the table in front of him and asked with a smile. What reward do you want? Audrey looked at the diary, which was placed face down by Mr. Fool, with some surprise, and then stated the reward she had decided on before the meeting. I hope to know the truth behind this Backland riot, even if it's just a little. Everyone in the Tarot Club, upon hearing this, also withdrew their gazes from the diary and looked at Mr. Fool somewhat impolitely. It was clear that everyone was very interested in this question. Hanged Man Alger, although he didn't know what had happened in Backland last week, had already understood the seriousness of the matter from the term, Great Riot, from Miss Justice. Something big indeed happened in Backland, and it's a huge deal. I just don't know what role the Strength and the Fool played in it. What Audrey could perceive, Alger naturally could too. So, while awaiting Mr. Fool's answer, he also subtly glanced at Mr. Power next to him and the Fool sitting at the end. Magician Furs and Judgment Zio were also interested in this question, but when they tried to inquire about it privately from Ewan. Horn earlier, Ewan. Horn changed the subject. Even son Derek showed clear interest in this question. He wanted to use it to outline what the outside world was like. The Fool Klein noticed that Ewan. Horn didn't react much to Miss Justice's question. He hesitated for a moment and decided to reveal a little. After all, in the future, targeting the Augustus family and George III would require the intelligence support of this noble Miss Justice. Revealing the true face of George III would further break down her psychological barriers for her. Do you choose to listen alone, or do you all listen together? Audrey looked back at the others, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I choose for everyone to listen together. Alger, Furs, Zio, and the others all expressed their gratitude simultaneously, giving Miss Justice a big thumbs up. No one dislikes receiving something for free. George III, in order to obtain a large population, colluded with the demonist sect to abduct native slaves from overseas and sell them to Backland. He also abducted people from the slums within Backland. And in order to conceal the secret of the large-scale disappearance of Backland's population, he then collaborated with the demonist sect to launch the Backland Smog and the Great Smog. In order to more deeply expose the crimes of George III and the royal family, Mr. Fool Klein spoke much more than usual. And sure enough, a silence descended upon the palace of the Grey Fog, and silence became the theme at this moment. How could His Majesty do this? He is the king. This. Audrey felt her worldview was about to collapse. The king, who used to seem majestic and reliable, instantly transformed into a giant sea monster with a gaping maw in her mind, devouring all life that passed by. Something big indeed happened in Backland, and it's a huge deal. An angel family actually secretly did something so contrary to the interests of the gods and the church. This is absolutely not normal. Hanged Man Alger felt a shiver run down his spine. This was both a fear of the recklessness of those in power and an excitement at seeing the world in chaos, giving him, a nobody, a chance to rise. Every chaotic era is a major shift in the power structure, which will overturn many people and also allow many to showcase their talents and achieve class transcendence. Magician Furs and Judgment Zio unconsciously exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes, and at the same time felt a wave of disgust and nausea. The king they had always served and been loyal to was such a person. This even made them regret joining Military Intelligence Section 9 for a moment, and they also thought of more things. Ewan Horn once said that Zio's father, Mason Dill's death, was because he discovered a secret of King George III. So, could this secret be the mystery of the large-scale disappearance of the population mentioned by Mr. Fool? They felt they were infinitely approaching the truth that was once out of reach. Son Derek even felt that the outside world didn't seem as stable as he had previously thought. The history of the City of Silver does not record concepts such as country or king, so Derek automatically equated George III's position with that of the chief. However, this chief named George III was clearly very incompetent, even colluding with monsters to harm the people he led, and from Mr. Fool's tone, it seemed he had not received any punishment. This made Derek a bit confused for a moment. Was the world where Hanged Man and Miss Justice lived the forsaken land of the gods, or was his own world the forsaken land of the gods? Thinking of his parents who died by his own hand, Derek involuntarily shivered and immediately firmed up his judgment. The outside world was still more beautiful, and he could not abandon the ideal and belief of saving the City of Silver because of the ugliness of the outside world. Derek kept encouraging himself in his heart. At the same time, everyone noticed the indifference of Mr. Fool and Mr. Power. Of course, none of them would think that these two gentlemen were cold-blooded animals. Instead, they felt a sense of relief as their inner conjectures were confirmed. They must have been deeply involved in this matter, and they probably know the details. Mr. Fool, do you know why George III abducted so many people? Miss Audrey, who was most affected, had lost some of her composure, but her psychiatrist ability ultimately prevented her from completely losing her composure. Mr. Fool smiled at Miss Justice Audrey, not answering her question. Audrey finally adjusted her mindset at this point, and stood up nervously, bowing, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fool, I lost my composure." Mr. Fool shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind her impoliteness, and then sighed deeply, saying, "The truth of the matter is still unclear, but there will always be a day when it is revealed." The implication was that he also didn't know why George III did this, and there was no need to collect diaries and ask this question again. Audrey, having resumed her seat, took a deep breath, then looked at the tallest person in the entire tarot club, Sun, and said, "I need the magic potion formula for Spectator Pathway Sequence 6, Hypnotist." Sun Derek had never seen Miss Justice speak with such a serious tone, causing him to shiver, and then he quickly said, "The City of Silver's higher-ups haven't lifted their scrutiny of me yet. I can only give you an answer next week." Audrey nodded and then said, "What do you need me to trade for it? You can tell me, and I can prepare it for you in advance." Derek was naturally very happy about this, so he informed Audrey of the main material for the Solar High Priest, and only needed one main material to exchange for the Hypnotist magic potion formula. Because he had already decided to act as a representative of an outside force under the eyes of the City of Silver's higher-ups, Derek's actions were much bolder than before. He no longer acted cautiously, collected information, and his style of doing things became much bolder. So Derek's magic potion digestion has also sped up a lot recently, and he can even clearly feel that the higher-ups seem to be intentionally providing him with various conveniences, including but not limited to reading access to library materials, convenient transactions for materials in the city, and providing him with good opportunities to act, and so on. Seeing that Miss Justice had completed her transaction with Sun, he thought for a moment and then spoke. "Seeking the magic potion formula for Sailor Pathway Sequence 5, Ocean Songster, for £5,000. As he spoke, Alger paid particular attention to Mr. Power and the mysterious The Fool. As for Sun, he basically held no hope, as he had pretty much revealed the City of Silver's background when he joined the Tarot Club. The City of Silver is a place dominated by the Warrior Pathway, and there is no sea nearby. It is unlikely to have mid to high sequence formulas for the Sailor Pathway. To Alger's disappointment, the two people most likely to have the magic potion formula did not speak. Hanged Man Alger has successfully advanced to sequence 6, his speed is not slow either. Everyone in the Tarot Club had basically guessed that Hanged Man had completed his advancement. Ewan Horn currently had nothing he needed. Furs and Zio also had their own advancement channels, so none of them made any trade requests. Finally, the fool Klein, seeing that no one was speaking, carefully opened his mouth. "Does anyone have any information about wild mermaids? I can buy it for 300 gold pounds. Klein was currently unsure of the Evernight Goddess's arrangements for him, whether she would allow him to use the mermaids raised by the church. So, it's better to ask in advance and be prepared. This mysterious The Fool is a very powerful Beander, not someone who would advance using mermaid materials. Is he preparing a ritual, or does he have other uses for it?" Everyone was interested in Mr. Fool's attendant, so when he made a trade request, everyone speculated, trying to glean Mr. Fool's followers' actions from his movements, but ultimately found nothing. To Klein's disappointment, everyone present shook their heads, indicating that they had no relevant information, including Hanged Man, who mainly operated at sea. "If no one wants to trade, then let's move on to the exchange stage." The fool Klein, seeing that everyone had stopped talking, quickly spoke to accelerate the pace. He was already feeling signs of spiritual exhaustion. No sooner had Mr. Fool finished speaking than Miss Justice Audrey eagerly addressed Mr. Power and the Fool. "Gentlemen, you hinted last week at the Tarot Club that something big would happen in Backland. Now that it has happened, can you provide more detailed information, and what do I need to pay?" No matter what she thought, Audrey felt that she could not stand by and do nothing about the events in Backland, even though she was currently only a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Avon and Klein exchanged glances, then, with a tacit understanding, both looked towards Mr. Fool, who sat at the head of the table. Seeing that Mr. Fool merely smiled without speaking, they understood his attitude. It was Mr. World, Klein, who spoke first. I can tell you the information I know, but I need at least £2,000. Although Klein currently had no means to obtain the relevant herbs, he still wanted to raise as much capital as possible. Miss Justice, Audrey, nodded in agreement. After all, the underlying reasons behind the Backland Great Riot were extremely complex and unfathomable. So, in her opinion, to obtain accurate intelligence for a mere £2,000 was an absolute bargain. After agreeing to Mr. World's condition, Audrey turned her gaze towards Avon. Avon thought for a moment, then said to Audrey, "I have something I'd like to ask for your help with, but you can't do it right now. This will have to wait until you've established yourself within the psychology alchemists." Audrey's brow furrowed. With the keen intuition of a spectator, she sensed Avon's unusual interest in her infiltration of the psychology alchemists. After a moment's thought, she realized that Avon's great interest in the psychology alchemists was actually very beneficial to her personally. At the very least, having a deputy director from Military Intelligence Section 9 personally overseeing things from behind the scenes, helping her, was far better than fighting alone. "All right, I accept your request." Seeing Audrey agree, Avon breathed a sigh of relief. According to Avon's estimation, Backland might enter a period of calm in the future, with no profits to be made. Therefore, in the past few days, he had gradually begun to shift his attention to the sea. After all, once his troops in Backland were fully trained and equipped, he would set sail to execute the second phase of his plan, which meant that relevant sea intelligence needed to be in order. It was during this process that he suddenly realized that, as a high-ranking intelligence official of the Loan Kingdom, his understanding of one of the four pirate kings, the King of Black Seats, Bahos Hope, was astonishingly little, almost non-existent. This kind of subtle forgetting, which easily causes one to overlook someone's abilities, immediately made Avon think of the psychiatrist's psychological invisibility. It also made him realize that in the original Lord of the Mysteries, the spectator pathway demigod who schemed against Anderson Hood was very likely this most obscure King of Black Seats. Avon even had a bolder guess. Could this King of Black Seats be the alias of Hermes, the human philosopher who laid the foundation of human mysticism and created ancient Hermes? And in the original work, it was also explicitly stated that the establishment of the psychology alchemists benefited from finding Hermes's ruins from a treasure map. At this point, a strict connection formed in Avon's mind: psychology alchemists, King of Black Seats, Hermes, Twilight Hermit Order. This also greatly increased Avon's interest in the psychology alchemists, making him eager to take some action. Of course, Avon would not reveal these considerations to others. Instead, seeing Audrey agree to his conditions, he immediately said to Klein, "This matter started with you, so you go first." Mr. World, Klein, was not polite. After nodding, he still asked, "Do you want to communicate privately, or should I speak now?" Audrey didn't even think about it and said very generously, "Just say it here in front of everyone." Audrey knew Furs and Zio's identities, so she also wanted to know if they had corroborating information. Alger, Furs, Zio, and Derek all expressed their gratitude to Audrey simultaneously, thanking her for being willing to let them know such important news for free. Seeing everyone thank Audrey, Klein, unwilling to waste time, spoke. "Last week, I eliminated Cap'n, Backland's biggest human trafficker. He was no ordinary, simple human trafficker. He was protected by Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway, and not just one. The reason for eliminating him was to use his death to endorse my subsequent report, with the aim of exposing the Augustus family's involvement in human trafficking to the Storm Church. But what happened later exceeded my expectations. The high-ranking officials of the three great churches were slow to appear in the East Borough, while the Augustus family and the Demonist sect acted simultaneously, relying on prior arrangements to successfully trigger the Backland Great Riot and the Great Smog. Klein did not specifically mention the source of pollution he eventually found, because in his mind, he leaned towards it being a pre-arranged setup by the Augustus family. Klein's words left the Tarot Club members present dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the origin of this world-renowned Great Riot to be so close to them, to be this mysterious Mr. World. And they silently concluded in their hearts that the mysterious Mr. World was a werewolf, using human lives as endorsement with such nonchalance. Even from just a few words, it was clear that Cap'n was someone who deserved to be dismembered, but hearing it still sent shivers down everyone's spines. Klein ignored the shocked looks of the others and looked at Mr. Power, Avon. The reason he decided to reveal this information was also because he wanted to get more information from Avon. Even now, he did not know the details of why the demigods of the Storm Church and the Steam and Machinery Church could not reach the East Borough. Avon was well aware of Klein's thoughts, and he also wanted to completely extricate himself from this riot, so he said without hesitation. Archbishop Simon, newly dispatched by the Storm Church to guard Backland, was intercepted by the White Witch of the Demonist sect when he received Mr. World's report and went to the East Borough to stop the Great Riot and secure relevant evidence. Archbishop Horamic of the Steam and Machinery Church was intercepted by Ince Zangwill, the renegade archbishop of the Church of the Night Goddess. Archbishop Anthony of the Night Church had at that time received an invitation from Prince Grovell, George III's younger brother, to go and encircle and suppress a sequence 3 demoness of Theosophy order, and was unable to leave. So, in this great riot, the 3 great churches were all trapped for various reasons, losing their last chance to stop the conspiracy. At this point, Avon deliberately paused, giving them time to ponder the implications. The people who obstructed the demigods of the 3 great churches could all be directly or indirectly linked to George III, plus the Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway protecting Cap'n. So, although there was still no direct evidence, the identity of George III as the biggest mastermind behind the Backland Great Riot was firmly imprinted in the minds of the Tarot Club members. This made Miss Audrey, usually very cheerful, even more silent. Furs, who was good at using metaphorical sarcasm in her books but also very lazy, wished she could immediately start writing her next book, directly telling the story of a brave hero outsmarting an evil king. As for Zio, who had basically confirmed that her father died for justice, she clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, wishing she could draw her sword right now and rush into Sodrak Palace to kill George III. And Klein, hearing news of Ince Zangwill again, felt a chill in his heart and sighed, that was close. At the same time, he also confirmed that he was safe staying in Backland. Since Ince Zangwill had already openly appeared in Backland, the Night Church would certainly react. And if Ince Zangwill had any sense, he should have left Backland immediately after the Great Riot, to prevent being caught. Klein's other reason for being certain that Ince Zangwill was not currently in Backland was his confidence in seeing through George III's conspiracy. When he heard that Ince Zangwill had openly appeared, he basically guessed the Augustus family's plan to pin all the blame, or suspicion, on Ince Zangwill. This was a very smart choice, because after this great riot, whether the 3 great churches obtained substantial evidence or not, the seed of suspicion against George III had already been planted. And to avoid subsequent trouble, George III wanted to close this case as much as possible, preventing the 3 great churches from using it as an excuse later. So, finding a suitable mastermind for everyone was very important. Even if the 3 great churches knew it was false, without evidence in hand, they could only grudgingly accept the ironclad case set by the royal family. If they didn't accept it, then the royal family could, in turn, use it as an excuse to pin big hats on the 3 great churches. Therefore, under these circumstances, the royal family could not tolerate Ince Zangwill remaining in Backland either and would find a way to make him leave. I wonder who came up with this blame-shifting plan. Did Ince Zangwill come up with it himself? No, it's more likely a story woven by 008, designed to maximize the royal family's extrication and saddle Ince Zangwill with greater crimes. This also aligns with 008's characteristic desire to write its holders to death. Avon looked around, vaguely discerning everyone's thoughts, chuckled softly, and continued. There's no need for everyone to be so indignant. This great riot didn't entirely go according to George III's expectations, in fact, he lost too much this time. Audrey and the others looked at Avon with some confusion, hoping for further explanation. Avon was not one to keep people in suspense. Seeing everyone look at him with eager anticipation, his sense of accomplishment surged, and he said with some excitement. First, the two great demonesses of the demonist sect in Backland. 1. The Sequence 3 White Witch who intercepted Archbishop Simon, was killed by a mysterious powerful individual. And the other, the Sequence 4 Demoness responsible for spreading Despair Nightingale, also mysteriously disappeared, likely meeting a grim fate. Most importantly, George III's younger brother, and the mastermind behind all these events, was killed by the mysterious queen in front of everyone while encircling and suppressing a Sequence 3 Demoness of Theosophy order with Archbishop Anthony of the Night Church. George III lost his right-hand man, yet he was helpless against the murderer. So, whether George III profited or lost in this great riot, only he himself knows. As soon as Avon finished speaking, the Tarot Club erupted like a boiling pot, with Miss Justice being the first to ask. How is that possible? There was no such news from Backland, was there? Prince Grovell was the current king's younger brother, not some old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. If he had truly died, the royal family would definitely issue an obituary, but Audrey, as a top noble, had not received any such news. Avon seemed to recall something amusing and couldn't help but say with a cold laugh. The reason the death has not yet been publicly announced is mainly due to disagreements among various parties regarding the description of the cause of death. Some advocate for being factual, publicly announcing Prince Grovell's cause of death based on the truth of the mysterious queen assassinating him, and issuing a warrant for the mysterious queen. Others worry that Backland, having first seen the assassination of Duke Nigan and then the death of Prince Grovell, would severely damage the image of the Loan Kingdom. Therefore, they advocate for stating that Prince Grovell died of tuberculosis. There are also some who hope to attribute the deaths of both Duke Nigan and Prince Grovell to the Fasak Empire. In short, everyone is currently arguing, it's a complete mess, and there's still more to come. After listening to Mr. Power Avon's explanation, the members of the Tarot Club looked at each other, surprised that there were so many hidden complexities behind the obituary for Prince Grovell's death. If the White Witch and Despair Nightingale were truly killed, and adding that the mysterious queen eliminated Prince Grovell, does this mean there's another force in Backland secretly targeting the Augustus family? Alger was as astute as ever, directly extracting the most crucial information from what Avon provided. Moreover, Alger had a feeling that this force was very likely connected to Mr. Fool. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that as soon as Mr. World made a move, the high-ranking members of the Augustus family and the Demonist sect were all eliminated as soon as they appeared? This didn't seem like an assassination at all, rather, it was like targeted cleansing. That is also the current suspicion of the Augustus family, but besides the mysterious queen, they have no other clues. Avon was even given the task of finding the mysterious queen's previous whereabouts in Backland when he met his new contact, Duchess Georgina, last night. The mysterious queen completed her advancement ritual to Angel in Backland, and has since remained there, continuously thwarting the Augustus family's plans. Such intense actions, is it because George III's ultimate goal has seriously infringed upon her interests? Or, does the mysterious queen know George III's true objective? After learning of George III's actions, Zio had already resolved to seek revenge. Therefore, she deliberately raised this question at the Tarot Club to remind Mr. Fool. If you want to know what George III intends to do, then the mysterious queen would be a very good channel. And, as Zio expected, Klein was also decisively moved by her conjecture. He had not forgotten that one of his goals in eliminating Capon was to demonstrate Mr. Fool's stance to Bernadette. Chapter 356, A National-Level Robbery. One important reason that prompted Klein to kill Capon and ignite all the events was that Bernadette, an angel, had already sought him out, and he also wanted to get more of Rosel's diary from her. However, the power disparity between them was too great, and Klein had a lot of secrets that couldn't be revealed. Fortunately, there was still an information gap between them. His portrayal of the Fool during this period could be said to have been successful, guiding Avon and consequently causing Bernadette to misjudge him. To further solidify Bernadette's impression of the Fool, Klein had to orchestrate some major events to prove that the mysterious Mr. Fool could achieve great things with minimal effort. Bernadette and some people behind her clearly believed that Mr. Fool could pull off something big, so they made preparations in advance, using this incident to kill Prince Grovel. It seems I've given them a great helping hand. Should I ask for some benefits the next time I see her? Just as Klein's mind wandered, Avon looked at Zio and said with a smile. I don't know any of what you're talking about, you should ask Mysterious Queen herself. Zio wasn't surprised by Avon's answer. After all, she had merely used the question to remind Mr. Fool and hadn't expected to get a definitive answer from Avon. Only Klein slandered Avon in his heart for being too good at pretending. He strongly suspected that the deaths of White Witch and Despair Nightingale were related to Avon's brother, Earl Robert. After all, it was highly suspicious that Earl Robert, ostensibly a royalist, and Bernadette were ambiguously involved with the blasphemy slate. No, something isn't right. Mr. Azek's actions tonight actually seem to be linked to Bernadette killing Prince Grovel, the mysterious powerhouse killing White Witch and Despair Nightingale, and a series of other actions. Klein suddenly connected Mr. Azek's swift rescue with Bernadette's actions and made a major discovery. If it's truly as I suspect, Bernadette and Mr. Azek's actions were integrated, and he didn't just arrive in time because of my plea for help. This also means that the organization Mr. Azek claims to have joined is definitely not the Twilight Hermit Order, but another organization specifically targeting the Augustus family. After all, the Twilight Hermit Order is the biggest supporter behind George III. How could they recruit a powerhouse who would undermine the Augustus family? Through the information revealed by Avon and Mr. Azek, Klein unexpectedly began to touch upon the organization founded by Robert and Amanda. Are you sure those two demonesses are really dead? I heard that demonesses have endless life-saving methods, and demigod-level demonesses even seem to be good at resurrection. Furs, who had been silent, suddenly asked a question that ordinary people wouldn't. After all, most people had never even seen a demigod, let alone understand a demigod's abilities. How does Miss Magician know the abilities of high-sequence demonesses? No one present was foolish, so everyone's gaze immediately focused on Furs, looking at her in surprise. Even her roommate and best friend was no exception. After all, Zio was very clear about Furs's level. Precisely because she was so clear, she was even more surprised. Furs realized at this moment that she had said the wrong thing and instinctively wanted to shrink her head under everyone's gaze. But she immediately realized that apart from Audrey, Zio, and Avon, no one else knew her identity, so there was no need to hide. She immediately lifted her head again and faced them calmly. In fact, Furs from a few days ago couldn't have known such high-level information, but these past few days she had been with the Abraham family's spokesperson, and the topics of conversation naturally couldn't avoid the backland smog that had just occurred. Mr. Lawrence now regarded Furs as a trustworthy person, and naturally wouldn't hide everything, so he revealed some of the Abraham family's records about demonesses. In fact, the Abraham family had lost many things over the years, including a lot of family records. The reason they knew so much about demonesses was because the demoness sect was one of the organizations that hunted the Abraham family most fiercely, and it was also the organization that caused the most harm to the Abraham family before the rebellion a few years ago. The Sequence Zero sealed artifact formed from the Planeswalker Beander characteristic in the demoness family's possession was obtained from the Abraham family. Avon guessed why Furs suddenly knew about the demoness's abilities and casually said, not caring. This is news confirmed by the Augustus family using a sealed artifact, so this matter should be true. White Witch and Despair Nightingale are indeed dead beyond resurrection. In fact, it was because Avon had personally seen the Beander characteristic of the immortal demoness, but he didn't need to explain it so clearly to the other members of the Tarot Club. In fact, even now, Avon was shocked by the death of White Witch. He was able to scheme against Helen's mother, Christina, because he was in the dark and she was in the light. She was almost unilaterally transparent to him. Besides that, Life Counselor personally intervened, bestowing misfortune upon Christina, causing her to unknowingly step into Avon's trap. More importantly, Avon possessed the City of Calamity, which could crush Christina in terms of Beander characteristics, ensuring that once she stepped into it, there would be no escape. Her so-called resurrection simply wouldn't work. She was completely transformed by the City of Calamity from beginning to end. No matter where her mirror clone was, it was polluted by the City of Calamity. But how did Robert manage to kill White Witch? With the Night Emperor's pocket watch in his hand, that extremely powerful Sequence Zero sealed artifact. If demonesses were so easy to kill, why couldn't the 7 Orthodox churches, who held the most Sequence Zero sealed artifacts and possessed the most angels, eradicate the demoness sect? Let alone eradicating the demoness sect, since primordial demoness was severely wounded, in the 5th epoch after the demoness sect went silent, there had never been another, immortal, demoness killed. Why? Isn't it because demonesses are good at resurrection? But this record was broken by Robert, and quite easily at that. Since Robert didn't elaborate, Avon was also tactful enough not to ask further questions. However, Avon also understood from this incident that Robert was definitely more unfathomable than he had imagined. Will the deaths of 2 demonesses in Backland affect the cooperation between the Augustus family and the demoness sect? Also, after Prince Grovel's death, who is in charge of the subsequent matters, since George III probably won't personally oversee it? The World Klein also asked Avon a question. If the demoness sect were to end its cooperation with the Augustus family due to the deaths of the 2 demonesses, it would be a major positive development, and the difficulty of dealing with George III in the future would decrease by a notch. Avon naturally understood Klein's thoughts perfectly, but he could only pour cold water on him. I also considered this possibility, but after careful evaluation, I feel that although there might be some twists and turns in between, this should not have too much impact on their cooperation. After all, the foundation of their cooperation still exists. If they were to part ways now, the sunk costs paid by the demoness sect would be too high. So I think George III might offer some compensation, and the demoness sect might also take the opportunity to step down gracefully. And if their cooperation continues, then your room for causing trouble in the future might also shrink. The next time the demoness sect sends people to Backland, they might send angels. This is highly possible, as they also want to find out who killed the 2 demigod demonesses. If the matter is not thoroughly investigated, sending demigods instead of angels might just turn into delivering goods to their doorstep. Avon's analysis made all the members of the Tarot Club nod involuntarily, feeling that it was well reasoned. The subsequent development of events should not exceed his description. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Mr. Power is definitely someone you can't be an enemy of. Whoever is his enemy will be almost transparent in front of him. It seems I can't stay in Backland for too long. Demonesses are also very good at finding people. Although the possibility is small, I still need to be prepared. It just so happens that advancing to marionettist requires a mermaid's song. I will actively seek opportunities to act in these 2 months, digest the potion as much as possible, and leave Backland by the end of the year to hide from the limelight at sea and complete my advancement. At this moment, Klein could clearly feel his spirituality was about to give out, so he spoke again. After the Great Riot in Backland, the East Borough is full of injured and sick people, but Military Intelligence Section 9 has blocked all underground smuggling channels, and normal pharmacies can no longer buy medicinal materials. Do you have any solutions? As soon as Klein said this, everyone present understood what he meant. Mr. World actually wanted to find a way out for the poorest people in the East Borough. This made all the members of the Tarot Club, who had always thought he was very mysterious, gloomy, and cold, feel that he was actually glowing. Even Alger, who had always considered himself hard-hearted, was speechless for a moment, a complex emotion rising in his heart. He both disdained Mr. World in his heart, thinking he was a softy, yet he also felt immense admiration. No wonder Mr. World emphasized that he needed £2,000 just now. He's probably raising funds. Should I also organize some fundraising activities to help out? Audrey looked at the still very mysterious Mr. World, feeling that she should also do something. And Furs and Zio, while admiring Mr. World's actions, exchanged confused glances. Because as core members of Military Intelligence Section 9 now, they had never heard of Military Intelligence Section 9 issuing a specific mission to crack down on smuggled medicinal channels. After seeing the confusion in each other's eyes, they simultaneously looked at the true high-ranking official of Military Intelligence Section 9, their superior, Mr. Power. Not only them, but also Audrey and Klein, who knew Avon's identity, as well as Alger and Derek, who sensed something unusual. Avon chuckled at the sight, a seemingly mocking smile playing on his lips, then said, "This matter was both done by Military Intelligence Section 9 and can also be said not to have been done by Military Intelligence Section 9. In the first half of this year, the Loan Kingdom suffered a crushing defeat against the Fasak Empire in the southern continent, and its economic situation was already difficult. In the second half of Backland, there were several major lockdowns, several angel battles, several major assassination attempts, 2 army entries into the city, 1 major industrial area destruction, and 1 major plague. Without looking at anything else, just by looking at the unprecedented trading volume and the bottomless stock prices of the Backland Stock Exchange, one can tell the current financial situation of the Loan Kingdom government. If people die, more farmers who can't survive can be found from the countryside, but if money is gone, where can it be found? Of course, it's found from the dead, of course, it's found from the rich. Aren't the army currently blockading the East Borough doing just that? Even if the poor people in the East Borough have too little money, it's not impossible for this plague to expand. So this action is the will of the entire Loan Kingdom government, not the will of Military Intelligence Section 9, but the will of the entire Loan Kingdom, from the king down to the ordinary small police officer. Otherwise, how could Military Intelligence Section 9 alone block all trade channels, both above and below ground, in the entire Backland? So I advise you not to exert yourself in this regard. Those medicinal materials are now the government's hope to make up for this year's deficit. If you try to intervene in this, you will be an enemy of the entire ruling class of the kingdom. Therefore, there cannot be many medicinal materials in Backland. If there were many medicinal materials, how could it make the wealthy middle class or rich people willingly hand over all their assets? This is an organized national robbery operation, and anything that stands in its way will be mercilessly crushed by this war chariot." After Avon's words, the entire Tarot Club fell silent. Everyone felt as if their throats were choked, unable to utter a sound. In the end, it was Miss Justice Audrey who asked with difficulty again, "Is this a joint decision of all the nobles?" She actually wanted to ask if Earl Hall was involved in this matter, but she couldn't ask so explicitly at the Tarot Club. And she also knew that Avon must have understood her question. Avon naturally heard the deeper meaning in Audrey's question and, likewise, fell into a rare silence, not saying a word. And this silence said it all. In the midst of the profound silence, the fool Klein, who could no longer hold on, spoke. "If there is nothing more to exchange, today's Tarot Club will conclude." After dismissing the Tarot Club, Klein's spirituality was completely drained, not a single trace left, and he even vaguely had hallucinations. Klein understood that this was a precursor to losing control. He let out a bitter laugh and muttered to himself, "If every Tarot Club is like this, I'll be sucked dry and lose control sooner or later." With that, Klein closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 357, Klein's Resolve. The sun had set, and the red moon hung in the distant sky. Most of the shops along the street had closed, but the lamps on both sides of the road were already lit. Klein, his head throbbing, struggled to get out of bed. He surveyed the dark bedroom and the red moonlight shining through the window, then forced a bitter smile. "I must accelerate my advancement, otherwise the weekly Tarot Club will be a torment for me." Klein rubbed his forehead to alleviate his discomfort, then struggled to get up, lit the gas lamp, and brought light back to the house. After meditating on the sofa for a while, Klein finally recovered from his near-death state and had the energy to think about other things. "I never imagined that Backland's current shortage of medical supplies would turn out to be a large-scale, organized, and premeditated robbery, with the government leading the charge to profit from the national disaster. What can be done about this? To be honest, the Feyenopater Kingdom government's actions had exceeded Klein's understanding, both in his previous life and this one. When the government, which should be standing behind ordinary citizens in such times, is the first to raise a butcher's knife against the weak, aren't ordinary citizens merely fish to be slaughtered? This also ignited a surge of, damn them, anger in Klein's heart. But after the anger, he had to face the reality of his helplessness. The reality was that if he wanted to fight for a chance for the poor commoners to survive, the enemy he faced was no longer just the Augustus family. His enemy could be summarized with a term from his previous life, the ruling class. He was no longer facing a specific person or group, but an entire class. Even the churches, which should have acted as a balance, must have tacitly approved of this operation. As for why the churches would tacitly approve of such outrageous actions, Klein, having been through power play dramas in his previous life, quickly guessed most of it after some thought. It was simply that these corrupt officials had tied the greater good to themselves. From the information Avon revealed, the Feyenopater Kingdom's economy was indeed very poor this year. One incident after another had directly exhausted the government's finances. It was even possible that due to large-scale economic fluctuations, even banks might have suffered massive losses, unable to lend to the government, and instead needing government relief. After all, what banks feared most was uncertainty, and this year saw an unusually high number of black swan events. On one hand, the defeat in the southern continent led to a contraction of foreign markets. On the other hand, 2 of the 5 major industrial zones domestically, Backland and Tingen, were damaged, leading to a decline in production capacity. Yet, due to the emergence of ironclads, government expenditure expanded significantly, and the appearance of airships further exacerbated the financial strain, as no one dared to cut the army's budget. The superposition of several factors brought the Loan financial system to the brink of collapse, making it no surprise that the kingdom's government had no money in its accounts. Under these circumstances, a financial crisis that could trigger a nationwide bank run was brewing. If the Feyenopater Kingdom government did not find money to save the banks soon, the entire Feyenopater Kingdom would be in turmoil. Klein estimated that it was likely due to this overarching situation that the 3 great churches, after weighing their options, tacitly approved the Feyenopater Kingdom government's actions. After all, if the Feyenopater Kingdom government collapsed, all stakeholders in the Feyenopater Kingdom would suffer, and this included the poor of the Feyenopater Kingdom. But what would be the consequences of doing so? It meant that 70 to 80% of Backland's commoners became lambs to the slaughter. When this wealth-gathering operation would end, depended solely on when the Loan government felt it had enough money. But when would a government controlled by those who don't care about the lives of the commoners feel they had too much money? They would only use this opportunity to frantically amass wealth, and they would never be satisfied. Yet, Klein dared not act rashly, because he also feared that the collapse of the Feyenopater Kingdom would trigger an even greater disaster. This is the cunning of the corrupt officials, they always tie the greater good to themselves, making people hesitate to act. In such matters, Klein, being weak and of low status, could only hope that there were clear-headed individuals within the ruling class who could apply the brakes in time. All he could do now was to seize every opportunity to help the commoners in this plundering frenzy. So, after much deliberation, Klein realized that he only had one path to take: rob the rich to help the poor, to become a Robin Hood. He couldn't stop the actions of the state, but he could sanction the corrupt officials who were lining their own pockets, doing everything possible to prevent the Feyenopater Kingdom government's plunder from flowing into the pockets of the corrupt, hoping that the Feyenopater Kingdom government would stop sooner and reduce the losses of the commoners. In the end, I have to act as a Robin Hood-like folk hero who robs the rich to help the poor, and at the same time, I have to act as an assistant to the Feyenopater Kingdom government in its anti-corruption efforts. The complexity and multifaceted nature of human beings are truly remarkable. Klein vaguely felt as if he had once again grasped an inspiration for the faceless role-playing method. But there was no trace of self-satisfaction in his heart, instead, it was filled with bitterness. Now that he had determined the role he would play for the next 2 months, the next step was to find helpers. In the legends of his previous life, Robin Hood succeeded not only because of the commoners' protection but also because of his companions. Since he was to be a true vigilante, standing against the ruling class, Klein knew he had to prepare in advance. He mentally reviewed the people he knew and first excluded Avon. It wasn't that Klein didn't trust him, but as a friend, he didn't want to put Avon in a difficult position, especially since Avon's brother, Earl Robert, was clearly involved in this operation. Moreover, he knew that Avon had already focused his main energy on the army, rarely actively interfering in military intelligence Section 9 matters. If he asked him for convenience, it would arouse suspicion from others. As for Miss Sharon and Marich, who controlled at least half of Backlund's underground forces, they must have files within Military Intelligence Section 9. Their targets were too large, making them prone to exposure. After much thought, Klein realized that his most ideal collaborators were the 3 ladies of the Tarot Club: Justice, Magician, and Judgment. Especially Miss Judgment, she was a backbone member of Military Intelligence Section 9. If the vigilante's actions caused a stir and drew in Military Intelligence Section 9, she would be a very good inside contact. And Miss Justice could help him gather the most accurate intelligence. Many things are difficult for outsiders to inquire about, but people within the same circle can easily obtain the most accurate information. For example, who has the most medicinal materials, and where did he put them? Klein could not stop the Feynapotter Kingdom government from accumulating wealth, but he could find medicine for the poorest commoners in the East Borough. Moreover, such an action would not be too contradictory to the Feynapotter government's wealth accumulation, as the poor devils in the East Borough would only have a few coins. If Klein was not mistaken, their target had always been the middle class residing in Sherwood Borough and Hilton District. After finding the medicine, it cannot be directly distributed to the public, otherwise, there's a possibility that some people might resell the medicine, which would lead to unpredictable consequences. It will be handed over to the Church of the Earth Mother, for Father Utravsky and Emlyn White to distribute. I believe Father Utravsky will not miss this opportunity to widely spread his faith. Moreover, the Church of the Earth Mother, being an officially recognized formal church, has not yet entered the highest decision-making circles of the Feynapotter Kingdom. Naturally, they will not abide by the tacit understanding among the Feynapotter Kingdom's upper echelons. Even if they discover a large loophole at the Church of the Earth Mother, I estimate they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Klein even found a reliable distribution channel for the medicines he could obtain in the shortest time. The corrupt officials always tied the greater good to themselves, making people hesitate to act against them. Besides using violent means to break through, there was actually another way to deal with this situation: use one greater good against another greater good. The fact that the Church of the Earth Mother was allowed to legally preach in Backland was a very unusual matter. And Klein, by simply leveraging the political sensitivity of the commoners of the Great Eastern nation in his previous life, combined with the current world situation, understood that the Augustus family and the 3 great churches were both trying to win over the Castile family of the Fenaport Kingdom and the Church of the Earth Mother, targeting the Faysac Empire. This was also the basic national policy that the Feynapotter Kingdom had implemented for several centuries, clearly evident from the fact that several generations of Feynapotter Kingdom queens came from the Castile family. At that time, with a century-old national policy that is just beginning to show results on one side, and a small loophole appearing in a short-term money-making scheme on the other, both are greater goods. How the Augustus family will choose, isn't it obvious? However, the Feynapotter Kingdom government could ignore the small loophole opened by the Church of the Earth Mother, but it would not allow it to expand and affect its money-making. The discretion in this also tested the wisdom of Klein and Father Utravsky. After carefully considering his plan, Klein felt there were no major issues. He stood up again, arranged the ritual, and prayed to the Fool. "Oh, the Fool, who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the yellow and black king who controls good luck. I implore your gaze. I request to meet with Miss Justice, Miss Magician, and Miss Judgment in your divine kingdom on the gray fog in 10 minutes. Please convey my request to them. After the prayer, Klein walked 4 steps counterclockwise in the living room, entered the gray fog, and then projected his prayer scenes into the red stars symbolizing justice, judgment, and magician, respectively. While waiting for the 3 ladies' responses, Klein began to read Rosal's diary that Miss Justice had submitted during the previous tarot club. The content was about Rosal's sea adventures, mentioning the Black Throne, a legendary ghost ship said to be from the Solomon Empire. It also mentioned that this world should be a planet, and based on various information, confirmed the existence of an East continent and a West continent. The diary even concluded with Rosal seeing the legendary abyss. Upon discovering Rosal's mention of the abyss in the diary, Klein eagerly flipped through the subsequent pages, but only found a page of garbled Chinese characters. Klein sighed with some disappointment, but there was nothing he could do. As long as he didn't teach the Tarot Club members how to decipher Chinese characters, this situation was unavoidable. This also made Klein even more eager for the complete set of diaries in Bernadette's hands. Later, I still need to meet Avon to see if he has Bernadette's contact information. I cannot just passively wait for Bernadette to come to me, sometimes, I must take the initiative. Just as Klein was lost in thought, he successively received responses from the 3 ladies. They all expressed their willingness to meet with Mr. World. Estimating that the time was about right, Klein rose from the Fool's seat, walked to the World's seat and sat down, then pulled the 3 ladies onto the gray fog. After Audrey and the others appeared on the gray fog, they all looked at Mr. Fool's position first, only to find that Mr. Fool was not sitting there, smiling and watching everyone's communication as usual. They froze in place, then all looked at Mr. World, who was standing at the other end of the bronze table. Thank you, ladies, for agreeing to my request for a private meeting. I asked to meet with you today because I have a matter to request your help with. Audrey and the others all had a good impression of the mysterious Mr. World because of the afternoon's gathering, so they all looked at him kindly. After everyone was seated, Klein laid out his plan and pleaded. Now, the national will of the entire Fainapotter kingdom is such that I have no power to stop it, but I cannot stand by idly. Miss Justice, you are clearly from the top nobility. Miss Judgment and Miss Magician are also clearly members of official forces. You all stand in positions that ordinary people can hardly attain, so I request your help. Of course, I won't let you help for free, I can give you some compensation. Miss Justice, you still owe me a bounty for General Hurricane Keelin Jesse. I can use this bounty as your compensation. As for Miss Judgment and Miss Magician, if you need them, I still have Beander characteristics for Seer Pathway Sequence 6 Faceless, Sun Pathway Sequence 5 Light Priest, Prisoner Pathway Sequence 6 Living Corpse and Sequence 7 Werewolf, and Spectator Pathway Sequence 7 Psychiatrist, which I can sell to you cheaply as compensation. Of course, the Beander characteristics of Living Corpse and Werewolf have a certain degree of contamination and are difficult to utilize, but you can turn them in as your merits. Military Intelligence Section 9 should be interested in these things. Except for the Beander characteristics of Living Corpse and Werewolf, the others were Beander characteristics attached to the Quivering Hunger. Among them, the Beander characteristic of Soul Assurer, Klein would send to the Night Church later. The Justiciar Beander characteristic was very sensitive to Military Intelligence Section 9, and since Zio clearly no longer needed it, Klein did not mention it. After Klein finished speaking, the gray fog fell silent again, not because Klein's plan was so brilliant, but because Audrey and the others were shocked by Klein's grand gesture. Chapter 358, Audrey betrays her class. In the hearts of Audrey, Furs, and Zio, the mysterious Mr. World has always commanded high attention and evaluation. This was not only because Mr. World was a blessed of the Fool, but also because of his natural interactions with Avon, and the high-level nature of the matters he was involved in. Yet, today, they all felt that they had previously underestimated this Tarot Club member. One must know that none of the Beander characteristics Mr. World had brought out were low sequence, and among them was even a sequence 5 Beander characteristic. This was the highest sequence below a demigod. One should know that at least half of the high-ranking members of the Orthodox churches were not demigods, but sequence 5, and the pirate generals who roamed the seas were also at this level. But now, a sequence 5 Beander characteristic was openly displayed on the trade list by Mr. World. Although Audrey and the others knew that as the Tarot Club members' sequences grew higher, the materials for trade would also become more advanced, when this day suddenly arrived, they still felt a sense of helplessness, and even fear. I wonder where Mr. World obtained so many Beander characteristics. If these are all his spoils of war, then that is truly astonishing. Audrey had already begun to select the type of Beander characteristic she needed in her heart. The psychiatrist Beander characteristic must be acquired, it can serve as the main material for Susie's advancement. I wonder how Susie's telepathous potion digestion is coming along. I haven't paid much attention recently. Audrey thought that Susie had digested the spectator pathway potion faster than herself back then, and suddenly felt that she had cared too little for Susie. She should have started looking for relevant materials for Susie in advance long ago. That faceless Beander characteristic seems very interesting, and I also want to acquire that sequence 5 Priest of Light Beander characteristic. Unfortunately, I don't have much money on hand right now. Even without compensating Mr. World for his deserved bounty, my funds are still very tight. I won't be able to manage a certain amount of property until the end of the year after my coming of age ceremony. I wonder if this Priest of Light will be sold before then. Audrey really wanted to buy all the Beander characteristics in Klein's hands, but after assessing her current financial situation, she could only reluctantly accept reality. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Furs and Zio, who were also eager to try, and after considering their financial resources, she felt that they probably wouldn't go bankrupt for a Beander characteristic unrelated to their own advancement. She felt a little relieved, thinking she still had a chance. I am willing to help you inquire about the relevant intelligence, and at the same time, I hope to obtain the faceless and psychiatrist Beander characteristics you mentioned. This was Audrey's first time experiencing the feeling of not having money when buying things. This helplessness was truly maddening. For her, it was also a completely new experience. And Furs and Zio, after hearing Audrey's trade request, also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although they coveted the faceless and psychiatrist Beander characteristics, the werewolf and pain Beander characteristics were more useful to them. Beander characteristics related to the Rose School of Thought, when handed over to Military Intelligence Section 9, could convert more merits. This was because, in Military Intelligence Section 9's internal standards, members of the Rose School of Thought were considered a group of fearless terrorists, posing a greater latent threat to the Loan Kingdom, and were thus prime targets. Moreover, they had long known Audrey's identity and financial resources, and were well aware that they could not compare with her. As long as Audrey did not take all these Beander characteristics, they could accept it. We also agree to help you inquire about relevant information, and can even provide some cover and cooperation. We want all the Beander characteristics related to the Rose School of Thought that you have. But in return, you must also give us a favorable discount. Klein's reward for Audrey to inquire about information offset Audrey's debt to him for Kilangos's bounty. Therefore, Audrey had to pay the full amount if she wanted to acquire the Beander characteristics. Furs and Zio, however, owed Klein nothing, so they naturally demanded a corresponding discount. Klein, of course, had no objection to this condition and said very directly, "I can give you a 30% discount. You can trade with me at any time, as long as the transaction is completed before the end of the year." Klein knew that Furs and Zio were not wealthy people, and it was unrealistic to expect them to raise a large sum of money in a short time, so he thoughtfully gave them time to gather the funds. Subsequently, Klein then said to Miss Justice, "Audrey, I think you want the faceless Beander characteristic, probably to make it into a useful mystical item, right?" I know a very powerful craftsman who can provide you with custom services, which would cost about 1,000 gold pounds. Klein intended to use Catherine Gray's connections to ask the craftsman behind her for help. Catherine Gray's discounted price for Klein was 500 gold pounds per service, and Klein doubled it for Audrey. It wasn't that Klein was greedy, but he was desperate for money now and couldn't miss any opportunity to earn cash. Moreover, he believed that the service of a demigod-level craftsman would definitely be more than worth it for Miss Justice. A very powerful craftsman. Audrey secretly repeated Klein's adjective. What kind of craftsman could be described as very powerful in Mr. World's mouth? A Sequence 5 craftsman, or... Audrey understood Klein's hint, but she was also startled, and at the same time, felt a surge of excitement. If the craftsman Mr. World mentioned is truly a demigod, then it must be related to the Fool. This might mean that the Tarot Club won't have to worry about mystical items with minor side effects in the future. Thinking of this, Audrey said without the slightest hesitation. Then I'll trouble Mr. World. I can prepare the money and complete the transaction in these 2 days. Furs and Zio watched Audrey's transaction with envy, and in their hearts, they thanked Mr. World for thoughtfully giving them time to gather money. I have a question. Mr. Power clearly has greater influence in the real world, helping you inquire about various information, and it's clear that your relationship is very good. Why didn't you invite him to today's gathering? After Audrey and Mr. World completed their transaction, Zio raised a question she found very strange. After all, Avon alone could perfectly replace the energy of the 3 of them, so why would Mr. World go to such lengths and make unnecessary efforts? Klein was silent for a moment upon hearing this, then said. Because Mr. Power himself, or someone close to him, is very likely directly involved in this government-led plunder. If I asked him for help, it would very likely put him in a dilemma, and he also has his own things to be busy with recently, so I won't trouble him this time. Audrey felt dejected after hearing Klein's explanation. In fact, by agreeing to Mr. World's request, she was also putting herself in a dilemma, but because she was not yet an adult and did not carry as many burdens as Avon, she still had a little room for maneuver. Although Audrey understood that her future situation would become increasingly difficult, that the days ahead would be harder, and that her heart might experience great pain, she also believed that she would never regret today's decision. Her decision to help Mr. World was not an impulse, but the result of several hours of careful deliberation. From the end of the regular Tarot Club meeting at 3 o'clock that afternoon until now, a full 6 hours had passed. Audrey had actually not yet escaped the complex emotions of knowing the truth behind the Backland riots, to the point that everyone in her family noticed her abnormality. She simply used the excuse of feeling unwell to brush them off. The reason she was able to respond quickly to Klein's request for a meeting tonight, despite the grand banquet at Earl Hall's mansion, was because she was currently resting alone in her bedroom. Over the past few hours, Audrey's heart had been in immense pain, swaying back and forth, indecisive. Klein's suggestion was actually the final straw that tipped the scales in her heart, making her completely firm in her choice. After all, if there was an opportunity to save more people right in front of her, and she didn't take it, what difference would she be from those scoundrels she despised? At this moment, Audrey chose to betray her class. At the same time, Audrey also solidified her psychological profile of Mr. World. Mr. World is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a very soft heart. And Furs and Zio, after hearing Mr. World's words, agreed with his reasons for not involving Avon, from a friend's perspective. Zio was even more convinced that the relationship between Mr. World and Avon was absolutely extraordinary. There was definitely a personal friendship between them. Subsequently, Klein and the others on the Grey Fog discussed holding small meetings on the Grey Fog every 2 days in the future, and arranged their respective actions. After this 1-hour exchange, they finally finalized the details of their future actions, and then once again bowed to the Fool's empty seat, requesting to leave the Grey Fog. After Klein regained consciousness in his apartment, he meditated briefly to recover his fatigued spirit, then immediately put on his coat and rushed to the Harvest Church in south of the bridge overnight. In the entire plan, Father Yutravsky's Harvest Church was the final and most crucial link. Only Harvest Church could truly implement Klein's hard-earned results, so gaining Father Yutravsky's support was paramount. However, Klein was quite confident in convincing this former pirate, who had killed countless people. He had been subdued and converted by the Earth Mother, was a blessed of the Earth Mother, and was absolutely loyal to her. Klein's proposal was very beneficial for the Church of the Earth Mother to spread its faith in the Loan Kingdom, and could even be called a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Klein believed that the Father would definitely not let it go so easily. Audrey stood on the balcony in her nightgown, gazing at the red moon in the sky, silent. "Audrey, what's wrong with you today? Have you encountered something difficult to solve?" After an unknown amount of time, a clear and melodious voice suddenly came, asking Audrey with concern. Audrey looked down in the direction of the voice and found that it was indeed her good friend, the golden retriever Susie, squatting by her feet, looking at her with a worried expression. Audrey took a deep breath, squatted down in a very unladylike manner, hugged Susie's neck, and buried her face in Susie's golden fur, not moving at all. And Susie also thoughtfully squatted there, allowing Audrey to hold her tightly. After a while, Audrey released her arms from around Susie and said with a smile, "Thank you, Susie, thank you for being by my side. And I have good news to tell you. The main material for your next sequence, Psychiatrist, has been located and can be obtained in these 2 days. By the way, how is your telepathous potion digestion coming along?" Susie, hearing the good news, also grinned and excitedly said, "I've been interpreting people's inner thoughts, and I even found opportunities to interpret the inner thoughts of Jack, Wendy, and Tom. So I finished digesting the telepathous potion a month ago." Jack, Wendy, and Tom were the names of Audrey's family horses. Susie's telepathous range was clearly much wider than Audrey's. Susie's digestion speed is faster than mine again. If it weren't for the limitation of potion materials, she would probably already be a psychiatrist. Audrey once again sighed in her heart at Susie's potion digestion speed, then said, "That's perfect. Thankfully, the auxiliary materials for psychiatrist are not difficult to collect, and with what I had left from making potions last time, you can advance directly as soon as the main material is in hand." Susie was also happy about her impending advancement, so much so that she couldn't speak, finally just giving an excited, woof. Recovering from the joy of her impending advancement, Susie suddenly felt something was amiss and quickly asked, "Did you get this main material for psychiatrist from that organization called Psychology Alchemists? Didn't you say that this organization is very dangerous, and that you shouldn't reveal the fact that you've already become a psychiatrist, but should pretend to be a spectator who has just entered the Beander world?" After Audrey's training during this period, Susie already understood what the Beander world was all about and was somewhat worried that Audrey might have been manipulated by the psychology alchemists to obtain this material. "This material wasn't obtained by me from the psychology alchemists, but through another channel, so you don't have to worry about me." Audrey hadn't finished speaking when she noticed the bedroom doorknob turn and her personal maid, Annie, quietly walked in. Annie saw Audrey and walked over, saying, "I noticed Susie wasn't outside and was worried she might disturb your rest." As she spoke, she prepared to put the leash in her hand around Susie's neck, intending to take Susie away. But Susie deftly turned her neck and broke free from Annie's grasp. "No need, Annie. Ask someone to help me get dressed. I need to go down and see the guests." Audrey stopped Annie's next action, then instructed, "I'm seeing my uncles, aunts, grandfathers, grandmothers, maternal uncles, maternal aunts, and paternal aunts. Greet them and inquire about their recent well-being." Chapter 359, The Aurora orders 3 demigods summon Avon. Wei sat up after waking from her bed, not going out to look for her roommate, Furs. Sure enough, before a few seconds passed, a door seemed to appear out of thin air on the bedroom wall, as if someone had opened it, and Furs burst in through this door. Before Furs had even fully entered, her somewhat anxious voice came through. "Wei, what were you thinking? Didn't you see the eye signals I was giving you? You should know how dangerous this matter is. How could you agree so easily? At the very least, you should have stalled for time and sought Avon's opinion. Furs didn't really want to join Klein's plan, nor did she want Wei to participate, so she kept giving her friend eye signals on the gray fog, hoping her friend would carefully consider the matter. The Loan Kingdom government was indeed a bunch of scoundrels, and George III, who initiated all of this, was the worst of the worst, but that didn't mean Furs wanted to stand against them directly. Emperor Rosal once said something that Furs had always regarded as her life's principle: when poor, cultivate oneself; when prosperous, benefit the world. Although Furs felt that she had become a Sequence 7 astrologer and seemed to be doing quite well, it depended on who her opponent was. Compared to the Augustus family, her strength was not worth mentioning, so she naturally had to cultivate herself. As a military intelligence Section 9 major and intelligence officer, Furs, who had been granted multiple special privileges by Avon and could freely browse many high-level military intelligence Section 9 archives, knew all too well what kind of power the Augustus family possessed. This was an angel family that had been passed down from the fourth epoch to the present, with at least 1,000 years of history. Furs did not want to rashly oppose them, and even less did she want her friend to take risks. That mysterious Mr. World is clearly very favored by Mr. Fool and has Mr. Fool's protection. Wei, you don't have a backer like him. Although you are both Tarot Club members, your statuses are not the same, especially since you still believe in the Evernight Goddess. What exactly were you thinking, preparing to resist the government with him? George III killed my father for his ambition and destroyed my family. Hui's single sentence left Furs speechless. From the moment she met Wei, she knew why Wei had come to Backland alone to make her way in the world, to investigate the truth of her father's death and to clear her family's name. Wei had always worked tirelessly, unwavering in her resolve. So when Wei stated her reason, Furs knew Hui's mind was made up, nothing could change it. After a moment of silence, Furs still made a final effort, saying with difficulty, "Why don't we still listen to Avon's opinion? After all, he stands higher than us, sees more than us, and can give us better advice." Wei understood Furs's meaning, but after thinking about it, she still shook her head resolutely. "I think Mr. World is right. Since this operation is a joint decision by the entire government leadership and the aristocratic class, then Earl Ahova must also be involved. We should not put him in a difficult position. And you also know the energy Avon is currently putting into building the new army, and you should also know that the Hunter pathway is also known as the War pathway. If I'm not mistaken, the construction of this new army is related to Avon's ritual for advancing to a demigod. At such a critical moment, the royal family must also be paying close attention to him. If we tell him about this, it will not only distract him, but also potentially attract unnecessary trouble." After listening to Hui's words, Furs finally gave up the idea of asking Avon to help evaluate the matter and sighed, saying, "Then you must be careful when you act, especially these next few days when I'm not around." Furs was about to leave Backland with Mr. Lawrence of the Abraham family to embark on her apprenticeship, and she didn't know how many days she would be gone, estimating at least a week. And for this week, Wei would have to cooperate with Mr. World's actions on the periphery alone. Wei knew that if Furs truly didn't want to participate, she could have simply refused Mr. World's request alone on the gray fog, or even chosen to stay out of it now. But after seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, she merely reminded herself to be careful when Furs wasn't around, which showed that Furs had also decided to participate. How could this not move Wei? Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Mr. World's plan is very comprehensive, especially bringing the Church of the Earth Mother into it, which is a stroke of genius. Moreover, throughout the entire plan, I am only providing intelligence from the periphery and doing some cover-up work. The most important actions are all handled by Mr. World alone. So, although it seems like we are standing against the entire upper echelon of the Loan Kingdom, the danger may not actually be that great." Furs shook her head. She actually admitted that Wei was right, but she still habitually thought of the worst-case scenario. However, she didn't voice her unease to cause Wei unnecessary trouble, but instead brought up another topic. How much money do you have now? How much more do you need to acquire the Beander characteristic from Mr. World? At the mention of this question, Wei also looked troubled, scratching her somewhat messy golden hair and saying, I actually haven't saved much money. The merits I've accumulated during this period are also being saved. The cash I have is just my military intelligence Section 9 salary, allowances, and some extra income. Having been employed for less than 3 months, after expenses, I only have less than £300. But a Sequence 6 Beander characteristic, even with a discount, would cost at least 3,000 gold pounds. Plus 2 Sequence 7 Beander characteristics, even if they were cheaper, would add up to 5,000 pounds. The difference is simply too great. Furs also scratched her head. She didn't have much cash either, mainly because she had spent a lot during a period of hopelessness, and she had been too lazy to start a new book recently. The long hair I grew during my loss of control, because of its good quality, sold for a few £100, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Furs and Wei looked at each other, not knowing how to make up the difference for a while. How about we ask Avon or Miss Audrey for a loan? Furs thought for a moment and offered her suggestion. No, although Avon has a large family fortune, you should have read the newspapers recently. The Backland Stock Exchange crashed, and many nobles suffered heavy losses, including viscounts and barons who jumped from rooftops. Although Avon didn't say anything, I estimate that the Ahova Earl's court's losses would not be small either. As for Miss Audrey, she is indeed very rich, but she is not yet an adult, so the property she can control is probably limited and will certainly be supervised by her parents, making it difficult to make large expenditures. Moreover, Miss Audrey is about to conduct a transaction with Mr. World in a few days. If we ask for money now, it will definitely make her very uncomfortable. Wei came from a noble family and was once her father's darling, so she was well aware of Audrey's current situation. Furs and Wei discussed many ways to find money, but there was no legitimate way for them to find so much money in a short time. Even the most obvious method, extorting gangs, was no longer realistic. Because after the Backland riots and the official crackdown on areas like the East Borough, there were hardly any gangs left in Backland to extort. The remaining gangs were either truly powerful figures or had backgrounds that Wei and her companions couldn't afford to provoke. Moreover, after this great winnowing, the leaders of the gangs still daring to operate openly were all more formidable than Wei. For example, the most famous Warren Brotherhood in the Backland Bridge district, their ostensible leader is a Sequence 6 Beander. And who knows what kind of powerhouses might be behind them. Trying to profit from such gangs would be suicide. Although they still follow the old rules and give benefits to powerful institutions or individuals like the police station, Military Intelligence Section 8, Military Intelligence Section 9, and district councillors, they are no longer at the mercy of others. How about I ask Mr. Lawrence or my future teacher for a loan tomorrow? Furs suddenly thought of Mr. Lawrence and the Abraham family behind him. The Abraham family is known as the most powerful, angel family, of the fourth epoch. Although they have declined, it is only in the Beander world. In terms of secular money and such, there shouldn't have been such great losses, right? And Emperor Rosal also once said, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Moreover, judging from Mr. Lawrence's attire and demeanor, he doesn't seem to be short of money. The more Furs thought about it, the more she felt that this was indeed a viable way to borrow money. Wei, on the other hand, hesitated a little, looking at the eager Furs and saying with difficulty, is this appropriate? Your current identity is essentially an intermediary between Avon and the Abraham family. And I heard you say before that Avon was the one taking the initiative in the cooperation between Avon and the Abraham family. If you ask for money, will the other party misunderstand that you are taking advantage of the opportunity to make a profit? Will this affect your upcoming apprenticeship? Wei knew the importance of the Abraham family to Furs and didn't want a few £1,000s to sour the Abraham family's principal's impression of Furs, thereby affecting her future. Regarding Hui's concerns, Furs didn't care and waved her hand directly, saying, "You're overthinking it. Borrowing money without a purpose is naturally extortion, but borrowing money with a purpose is a good way to strengthen relationships." This is something I learned from Avon. Think about it, in the few months we've known Avon, hasn't Avon been very considerate and thoughtful of us? Haven't we also owed Avon many favors? But it's precisely because of these things that, through repeated interactions, our relationship with Avon has become very close, hasn't it? Seeing Wei recall the past and nod in sudden realization, Furs struck while the iron was hot and continued. "And I can also explain things more clearly to Mr. Lawrence. I can tell him directly that I am borrowing this money to purchase the Beander characteristics of a living corpse and a werewolf, precisely to be able to hand them in and earn valuable merits. My earning merits and increasing my status in military intelligence Section 9 is actually also good for the Abraham family, as it can better protect the Abraham family members in the Loan Kingdom. I think Mr. Lawrence should have no reason to refuse. If it really doesn't work, we can even give him the interest of a bank loan." Wei repeatedly thought about Furs's words, felt they made some sense, and finally agreed to Furs's plan. "Oh, by the way, how is your digestion of the Inquisitor potion coming along?" Furs suddenly thought of Hui's unexchanged judge potion and quickly asked. After all, if Wei could advance again in a short period, she would be safer when acting with Mr. World. Actions have been constant during this period, and the captured criminals are all quite strong, providing good feedback. I estimate that in about another month, it should be fully digested. Wei naturally understood why her roommate suddenly asked this question, but even with constant opportunities, she still needed time to digest. What a pity. Furs sighed. People were dying every moment now, and Mr. World couldn't wait that long. He would probably act as early as tomorrow or the day after. I hope everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, Avon, unaware that his companions were causing trouble behind his back, was rushing to a secret stronghold in the North Borough through ubiquitous glass, puddles, and streetlights. Tonight, while routinely checking for signals in various places, he discovered Mr. A's signal asking to meet him. As a blessed of the true creator and Mr. Z of the Aurora Order, upon seeing an urgent summons from a colleague, he naturally did not delay in the slightest and immediately rushed to the previously agreed-upon secret stronghold. Soon, Avon arrived at the second floor of a villa very close to the Knight Church's street. Serial Cathedral. The design of this stronghold fully exploited the psychological blind spot of darkness under the lamp. As soon as Avon entered the second floor of the villa, he suddenly felt a hint of something amiss, but just as he was about to act, he saw Mr. A's figure. Avon looked at the seemingly unchanged room layout and said with a smile, "Is this the meaning of secret sorcerer? To create an independent space to preserve secrets to the greatest extent." Standing opposite Avon were not just Mr. A, but two other people. One person was cloaked in a rather mysterious black robe, with slightly curly, stiff brown hair and deep eyes. It was Buddhist, the mystic sage, whom Avon had met last month. The other person looked very young, with excellent facial features, but his face seemed to be veiled by a faint, shadowy curtain. It was Cosma, the Saint of Shadows, Avon's nominal superior in Backland. Tonight, it wasn't just Mr. A meeting Avon, but all three demigods of the Aurora Order meeting Avon together. Indeed, as Mr. A said, you are blessed by the Lord and can simultaneously consume potions from the demoness pathway, advancing through dual pathways. Being able to detect the mystic sage's enclosed space so quickly is not something an iron-blooded knight can do, it can only be done by a demoness who is skilled in mirror magic. Chapter 360, Taking Charge of the Aurora Order. Avon raised his chin slightly at the somewhat sour words of the mystic sage, Buddhist, and smiled provocatively, not saying a word, as if asking, "Isn't this how it should be?" This irritating demeanor not only made Buddhist angry, but even Avon's two former superiors felt a surge of anger and wanted to hit him. Since none of those present were ordinary people, and Avon hadn't deliberately used provocation, they ultimately held back, took a deep breath, and said, "We sought you out today for two reasons. One is to understand the movements of the Augustus family and the three pseudo-god churches. The other is to discuss internal affairs of the Aurora Order with you. Finally, it was Mr. A, who had already advanced to the Sun Pathways Sequence 4 Unshadowed, who stated the reason for their secret meeting with Avon tonight. Before arriving, Avon had already guessed the purpose of this meeting, so he wasn't surprised and immediately began to share the information he knew. In general, the goals we set out to achieve have largely been met. The three pseudo-god churches now know about George III's secret maneuvers and his collusion with the demonist sect, but they are currently unable to openly turn hostile due to lack of evidence. The three pseudo-god churches have now focused their attention on Backland, and the secret of the Lord's descent in Tingen City should not be leaked. We have bought the Lord time to recover. Upon learning from Avon that their efforts during this period had not been in vain, both Mr. A and Buddhas, as well as the usually silent the Saint of Shadows, Kexima, couldn't help but show a slight smile. As long as they could help the true creator, they felt genuinely happy. Very good. This way, the Loan Kingdom will become a dog-eat-dog situation, and the Aurora Order can take the opportunity to rapidly develop at the grassroots level, spreading the Lord's faith. Mr. A was very satisfied with the current situation and looked at Avon as if he were a precious treasure. In the past, he had racked his brains, but neither his missionary work nor his efforts to pave the way for the true Creator's descent had yielded much success. Yet, Avon, in just a few months of taking over his work, had achieved far more than his decades of accomplishments. This also made Mr. A somewhat understand why the Lord valued Avon, who hadn't joined the church long ago, and took him as a dependence. Ultimately, it's the Lord's keen eye for talent. Mr. A felt he could confidently entrust the affairs of the North Continent to Avon and the others. You must have used the plague in the East Borough to complete the Demoness of Despair's advancement ritual, so was your main Beander characteristic for the potion the Despair Nightingale's Beander characteristic. The Saint of Shadows, Kexima, hadn't been idle these past few days either, and had been inquiring through various channels about the events behind the Backland riots. The deaths of Despair Nightingale and White Witch naturally couldn't be hidden from him. From the moment Avon walked in and he noticed the secret space created by Buddhas, he was certain that Avon was definitely not just an iron-blooded knight, but had already completed the ritual and become a demigod-level demoness, the Demoness of Despair. Sequence 4 demigods are already prominent figures in the Beander world, and the life and death of any one of them is a focus for various factions. Correspondingly, the whereabouts of demigod-level Beander characteristics are also a top priority for all factions in their intelligence gathering. So, in the absence of relevant Beander characteristics within the Aurora Order, where did Avon's main material for advancement come from? The Saint of Shadows naturally thought of the recently eliminated Despair Nightingale, and connecting that with Avon's advancement time, the answer became self-evident. Avon knew that the Aurora Order understood his partial role in the Great Riot, and many things couldn't be hidden from them, so he openly admitted. That's right, I used this Great Riot to eliminate Despair Nightingale and used her Beander characteristic to concoct the potion, completing my advancement. Then do you know who eliminated the White Witch? The mystic sage, Buddhas, on the side, also eagerly asked. This was a question many people cared about. The fall of the White Witch in Backland shocked many secret organizations. Even the hardest to kill demoness had fallen in Backland, who would now dare to claim they could move freely in Backland and not fear pursuit. Even Buddhas himself now had to be more cautious when moving through Backland than before. After all, there's only one life, and once it's gone, it's truly gone. After Buddhas asked this question, the Saint of Shadows and Mr. A also looked at Avon expectantly, hoping to get an answer from him. The reason they believed they could get an answer from Avon was that many people now linked the deaths of the White Witch and Despair Nightingale, believing the entire incident was a conspiracy targeting the demonist sect. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence that two demigod-level demonesses would fall on the same night? So, the Saint of Shadows and the others, unable to find an answer, held a glimmer of hope that they might find some clues from Avon. However, how could Avon expose Robert's existence in front of them? So he spread his hands and said, How could I have any relevant clues? If anyone knows the truth, I think it should be Archbishop Simon of the Storm Pseudo-God Church. The White Witch's actions that night were clearly to obstruct him from going to the East Borough. Afterward, it was he who confirmed the White Witch's obstruction, so he must have witnessed the White Witch's death firsthand and knows all the truth. The Saint of Shadows and Mr. A exchanged glances, only able to sigh helplessly. But before they could speak again, Avon was the first to give them an unexpected piece of news. On the night of the Great Riot, not only Despair Nightingale and the White Witch died, but also George III's younger brother, and his right-hand man, Prince Grove. Mr. A and the Saint of Shadows suddenly looked at Avon, their eyes wide, their faces filled with incredulous expressions. As old adversaries, they naturally knew that Prince Grove had successfully become a Chaos Hunter, a higher sequence than anyone present. They never expected him to also die on the night of the Great Riot, with no news leaking out until now. Is this true? The Saint of Shadows' breathing became somewhat hurried as he asked in disbelief. He knew Avon wouldn't speak carelessly about such matters, but he still couldn't help but question it. This also showed the extent of the royal family's secrecy on this matter. Until now, the outside world knew nothing about it. The one who eliminated Prince Grove was the mysterious queen, who has already advanced to an angel. It is said that she did it in front of Archbishop Anthony of the Night Pseudo-God Church. Actually, this matter won't be kept secret for too long. Even if I don't say it today, you should see a related obituary in the newspapers in a couple of days. Upon hearing the title, Mysterious Queen, the expressions of the Saint of Shadows, Mr. A, and Buddhas all fell. Because the mysterious queen, Bernadette, had eliminated the true creator's vessel of descent, Lanrius, right in front of the Aurora Order, which was an equally great humiliation for the Aurora Order. Are you trying to say that this woman has already advanced to an angel? Is this information accurate? Mr. A was the first to notice the change in Avon's address. Buddhas and the Saint of Shadows simultaneously trembled. This news was even more shocking than the death of the White Witch and the fall of Prince Grove. After all, that was an angel. In ancient times, they were called subordinate gods. This information is absolutely true. Avon knew better than anyone whether Bernadette was an angel, so he spoke with exceptional confidence. Perhaps that's why that woman suddenly appeared and ruined the Lord's descent. Mr. A's voice was low, and he didn't say much, but his meaning was clear. Bernadette became an angel by eliminating Lanrius and stepping on the true creator's vessel of descent. This fact made the faces of the three Aurora Order demigods turn utterly dark. And Avon, feigning gnashing his teeth but still trying his best to remain calm, said, "Although many people outside connect the deaths of the two demonesses, you should know that I eliminated Despair Nightingale solely for her Beander characteristic, with no other intentions. I, on the other hand, believe that the death of the White Witch should have some connection with the death of Prince Grove. The two incidents should be linked. In fact, if you set aside the death of Despair Nightingale and look at it from a different perspective, it becomes clear that the deaths of these two were actually someone intentionally disrupting the cooperation between the Augustus family and the Demonist sect. Both the Augustus family and the Demonist sect will experience a decrease in mutual trust after this incident, and their operational rhythm will be disrupted. To some extent, the effect is even better than what we had planned before." Avon's words made the three demigods fall into contemplation, realizing that, indeed, as Avon said, setting aside the matter of Despair Nightingale provided a different perspective. Are you trying to say that there's a group of people behind the mysterious queen who are targeting the Augustus family? The mystic sage, Buddhas, reacted the quickest and somewhat understood what Avon was trying to convey. Avon quickly nodded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. All this talk was actually to subtly persuade the Aurora Order not to cause trouble for Bernadette. Causing trouble for Bernadette would, on one hand, lead to unnecessary internal strife, and on the other hand, it would benefit George III and the Demonist sect. Prince Grove's death couldn't be kept secret for too long. The people of the Aurora Order would eventually know about it, and at that time, Bernadette's advancement to an angel would also certainly not remain hidden. Although the devout fanatics of the Aurora Order are fervent, they are not foolish. As long as they calculate the time slightly, they will understand that her advancement and Lanrius's death are absolutely inseparable. At that time, it's hard to guarantee that they won't act rashly and recklessly seek retribution from Bernadette. To prevent this from happening, Avon had to clear the way in advance, as the Aurora Order also had angels. I will personally report this matter to His Excellency the Angel of Holy Word, later and ask him to make a decision. The mysterious queen has already advanced to an angel, she is not someone we can deal with. The Saint of Shadows said cautiously, while observing the reactions of his colleagues, especially Mr. A. Neither Mr. A nor the mystic sage, Buddhas, raised any objections to the Saint of Shadows' words, tacitly agreeing with his opinion. This also made the Saint of Shadows quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Although everyone knew that temporarily letting go of the mysterious queen in the Oravi island she established was the wisest choice at present, none of those present dared to easily speak it aloud. After all, if you were to be objective, but those around you were not calm and directly accused you of being impious towards the Lord, no one could withstand that. So, the best way to handle this matter was to directly push it to a higher level and let them deal with it. Moreover, the Saint of Shadows was speaking the truth, the mysterious queen becoming an angel was simply not something they could deal with or intervene in. What did you mean earlier when you said you wanted to discuss internal affairs of the Aurora Order with me? Seeing that this matter was finally swept aside, Avon quickly began to change the subject. Actually, besides wanting to inquire about some information from you today, we are also here by order of the Angel of Holy Word, to hand over our duties to you. From now on, most of the Aurora Order's affairs on the North Continent will be your responsibility, and we will all be going to the Southern Continent. Mr. A, beaming, delivered a shocking piece of news to Avon. What? You're handing over the Aurora Order's affairs on the North Continent to me. You're going to the Southern Continent. Why? Is it a divine oracle from the Lord? Avon never in his wildest dreams expected things to develop this way, so he stammered a little. However, he quickly calmed down and remembered that Grisha, a clone of the true creator, had once told him about going to the Southern Continent. Could Grisha have done something on the Southern Continent that required a large number of people? We are not entirely sure, this is all an order issued by His Excellency the Angel of Holy Word. Although handing over their duties to Avon seemed like a loss of power, Mr. A and the others didn't mind it at all, their faces were full of excitement. Avon's mind raced, but due to too little information, he couldn't analyze anything and could only frown and say, "Although I have already advanced to a demigod, I am not as convenient as Mr. Buddhas. How can I manage such a vast organization? Why don't you help me convey a message to His Excellency the Angel of Holy Word, and suggest a different person?" Buddhas was very displeased upon hearing this, as being able to go to the Southern Continent and directly serve the Lord was the highest honor pursued by every Aurora Order member. Now, Avon actually wanted to trap him on the North Continent, which immediately touched a raw nerve, and he immediately retorted. The main sphere of influence of the Aurora Order is only half of the North Continent, primarily the Phaenopotter Kingdom and the Phaesac Empire, in addition to the Loan Kingdom. You are still the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 and are remotely controlling the Loan Kingdom's intelligence organization in the Phaesac Empire. With a little more effort, what can't you manage? This matter was personally stated by His Excellency the Angel of Holy Word, you shouldn't procrastinate. Chapter 361, Medici, an Abomination. Seeing that his attempt to shift blame failed, Avon changed his approach. Since the Aurora Order is shifting its focus to the Southern Continent, why not just let the Iron and Blood Cross Order take over? Under the true creator, there were more than a dozen organizations, big and small, but only two were core. The Iron and Blood Cross Order, primarily composed of Hunter, Pathway Beyonders, and the Aurora Order, primarily composed of Secret Supplicant, Beyonders. Generally, the Aurora Order held a higher status than the Iron and Blood Cross Order. This was mainly because the Secret Supplicant and the True Creator were on the same pathway, making them the most direct lineage. However, due to the War of the Gods in the Fourth Epoch, the true creator's forces suffered heavy losses, losing too many beyonder characteristics of the secret supplicant pathway. This prevented the Aurora Order from developing its strength, leading to the situation where the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order spread their faith in different regions. The Aurora Order always believed its status was the highest and that it should lead the work of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Now, Avon actually proposed that the Aurora Order's grassroots forces remaining in the North Continent be placed under the leadership of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which, in the eyes of Mr. A and the others, was practically an act of rebellion. However, they did not rebuke Avon's idea. On one hand, they understood that Avon himself was not a beyonder of the secret supplicant pathway, so he couldn't feel the psychological superiority that the Aurora Orders, secret supplicants, felt towards beyonders of other pathways. On the other hand, Avon's idea had no chance of becoming a reality. You don't need to consider that possibility. This time, not only are we, the Aurora Order, going to focus our main efforts on the southern continent, but the Iron and Blood Cross Order is no exception. Other smaller organizations will be disbanded if possible, and those that cannot be disbanded will be merged into the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order. The mystic sage, Buddhist, directly rejected Avon's proposal and further revealed that this contraction of forces was not limited to the Aurora Order but involved all the forces under the true creator. This startled Avon even more. He hadn't expected the true creator to play such a big hand this time. This matter definitely went beyond the scope of the original work and was the biggest butterfly effect Avon had caused since coming to this world. As time went on, the true creator's descent into the world would have an increasingly greater impact, and now it had only just begun to ripple. But even these initial ripples had already seriously affected Avon. Avon felt that his control over the world's situation would become weaker and weaker due to the true creator's actions. Yet, he had no clue what the true creator wanted to do, which made Avon regret his carelessness. He had met Grisha in the underground hall where he had killed Medici. Because Grisha had caught him in the act, he was extremely afraid at the time, fearing that he would be directly killed. Later, after Grisha stated that Avon killing Medici and helping him remove the corruption was anticipated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing that Grisha would not let Medici step onto the hunter pathway again, and also that he himself would go to the southern continent to lie low and develop, Avon wanted to cheer loudly and send Grisha off like a plague god, without giving any thought to the deeper meaning behind it. Avon's mind raced, quickly recalling his conversation with Grisha in the underground hall. He suddenly realized that he had too easily given up thinking about the significance of Grisha going to the southern continent. He found that at the time, he was simply happy that Grisha was far away from him and didn't delve into the secrets behind it at all. Although it could be said that Avon was merely a sequence 6 feet conspirer, at the time and didn't want to get involved in such high-level matters, it was truly abnormal that he had barely thought about it for such a long time. Adam. Avon understood that he had been influenced by Adam at that time. After this incident, I learned the secrets of the Horn family, and my attention was completely diverted. This was definitely Adam's arrangement. Although this matter had no substantial impact on Avon himself, being unknowingly guided by someone was something that was very difficult for anyone to accept. Moreover, this incident once again confirmed Avon's speculation about the relationship between them after he discovered Grisha. Adam and the true creator's cooperation was definitely not limited to Grisha's birth. What Grisha was doing in the southern continent was also what Adam wanted to do. Their relationship was definitely not as simple as it seemed, there must be a very deep secret behind it. This secret was so profound that it could make these enemies, who should have been on opposing sides and intended to put each other to death, stand together. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why did you suddenly zone out? Mr. A's voice came from beside him, startling Avon awake. Nothing, I was just speculating why the Lord ordered the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order to contract significantly and go to the southern continent. The decision for a full contraction definitely couldn't be an order from the Angel of the Sacred Word. Even the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, couldn't issue such an order. It must have been the true Creator's command. To be driven by the Lord is our greatest honor. Why think so much? The Saint of Shadows, Cosma, found Avon's question very strange and gave him a warning look. Avon immediately realized that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, nor would he find an answer. Instead, he should show his loyalty to the true Creator. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to serve by the Lord's side. All right, since it's the command of His Excellency the Angel of the Sacred Word, I will obey. In fact, Avon was still very interested in the Aurora Order's assets. After all, it was a large organization that had been active for several centuries and certainly had a deep foundation. Seeing Avon finally agree to take over the Aurora Order also made Mr. A and the others very happy. His Excellency the Angel of the Sacred Word would definitely meet Avon afterward to explain some matters. If Avon had directly stated that he didn't want to take over, then some of them might have been left behind. After all, Avon was a favored one of the true Creator, and to some extent, he was on the same level as His Excellency the Angel of the Sacred Word. No one wanted to stay in the North Continent at this time. Avon's willingness to take over the Aurora Order truly made them breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, do you know about the situation with the Iron and Blood Cross Order? Who will they leave behind to take over? In fact, what Avon truly cared about was who held the legendary sequence 1-Foot Conqueror, the ender characteristic within the Iron and Blood Cross Order, so he wanted to ask indirectly. Mr. A and the other two shook their heads, indicating that they did not know the specific situation. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, Avon stopped asking. He then made some handover arrangements with the three demigods and gained a rough understanding of the Aurora Order's development over the years. He realized that he had truly underestimated the Aurora Order's power and centuries of accumulated resources. Because it faced suppression from at least 4 churches, the Aurora Order's overt forces had always developed very slowly. However, after many years of persistent effort, it had also developed many followers. These followers were found in all walks of life, from members of parliament to peddlers and porters, one could say they were everywhere. After completing their discussion, they left one after another. Avon was the last to leave. He didn't go home just because it was late. Instead, he went to the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters a few blocks away. He wanted to review Military Intelligence Section 9's briefings from this period, especially focusing on intelligence from the southern continent. He wanted to see if he could deduce what the true Creator was up to through some public information. After the duty secretary delivered the intelligence briefings concerning the southern continent to his office, Avon began to go through them one by one. Sometimes, gathering intelligence is not difficult, the challenge lies in finding the information you need from a vast sea of intelligence. The intelligence sent to the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters was all very important, but it might not contain what Avon was looking for. 2 whole hours passed like this. Avon, who had been busy, suddenly stopped flipping through the intelligence, as if he had suddenly thought of something, and froze there. Then, he suddenly burst into flames all over, and in an instant, appeared by the office wall, looking at the world map hanging on it. He then began to mark the map with a pencil, point by point, according to the content he had just read. Thanks to the photographic memory brought by being a conspirer, Avon didn't even need to look back at the intelligence to accurately reflect its content on the map. Another half-hour passed. When Avon stopped his pencil, the southern continent portion of the entire map had been filled in by him. Looking at the map in front of him, Avon let out a long breath. The true Creator is indeed preparing to deal with the Rose School of Thought. From the situation map in front of him, Avon could clearly see that the Rose School of Thought, which should have been expanding its territory while the Loan Kingdom suffered a major defeat in the southern continent and its forces contracted, was instead actively withdrawing its forces, adopting a defensive posture. Correspondingly, the Rose School of Thought's opponents were also not showing any signs of attacking the Rose School of Thought. Neither the various colonial nations of the North Continent nor the local numinous episcopate. Military Intelligence Section 9 itself was also very puzzled by this situation. Based on past experience, they believed that something might have happened internally again. But with the temperance faction defeated, what could have happened to make the Rose school of thought feel like they were facing a formidable enemy? It couldn't possibly be because Avon killed a disciple of silence in Backland, could it? If it were before, Avon might not have been able to discern what this represented. But now that it was clear the true creator was moving troops to the southern continent, Avon naturally drew a conclusion: the true creator and Adam had teamed up to target the Rose school of thought. How they managed to make the Rose school of thought so nervous, Avon couldn't conclude due to insufficient intelligence, but he felt it should be related to Medici. Grisha had personally said that Medici would not step onto the hunter pathway in the future, otherwise he would still be in danger of being corrupted by the City of Calamity. But the true creator would not ignore a raw talent like Medici. If he truly ignored him, he wouldn't have teamed up with Adam to set a trap for Avon to rescue him. Abomination. Such a profound, yet direct sequence name. Although in the unlocked content of Lord of the Mysteries original work, neither Klein nor Miss Sharon were sure whether Abomination was Sequence 1 or Sequence 2. But Avon, as one of the heads of the world's largest intelligence organization, had seen relevant data on the Rose School of Thought's high-ranking members, as well as comments from high-sequence powerhouses of the neighboring Augustus family. He knew that Abomination, Saya was a true archangel, and he was born from the belly of the god of confinement. Recalling Medici's resurrection in Grisha, who was now nurturing Medici, Avon's expression became somewhat subtle. Does the true creator possess an abomination Beander characteristic? Does he want to cultivate Medici into an abomination, then split the Rose school of thought and rescue the god of confinement? Or perhaps directly kill the god of confinement, who is difficult to rescue, and let Medici become the new generation's god of confinement? If his previous speculation that the mother tree of desire was an existence beyond sequence was correct, then there was almost no possibility of rescuing the god of confinement. Even if another power beyond sequence intervened, it would likely be in vain. Because the god of confinement was a lower-ranked being on the same pathway as the mother tree of desire, and this alone would bring immense suppression. If Avon were to consider targeting the Rose school of thought, he would definitely not choose to save the god of confinement. The risk was too great, the benefits too uncertain, and it would be better to find another path. This plan was definitely not formed in haste, but rather meticulously prepared long ago. Abomination, as the name suggests, is a product born from the pain of a god. And the true creator possesses the special authority of sacrifice, mastering the power of degeneration, which allows him to transfer all things with the meaning of pain onto himself, bearing it for all beings, enduring pain for them. This pain was so powerful that it brought immense strength to the true creator, allowing him to close his doors and live his own life even when besieged by the seven deities. However, it also kept him in a state of madness without sufficient anchors of faith. Although he didn't know the true creator's limit of endurance, the world's situation was undergoing drastic changes, and it was generally good for him to regain clarity. That raises a question: where would all the pain he bore be transferred? If Avon hadn't noticed it before, he was now seeing it clearly. The true creator was going to use this pain to nurture an abomination. This would both alleviate the pain he suffered somewhat, heavily strike the Rose school of thought, and also cultivate a loyal subordinate. This could simply be described as perfectly suited, like a Jung marrying a he, becoming Mrs. Jung He. Furthermore, if Medici truly had the hope of replacing the god of confinement in the future and becoming the new, true god of confinement, then the true creator might even be able to completely shed his current mad appearance. After all, the prisoner pathway represents the power of restraint. After much deliberation, and having basically guessed the true creator and Adam's plan, Avon couldn't help but marvel at their grand scheme. The progress in the original Lord of the Mysteries is probably going to accelerate. This was Avon's conclusion after analyzing the actions of the true creator and Adam. Although he didn't know why the seven deities at the end of the fourth epic were able to suppress their desire for Beander characteristics of neighboring pathways and sign sacred oath. But Avon believed that the true creator was definitely a very important reason. Because, according to the information he had gathered from various sources, Sacred Oath contained specific clauses targeting the true creator. If any orthodox deity unilaterally made peace with the true creator, they would become the public enemy of the other deities. The storm god, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom were extremely wary of the true creator, so much so that to prevent the other four deities from siding with the true creator, they grudgingly formed a tacit alliance, balancing the other four orthodox deities. This was also why the true creator, despite being so powerful and rumored to have often fought multiple opponents in the fourth epic, was so suppressed and miserable in the fifth epic. It was only with Rosal's sudden emergence, the fall of the Sauron family's crown, the chaos across the North Continent, and the cracks appearing within the seven deities' alliance that he gained a moment of respite. This can be seen from the timing of the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order's establishment and activity. These two organizations were established around the time of the War of Betrayal, became active after Rosal established the Republic, and gradually gained momentum over the past century. The order established by the seven deities was one where the seven deities reigned supreme, suppressing everything in the world, with the churches and angel families sharing power below them. Although there were internal conflicts in the Fanapotter Kingdom and the Church of the Earth Mother separated from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the overall structure did not fundamentally change. The events that truly influenced the historical process of the fifth epic were the rise of Emperor Rosal and the steam revolution he brought about. The fall of the Sauron family's crown and the Intis kingdom becoming a republic were definitely the biggest black swan events of the fifth epic. No one would have expected an angel family to be overthrown by one of its subordinates. The fifth epic order established by the seven deities also showed cracks at this time. Due to the struggle for colonies, after Rosal's death, the conflicts between various nations and churches did not ease, but rather intensified. It was only for unknown reasons that the seven deities were still enduring, not yet tearing off their masks. But Avon believed that the day they tore off their masks was not far off. On one hand, regarding the Death's legacy, Adam and the Evernight goddess were about to show their cards. Zangwill's departure from Backland was a kind of signal. On the other hand, there was the impending large-scale withdrawal of the true creator's subordinate forces from the North Continent. Sacred Oath was already precarious, and now, with the true creator, a crucial part of the treaty, suddenly going silent, it could add fuel to an already tense situation. This is like several players at a card table, scheming against each other, the situation extremely tense, no one daring to make a rash or out-of-line move. At this moment, the true creator suddenly says, "I'm going to play a round with the person everyone dislikes the most, you all continue without me." This effectively pulled the rug out from under them, causing the already shaky alliance to lose its last common goal, and the existing conflicts resurfaced. The other players were at a loss for how to respond, ultimately descending into a chaotic free-for-all amid mutual suspicion and hatred. And even if some among the seven deities saw through this situation and wanted to try to maintain and mend things, the true creator and Adam would definitely not stand by. It was still the same problem. The Death's legacy would be a dead end. Avon had no way of knowing the attitudes of the other deities, but the Evernight goddess was definitely prepared to tear up Sacred Oath. Otherwise, how could she have allowed Adam to use Zangwill to steal 008? Where does the Evernight goddess get such confidence? Is she sure that the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery will fully assist her? The Loan Kingdom and the various small nations under the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have alliance treaties and can largely be confirmed to stand together. The Evernight goddess, the storm god, and the god of knowledge and wisdom are essentially a small circle within the larger circle of the seven deities. The god of steam and machinery's stance is undecided, but judging from his sending people to help the Augustus family expel Ouroboros, and the escalating conflicts between the two major churches in the Intis Republic, he should be leaning towards the Loan Kingdom. If the god of steam and machinery can pull the eternal blazing sun to the Evernight goddess's side, then, considering only the seven great orthodox deities, the power comparison at the deity level would be 5-3. This would certainly be the ideal situation for the Loan Kingdom and the Evernight Goddess, but reality often doesn't work out that way. Just one point. If the Storm God, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, three orthodox deities of neighboring pathways, stood in the same camp, their internal conflicts would become the primary concern within that camp, and helping the Evernight Goddess defeat the God of combat would become a secondary matter, which the Evernight Goddess would not allow. The reason the Seven Deities Alliance has lasted so many years is that the entire Seven Deities system suppressed the conflicts between the three deities, and the patience and compromise among the three deities. This further solidified the suppression of the true creator. Therefore, if Sacred Oath were torn up and the Seven Deities Alliance broke, it would be unimaginable for the three deities to still stand in the same camp. The Evernight Goddess would also not sacrifice the stability of her own camp to gain an ally. So, it's almost impossible for the Eternal Blazing Sun to side with the Evernight Goddess. If the Eternal Blazing Sun insists on siding with the God of Combat's camp, the power comparison at the deity level would be 3 to 3, and at such a time, the God of Steam and Machinery's attitude would be crucial. Avon estimated that this was also an important reason why the Night Church persuaded the Storm Church, or the Evernight Goddess persuaded the Storm God, to allow the Steam and Machinery Church to legally proselytize in the Loan Kingdom. But would the God of Steam and Machinery risk the division of his base, the Intis Republic, to side with the Evernight Goddess? Avon tapped his brow with a finger, examining the situation from the perspective of the God of Steam and Machinery and his church, feeling that they would not take such a risk, at most maintaining neutrality. He believed the Evernight Goddess was also aware of this. So, the matter returned to square one. Under such uncertain circumstances, why did the Evernight Goddess have the confidence to proactively tear up Sacred Oath? What trump card did she possess? Could it be that the Evernight Goddess is willing to help George III become a god, thereby changing the power balance at the deity level? Avon couldn't figure out the source of the Evernight Goddess's confidence, shifting his thoughts to George III, but then he felt it was unreliable. This wasn't to say that George III becoming a god was unreliable, but rather that Avon, inferring from the outcome in half of the original, Lord of the Mysteries, felt that this matter wasn't very reliable. Because even with just half of Lord of the Mysteries, Avon had already seen that George III was merely a background character, a stepping stone for the protagonist. Anyone who sided with George III would be crushed by the protagonist's halo. Avon had read so many novels in his previous life and had never seen an antagonist, labeled as evil by the protagonist, ultimately succeed. And the Evernight Goddess was a deity who had survived since the second epic, had never sided with the wrong party, and had always been on the winning side. She was also Klein's biggest angel investor. From every perspective, she seemed like the ultimate victor in this contest. Therefore, the Evernight Goddess might consider George III's advancement to Black Emperor as a card, but it was definitely not her ultimate trump card for a decisive victory. Avon thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a clear explanation. There were simply too many variables and uncertainties involved. Moreover, besides the seven deities, there were also evil gods whose stances were even less clear, and kings of angels who were qualified to stir up trouble in the mix. The dynamics of various forces were intertwined and extremely complex, with you and me and you, making it difficult to comprehend. In short, due to the new actions of the true creator and Adam, the entire world situation became increasingly complex and rushed headlong in a direction Avon was unfamiliar with. The soothsayer advantage that half of Lord of the Mysteries brought Avon would become smaller and smaller. Avon paid close attention to this matter not only because the Evernight Goddess was his biggest angel investor, but also the Horn family's biggest angel investor. The god of combat was one of the biggest obstacles the Horn family faced in achieving its goals. The other biggest obstacle was the Augustus family. Although the Einhorn family was troublesome, as long as they worked hard to improve their strength, they could just fight their way through. However, the god of combat and the Augustus family could not be resolved simply by improving strength. Therefore, the Horn family naturally sided with the Evernight Goddess, So Avon was actually a bit anxious about not being able to see through the Evernight Goddess's trump card. Could the crux of this matter be the Earth Mother? After all, the goddess might hold the uniqueness of the Earth Mother's neighboring, moon, pathway. Is the goddess trying to use this as leverage to entice the Earth Mother to stand by? Is this possible? Oh, by the way, how is the Harvest Church in south of the bridge doing? Are there any developments? Avon suddenly thought of the Harvest Church, which he hadn't paid attention to recently. He pressed a button on his desk, and after a ringing sound, the secretary on duty knocked and entered. "Get me the information on the Harvest Church." The secretary on duty was visibly stunned, momentarily unsure what Avon was referring to. Seeing this, Avon sighed inwardly and could only explain. "There's an church of the Earth Mother with legal proselytization rights in south of the bridge. I need information about it." The secretary on duty apologized hastily upon hearing this, then turned and scurried off to retrieve the documents. Even members of the intelligence agency rarely hear of the Harvest Church, which indicates that the Harvest Church's reputation is indeed a bit too low. The struggle for faith is sometimes more difficult than the struggle for territory. With the world situation so tense, what is the meaning of sending a dependent to open a church in Backland that cannot expand its influence? Could it be that the Earth Mother also knows of Klein's existence and wants to invest in Klein? Throughout half of Lord of the Mysteries, Avon never understood the significance of the Church of the Earth Mother establishing the Harvest Church in Backland, if Klein hadn't existed. Of course, with Klein as the protagonist, the establishment of the Harvest Church would definitely be well worth it. However, the Harvest Church was established before Klein descended into this world, not after. Could the Earth Mother have foreseen Klein's arrival? Could she have foreseen that Klein would come to Backland? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Avon always felt he was missing a clue. If he could just find that clue, everything would click into place, and all the things he couldn't understand would become clear. Just as Avon was racking his brain, the secretary on duty returned with a not-so-thick stack of documents. After dismissing the secretary, Avon held the documents in his hand and shook his head with a smile. Even Military Intelligence Section 9 didn't pay much attention to the Harvest Church, which showed how low-key and upright Father Yutravsky usually was in his actions. He probably wasn't given special attention precisely because no matter how they evaluated him, they felt he wouldn't do anything to harm the Loan Kingdom. After glancing at the documents, Avon felt a bit regretful again. He shouldn't have expected Military Intelligence Section 9 to have more information about the Harvest Church. He should have asked the Evernight Goddess Church for the relevant information. After all, even if Military Intelligence Section 9 found it inconvenient to send people to monitor, the three great churches couldn't possibly not send people to keep an eye on their rivals in the struggle for faith. Of course, Military Intelligence Section 9 not paying attention to the Harvest Church was also a very important reason. Father Yutravsky had legitimate proselytization rights. So, even if the Church of the Earth Mother had little influence in the Loan Kingdom, its status was equal to that of the other three major churches, with no hierarchy. Churches generally do not directly interfere with the administrative power of the royal family and government. Correspondingly, the royal family and Military Intelligence Section 9 cannot offend the extensions of the churches, the cathedrals, in various places. This is a matter of principle, and it is also the mode of interaction between the church and secular forces. If Military Intelligence Section 9 dared to send people to monitor the Harvest Church day and night today, would they dare to demand that the archbishops of the three great churches report to Military Intelligence Section 9 daily and be managed by Military Intelligence Section 9 tomorrow? However, although there was no valuable intelligence recorded on it, only some public information, it still gave Avon a certain understanding of the Harvest Church. Especially when Avon turned to the last report, he saw two names he was familiar with, Sherlock Moriarty and Emlyn White. Avon flipped directly to the last page and discovered that at least one-third of this not-so-thick report was provided by Sherlock Moriarty, a captain intelligence officer from Military Intelligence Section 9. I wondered why this report read like nonsense literature, saying things that amounted to saying nothing at all. Turns out Klein was swindling funds. I wonder what Klein did on Earth. He couldn't have been a civil servant, could he? Just a few sentences, but he wrote it repeatedly over a dozen pages, very formal, very detailed, yet the writing was unclear and incomprehensible. Such a high-level article is no worse than that of the legendary, Section Chief Ma. Aside from the information that the Harvest Church had taken in another priest, it didn't reveal a single concrete thing. Not even Emlyn White's sanguine identity was leaked, which shows he's a loyal friend. It's just that Military Intelligence Section 9's finances are a bit pitiful. I wonder how much funding Klein swindled from them. After teasing Klein about his scheme to embezzle funds, Avon shifted his attention back to Emlyn White. This part of the story remained largely consistent with the original novel. Emlyn White, despite not having the universal key, was still trapped in the Harvest Church, still became Klein's good friend, and became a reserve member of the Tarot Club. It's unclear how Klein established contact with the Harvest Church or befriended Emlyn White. Otherwise, he wouldn't have concealed Emlyn's sanguine identity in his report, as it isn't a major issue. Although the sanguine cannot openly walk in the light, both the three Orthodox churches and the royal family tacitly acknowledge their existence, so Emlyn White's sanguine identity is not sensitive. Yet, for such a minor matter, Klein casually helped conceal it, purely to avoid leaving any hidden dangers for him. This indirectly shows that their relationship is currently quite good. The Beander characteristic of human-skinned shadow for Klein's advancement to faceless came from me, so the other main material, the pituitary gland of an aberrant thousand-faced hunter, must have come from Emlyn White. After all, the thousand-faced hunter has been extinct for many years, and related materials haven't surfaced for a long time. Even Military Intelligence Section 9 doesn't have such materials. Only a power like the Sanguine could possibly retain them. This can be corroborated by the timeline. Klein wrote this report before his promotion to Faceless. Avon had set a trap for Klein by providing him with the human-skinned shadow characteristic but not telling him where to find the aberrant pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter. If Avon truly wanted to help, given the relationship between the Horn family and the Sanguine, he could have directly purchased the material and resold it to Klein. But Avon didn't do so, not even mentioning it once. This was to probe the Lilith behind Emlyn White, or standing behind the Sanguine. Later, Klein didn't take long to advance to Faceless, and combined with the report he had already written, it basically clarified his acquaintance with Emlyn White. This also led Avon to basically confirm that Emlyn White becoming the one chosen to chant the Fool's honorific name in the original novel was not at all as the sanguine demigod Nibeth Odra claimed, that he just randomly picked a Sanguine. Emlyn White might not have been the first choice for the Lilith behind the scenes, but once he met Klein, he became the only and best choice. From this perspective, Klein's existence and uniqueness are not secrets in the eyes of some deity-level beings. Now, the number of powerful figures Avon has confirmed to know about Klein's uniqueness is almost more than a handful. Regarding this mysterious Lilith, there are three factions of opinion within the Sanguine. One faction believes that ancestor Lilith was merely severely wounded in the second epoch and can still respond to the Sanguine in her slumber. Another faction believes that the ancestor was killed in the second epoch, and the one responding to them now is merely the evil god Primordial Moon. And all the clansmen who prayed to the Crimson Moon and suffered curses in return are the best proof. The last faction simply believes that the ancestor isn't dead, but insane. Now, combining various circumstances, Avon has two new conjectures. The Lilith, who transmits dreams to the Sanguine Marquis Nibeth Odra, is either the Evernight goddess, who holds the uniqueness of the Moon Pathway. After all, the authority of dream is the Sleepless Pathway's signature ability. Or it is the Earth Mother, a true god of a pathway adjacent to the Moon Pathway. If this Lilith is the Evernight goddess, then it would perfectly explain the widespread confusion about Klein's identity. She is using Emlyn White, who already believes in the Earth Mother, to convey a message to the Earth Mother. A part of this world's future is already in my hands. You should lean towards me and ignore the boisterous god of combat. And if this Lilith is the Earth Mother disguised, it's even easier to understand. Just like Avon's attention to the demonist sect and Theosophy order, if the Earth Mother didn't pay attention to the sanguine and make targeted arrangements, it would be unworthy of a deity's status and prestige. However, if this, Lilith, is an avatar of the Earth Mother, then arranging for Emlyn White to join the Tarot Club and connect with Klein, is she truly trying to align with the Evernight Goddess? After all, if the Evernight Goddess hadn't given her approval, the Harvest Church couldn't have been established, let alone interfere with the Tarot Club's affairs now. The next suspense is when Emlyn White will join the Tarot Club. If it's soon, we might see Mr. Moon next Monday. Avon silently buried the matters of Lilith, the Earth Mother, and Emlyn White in his heart. He still needed further observation and probing. Although the current balance among deities seems to depend on the god of steam and machinery, who is recovering from the Industrial Revolution. But Avon, having noticed so many disharmonious elements, boldly speculated that the Evernight Goddess was exerting influence on the god of combat's most reliable ally, the Earth Mother. Of course, all of this is still just Avon's conjecture. The true situation still requires the test of time. If future developments show that the Evernight Goddess truly sways the Earth Mother from the god of combat's side, it will undoubtedly play an unexpected and decisive role in the future divine war. And the Horn family, which can only stand with the Evernight Goddess, will directly and indirectly gain a significant advantage. I hope the goddess can truly achieve this. Avon, deeply hoping for the Evernight Goddess's success, drew a crimson moon on his chest, offering his blessings. Temporarily setting aside the matters of the Evernight Goddess and Lilith, Avon returned to the present. The biggest current matter was the Aurora Order, which he was about to take over. Although most of the Aurora Order's forces would be transferred to the southern continent to serve the true creator's next moves. High-level forces are easy to transfer. Mr. A and the Saint of Shadows could just buy a boat ticket to the southern continent. They could even have the Mystic Sage teleport them if they wanted to save money. But the Aurora Order isn't just these demigods, it also has a large number of low-level Beyonders and Believers without Beyonder powers, who cannot all follow. Moreover, if everyone followed, causing a huge commotion, it would be inviting the Orthodox churches to encircle and eliminate them. No hunter can resist prey with their backs turned. So, even retreating is a highly technical task. After watching so many TV dramas about the peaceful liberation of beeping, my biggest feeling is that even surrendering isn't that easy. So, according to the discussions between Mr. A and Avon, 2/3 of the Aurora Order's Beyonders would go to the southern continent, and 1/3 would remain to maintain the Aurora Order's presence in the North Continent and appease existing believers. Furthermore, the evacuation to the southern continent had to be done in batches, not all at once. Avon had spent a considerable amount of time in Military Intelligence Section 9, participated in the formation of new armies, and the development of the Aurora Order's Backland branch. He possessed rich management experience, so taking over the Aurora Order posed no technical problems. Even arranging for Aurora Order members to go to the southern continent wasn't difficult for him. He was now fully preoccupied with wanting to uncover the situation of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Mr. A and the others didn't know the specifics of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. After learning from His Excellency Angel of the Sacred Word that they were to go to the southern continent, they were so excited that they didn't consider anything else. If His Excellency Angel of the Sacred Word hadn't casually mentioned that the Iron and Blood Cross Order was like the Aurora Order when he instructed them, they would probably be completely unaware of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's movements now. According to Mr. A and their account, most of the Aurora Order's internal materials, resources, including sealed artifacts, will be transferred to the southern continent. Is the Iron and Blood Cross Order doing the same? Avon's initial risky infiltration into the Aurora Order had a very important reason. In the half-volume of the Lord of the Mysteries he had deciphered in his mind, a heavyweight figure from the Iron and Blood Cross Order appeared, Tony Dunn, who pursued Ince Zangwill in the Berserk Sea. In 08's description of Tony Dunn, it was mentioned that he aspired to become a conqueror. Because the title, Conqueror, carried significant weight, Avon speculated at the time that it might be the sequence name of a Hunter Pathway Angel. Thus, for future convenience in obtaining magic potion formulas and Beander characteristics, he joined the Aurora Order. Initially, Avon thought Conqueror was the Sequence 2 name of the Hunter pathway. Later, due to the cooperation between the Demonist sect and the Augustus family, he learned from Theosophy Order that it was the Sequence 1 name. According to the 3 great laws of Beander characteristics, all pathways, in the absence of a Sequence 0, can have a maximum of 3 Sequence 1 Beanders. In other words, each pathway only has 3 Sequence 1 Beander characteristics. Avon now confirms that Dante Einhorn, the founding emperor of the Faesac Empire, is the Sequence 1 Archangel, Conqueror. And through his experiences in Backland over the past few months, Avon is also absolutely certain that the Augustus family holds one Conqueror Beander characteristic. Thus, only one Conqueror Beander characteristic and the corresponding uniqueness of the Red Priest remain unaccounted for. The last Conqueror Beander characteristic is not in the Einhorn family's possession. Avon has already confirmed this from the Life Counselor. Through the privilege of being a Evernight Goddess's favored one, Avon had also once reviewed the Church of the Night Goddess's internal records regarding other Orthodox churches' grade 0 sealed artifacts. Aside from sealed artifact 001 of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom having some similarities, there were no grade 0 sealed artifacts that matched the description of Conqueror in the blasphemy slate. Moreover, the reputation of this sealed artifact 001 is simply too great, so great that it is unlikely to have been formed by a Conqueror Beander characteristic. After all, the ranking of these grade 0 sealed artifacts was personally assigned by the 7 Orthodox gods when the sealed artifact classification system was first established, so there absolutely couldn't be any mistakes. And the powerful and hard to guard against sealed artifact 008 was also formed by a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, which further confirms that 001 absolutely cannot be a Conqueror Beander characteristic. Instead, it is more likely to be the uniqueness of the Red Priest. Therefore, the possibility of this Beander characteristic being in the hands of the world's second largest Beander organization primarily focused on the Hunter pathway, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, is greatly increased. Avon had originally planned to wait a couple of months, after the new army was initially formed and went overseas for training, to see if he could find an opportunity to visit the Fog Sea. He wanted to make contact with the Intis Republic and the Iron and Blood Cross Order, whose main area of activity was Intis, to indirectly inquire about relevant information. However, the news that the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order were withdrawing to the southern continent completely disrupted Avon's plans. Speaking of which, all these things were caused by me. In the original novel, at this time, the true creator absolutely did not descend upon the world. The root of the problem is still with me, which means I have no reason to curse. Avon rubbed his temples, feeling exceptionally agitated. He is now unsure if the Iron and Blood Cross Order possesses the last Conqueror Beander characteristic. He is unsure if the information Mr. A received from Angel of the Sacred Word was deliberately leaked by Angel of the Sacred Word. He is unsure if this message was something Grisha wanted to convey to him through Angel of the Sacred Word. He is unsure what message Grisha or Adam intended to convey by leaking this information to him. Are they trying to manipulate him? Or do they want him to do something? Everything is filled with uncertainty, which makes Avon, who is accustomed to taking the initiative, unusually vexed. Because for this matter, he had no prior preparations and no understanding of any hidden details, so he could only react passively. I hope all of this is just me overthinking it. Maybe Grisha and Adam aren't thinking as much as I imagine. Avon offered himself a reassurance he didn't even believe. In any case, everything depends on meeting Angel of the Sacred Word in the next few days and seeing what he says then. However, I can't just sit idly by. I should also mobilize my forces to investigate the relevant situation. Thinking this, Avon tossed Klein's report aside, pulled a fountain pen from a drawer, and began drafting a document himself. He intended to use Military Intelligence Section 9, an official intelligence organization, to uncover the Iron and Blood Cross Order's movements during this period. This was just the overt approach. He also planned to use another secret channel to monitor affairs within Intis, the Hermits of Fate, who had previously cooperated with Robert. They had previously helped Robert eliminate Gabriel, the head of the Intis 8th Bureau. After this cooperation, trust was established between the two parties, and private contact began. Avon recently heard that the Hermits of Fate had gained some inspiration from their previous operation and were ambitiously looking to replace the Secret Order's position in Intis. This doesn't mean they want to operate openly. Thieves cannot survive in the sunlight, and furthermore, even true gods cannot shelter them from Amen. They want to parasitize the entire Secret Order. This way, they can not only complete the pathway conversion but also escape Amon's preparations. And even don a new disguise. However, achieving this is not easy, they need some help. Robert's current subtle mutual reliance with them is precisely for this reason. With both sides intentionally seeking closer ties, Avon's few requests would not be refused. Chapter 364, Decision. After finishing the document he had issued, Avon called the duty secretary in again. Send this mission out tomorrow. It's an A-level mission. Yes, sir. Taking the document, the duty secretary saluted Avon, then left the office. Avon opened his pocket watch and saw that it was already 4 a.m. Not wanting to go home, he lay on the sofa, intending to make do for the night. Furs walked into the train station, pulling a large wheeled suitcase, arriving at Pritz Harbor, the most important and largest port in the Loan Kingdom. Following the old man in front of her out of the station, breathing air mixed with the scent of burning coal and the sea, Furs said with some confusion. Mr. Lawrence, does the teacher you're introducing me to live in Pritz Harbor? Mr. Lawrence, dressed in a proper suit, turned his head and looked at the large suitcase behind Furs, saying with a strange expression. I told you, the place we're going won't be far. Yes, you did say that, but you didn't say it would be this close. Furs looked at the dense crowd of workers coming and going not far away, and the cargo ship in the distance, its huge chimney spewing thick black smoke as it prepared to enter the harbor, feeling an urge to curse herself. Why didn't I ask for clarification earlier? Suddenly, Furs seemed to remember something and quickly asked, how long will we be staying here? Although I said I was finding you a teacher, his sequence is actually the same as yours. It's more about making you a link between the Abraham family and the Horn family. And since you come from Military Intelligence Section 9, he doesn't need to teach you general mysticism knowledge. So, if all goes well, you can return to Backland tonight or tomorrow morning. After several days of observation and understanding, Lawrence had come to agree with his sister-in-law's judgment before her death. Miss Furs, though somewhat lacking in ambition, was kind and trustworthy, so he didn't need to hide too much. Hearing Mr. Lawrence say this, Furs quickly entrusted her luggage to the old man and then ran back towards the station. A while later, she emerged from the station, excitedly holding a boat ticket. Mr. Lawrence glanced at it, then said with a strange expression. Why did you book a boat ticket back to Backland via the inland river for the evening, instead of a return ticket for the steam train? The entire Pritz Harbor was a major transportation hub, not only receiving ships from all over the world but also having railways running north and south, and inland river routes leading to the interior. So, for convenience, all ticketing services were handled in one place, which was the steam train station. Taking a boat is much cheaper than taking a steam train, Furs said matter-of-factly as she placed the boat ticket in her suitcase and took hold of the handle. Lawrence was choked up. He never imagined that would be the reason. Was a difference of a few Seul worth changing the return method? Are all Military Intelligence Section 9 intelligence officers so strapped for cash? Lawrence hesitated, but ultimately didn't ask. He simply adjusted his top hat and led Furs towards the street not far away. The roads were wider than in many parts of Backland, and the air quality was better, but relatively, it was also much dirtier. Furs looked around as she followed the old man to a rather dilapidated small building with a dusty sign hanging above it, which read, Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. Without much trouble, Lawrence led Furs to the Mr. Dorian Gray he had spoken of. This gentleman was of medium height, with somewhat exaggerated arms, but unlike the other members of the Fishermen's Association, he had very neatly combed hair. Dorian, this is Miss Furs, whom I mentioned in my letter a few days ago. This is Dorian Gray, one of the principal managers within our Abraham family. Fearing Furs might not understand, Mr. Lawrence added another sentence. Our Abraham family is hidden all over the world, concealing our identities, so the surnames of each branch are different. Hearing this, Furs once again mourned the fate of the Abraham family. Because of this inexplicable curse, this angel family, passed down from the fourth epoch, had truly suffered terribly. After the three sat down and exchanged a few pleasantries, Dorian said to Furs, I've booked a restaurant for the two of you. We can go to the best restaurant in Pritz Harbor for a meal later. I believe you also need to change, so I'll arrange a room for you. Furs knew that Dorian wanted to get her out of the way to have a deep conversation with old Mr. Lawrence, so she naturally agreed to the suggestion. Dorian called his secretary and asked her to arrange a resting place for Furs. After Furs left, Dorian carefully closed the door, then turned around and said seriously, Lawrence, I need to perform some screening on you. Next, you must completely relax your mind and spiritual defenses. Old Mr. Lawrence was not at all surprised by Dorian's actions, as this was something he had discussed with Dorian before deciding to go to Backland to meet Furs. Seeing Lawrence nod in agreement, Dorian drew the office curtains. Then he opened a secret compartment and took out an item from it. It was a crystal ball, pure and shining with brilliant light. Dorian placed the crystal ball opposite Lawrence, stroking it back and forth with both hands, murmuring in a whisper. As Dorian infused the crystal ball with his spirituality, the pure crystal ball suddenly darkened. A reflection of the cosmos appeared, with countless stars, captivating and enchanting, as if it contained an entire night sky. And as time passed, the stars within it shone brighter and brighter, and like living things, they began to move, faster and faster, gradually becoming too quick for the human eye to follow. This situation gradually returned to normal after Dorian stopped murmuring. Finally, a dozen complex and mysterious patterns, composed of countless specks of light, formed on the crystal ball. Dorian, as an astrologer, bent his head to examine them, even using pre-prepared paper and pen to write and draw, performing the interpretation. After more than 10 minutes, Dorian finally completed the astrological interpretation. He first put the crystal ball away again, then, as if relieved, said to Lawrence, You haven't been deeply affected by Beyonder power. It's just that your destiny seems to have undergone a major change, but this change seems to be developing in a good direction. Hearing Dorian's conclusion, Lawrence also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Avon and Furs seemed very friendly and sincere in their cooperation, he still dared not be negligent or careless in the slightest. After all, the Abraham family, having experienced rebellion, no longer had the right to make mistakes. Dorian was actually his last line of defense. Before going to Backland, he had discussed all possible scenarios with Dorian. This included someone using a sealed artifact to influence Lawrence's cognition. Thanks to the protection of the Horn family, I was spared from the Great Plague in Backland this time. This might be the reason you saw my destiny change for the better. Otherwise, with my current body, encountering the Great Plague released by the Demoness, I might very well have lost my life in Backland. Lawrence thought for a moment and found the reason for the change in his destiny, but there was no joy in his tone about escaping a great disaster. Dorian also clearly heard the despondency in his tone but could only sigh inwardly and change the subject. I also heard about that disaster. During this time, the most common things transported from Pritz Harbor to Backland were body bags and lime for disposing of corpses. By the way, does the Horn family have any information about this matter? The Demoness sect had always been the main force targeting the Abraham family, so Dorian was very concerned about the Demoness sect's actions. Moreover, Pritz Harbor was simply too close to Backland, and he was somewhat worried that the demonesses would continue to cause trouble in Backland in the future, ultimately implicating him. Lawrence naturally understood Dorian's concerns but could not provide more effective information. He shook his head and said, "This matter seems very complicated. When I was talking with Avon Horn, the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, I tried to probe him a few times, but he always changed the subject." Dorian sighed at this but wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he eagerly asked about the matter he cared about most. "You sent word to me earlier that there's an angel behind the Horn family. Is that true?" Due to communication security issues, Lawrence hadn't been very clear in his previous communications, so in many situations, Dorian only had a general idea and didn't know the details. It should be correct. Avon Horn admitted that Queen Mystic has successfully advanced to an angel in Backland and is supporting the Horn family in restoring their nation. He deliberately told me this information, partly to show their strength, and partly because he might know that Benjamin Abraham once assisted Emperor Rosal, and we have a way to get in touch with Queen Mystic to verify it. Dorian was stunned. He truly hadn't expected the angel behind the Horn family to be Queen Mystic, who had ties with their Abraham family. This news made him somewhat ecstatic. If this is true, then shouldn't we go to Her Highness Bernadette and ask her to protect the Abraham family, just as Emperor Rosal did back then? Benjamin Abraham had diligently assisted Emperor Rosal, and in return, Emperor Rosal was to protect the Abraham family. That period was one of the few peaceful times the Abraham family had experienced in over 1,000 years, and it provided a crucial window for the Abraham family to recover some of its vitality. It was just a pity that this time was too short. Emperor Rosal was mysteriously assassinated, plunging the Abraham family back into the abyss. The Abraham family truly needed the protection of an angel. I think we shouldn't do that. Queen Mystic and the Horn family are allies, and the Horn family deliberately informed us that Queen Mystic became an angel. If we bypass the Horn family and directly contact Queen Mystic, hoping to gain her protection, it might anger the Horn family. Moreover, Queen Mystic is an ally of the Horn family, so she should be aware of the Horn family's efforts to win us over. She might not necessarily bypass the Horn family to offer us protection. So, if things go wrong, we might lose everything and displease both sides. Let's not create unnecessary complications. Dorian's idea had also lingered in Lawrence's mind, but years of experience immediately made him realize the potential risks involved in doing so. Hearing this, Dorian calmed down again, thought carefully, and felt that Lawrence's words made sense. He realized he had been a bit too impulsive and couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. "You were right to admonish me. I will take on the task of investigating whether Queen Mystic has advanced to an angel. I will find Benjamin's descendants to go out to sea and contact Orvie Island." Currently, the matter of Queen Mystic advancing to an angel was still just the Horn family's word. Although they didn't believe Avon would deceive them, the necessary verification still needed to be done. From Avon Horn's tone, it seems they are quite confident in overthrowing the Fasak Empire. They should have received support from the Orthodox churches, and possibly more than one. So, in order to gain greater benefits in the future, our Abraham family should also show sincerity in subsequent cooperation. During his time in Backland, Lawrence thoroughly investigated the background of the Horn family and the current situation of the Loan Kingdom. The results of his investigation further solidified his determination to side with the Horn family. "Is that why you want me to take the lady you just mentioned as a student?" Dorian had known in advance that Lawrence was looking for a student for him, so he wasn't surprised to see Furs today. "Exactly. I have investigated Miss Furs, and even performed, astrologer, on her. She will absolutely not betray the Abraham family like those traitors did." At this point, the entire office fell silent, and Dorian was extremely embarrassed, because it was his own students who had delivered the most painful blow to the family. "I don't mean to blame you. What happened was a failure of our strategy for cultivating students, not an individual problem. I've thought a lot during this time, even putting myself in the shoes of those few people to consider the problem. To some extent, we did block their path. It's certainly wrong for them to betray us, their teachers, for the sake of advancement. But our precautions against students from other families also intensified the conflict. I think we shouldn't be rigid in the matter of taking students. Instead, we should face it head-on and treat the students we take as members of our own family, without favoritism. Dorian had also thought a lot after the rebellion occurred. His views were basically consistent with Lawrence's. It was just that there was a major split within the Abraham family regarding the approach to taking students, and he found it difficult to persuade others. Lawrence naturally understood the current situation, but he still said decisively, "Rigidity leads nowhere, and waiting for the family to reach a consensus is too slow. As a principal manager, you should take responsibility. When you prove yourself, all opposition will disappear. Let's start by cultivating Miss Furs." Chapter 365, Borrowing Money, Tricking the Fish. Lunchtime, a private room at the Four-Winged Bird restaurant. Furs, dressed in formal attire, sat upright, elegantly using her knife and fork to tackle the roasted fish seasoned with rosemary. The fish had a crispy skin, tender and delicious flesh, and no fine bones. It was quite tasty. The only flaw was the chef's questionable aesthetic sense. When plating, he surprisingly left the fish's eyes, and even more strangely, the fish head was upright, staring fixedly at the diner as if accusing them of their sins. Furs couldn't ignore the dead fish's gaze. While Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Dorian were ordering red wine, she quietly pushed the fish head down and cut off a section of the fish tail to cover its eternally open eyes. The chef here was hired by the restaurant at a great cost from Backland, specifically to serve the wealthy merchants and officials of the harbor. I was only able to reserve today's table through an old friend. Furs, how do you find the taste? Although the fish head's appearance was off-putting, the taste was indeed excellent, no less inferior to what Furs had eaten at Viscount Glaint's salon. It's incredibly delicious. Even at some noble banquets in Backland, such delicious fish is rare. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Just now, with Mr. Lawrence as a witness, Furs had officially become Mr. Dorian's student. Hearing Furs's words, Mr. Dorian's smile widened, and he continued. You haven't been a Beander for long, yet you've managed to become an astrologer so quickly and have a deep understanding of the role-playing method. It's truly an injustice for me to be your teacher. Upon hearing this, Furs quickly put down her knife and fork and said solemnly, I must also thank Ms. Annalise's legacy. It was her Beander characteristic that she gave me, allowing me to embark on the path of a Beander. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Hearing the genuine gratitude in Furs's words, Mr. Dorian nodded inwardly, and the smile in his eyes became even more evident. You understand the role-playing method and have a profound grasp of its key points. On this, I won't teach you much more, only share some experiences from the Abraham family ancestors' role-playing method for your reference. Besides that, I will explain more about mysticism knowledge and some hidden historical truths, which are things you probably can't learn at Military Intelligence Section 9. Just then, Mr. Lawrence, who had spoken little since entering the private room, suddenly interjected. According to family rules, when taking on a student, the teacher should provide the first potion. Miss Furs doesn't need you to provide a potion now, so Dorian, shouldn't you also provide another welcome gift? Upon hearing this, Furs instinctively wanted to decline, but before she could speak, Mr. Dorian had already smiled and said, I've already thought about that in advance, of course. There won't be any less. With that, Mr. Dorian pulled out a palm-sized notebook from his left coat pocket. The notebook's cover looked very hard and was bronze green, appearing very ancient. From the side, the notebook seemed to be made of 3 different colored papers, and on the cover was a line of words in ancient Forsac. I came, I saw, I recorded. It was somewhat similar to Emperor Rosel's famous saying, I came, I saw, I conquered. This notebook is called the Lyman's Book of Magic. It's made from the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. It can record Beander abilities you've witnessed and preserve them for a long time. It can even record the abilities of demigods, but only a maximum of 3. Mr. Dorian meticulously introduced the notebook, mentioning its side effects and how to avoid them. Furs listened, secretly clicking her tongue. Possessing this notebook was akin to becoming a small shepherd. If she could find powerful beyonders, or even demigods, and record their abilities, then as long as she didn't provoke high-sequence beyonders, she could practically walk sideways in Backland. No, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it. Although she coveted the notebook, Furs knew her place and didn't just casually accept it, repeatedly declining. Miss Furs, please accept it. You are the link between the Abraham family and the Horn family, so your personal safety is very important. Moreover, I told you before that the Abraham family experienced a rebellion 2 years ago, and those traitors are still looking for people connected to the Abraham family. If you accept this, we can feel a little more at ease about your safety. Furs becoming a student of the Abraham family actually carried corresponding risks, as too many people in this world wanted to find the Abraham family. The Abraham family, without the protection of high-sequence powerhouses, was like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold brick, a fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes. At the same time, Lawrence and Dorian decided to give this notebook to Furs with an unspoken ulterior motive. Once Furs received this notebook, she would undoubtedly be eager to find her backers and see if she could record some trump cards. And Dorian could then use this to glimpse what kind of foundation the Horn family currently possessed, which was also a small test of the Horn family. Upon hearing this, Furs also thought of the events in Backland over the past few months. There had been 3 angel wars alone. If she didn't have some trump cards, she would sooner or later be scared to death. So, she gratefully accepted the welcome gift from her teacher. At the same time, she was indeed thinking, as Lawrence and Dorian had anticipated, about which channels she could use to fill the pages of the Lyman's Book of Magic that could record demigod abilities. However, the first person she thought of was not Avon, whom she was most familiar with, to ask him to record a demigod's ability through Robert Horn, but rather Mr. Fool, who held infinite power in her heart. If Mr. Fool could display his abilities again, and I could record them, even if angels were battling above my head, I should be safe and sound, right? But Furs immediately realized that this thought was too blasphemous and repeatedly apologized in her heart. Yet, after apologizing in her heart, she couldn't suppress the thought. So, stroking the patterns on the cover of the Lyman's Book of Magic, she cautiously asked, "What is the limit of the abilities this magic notebook can record? Can it record the power of an angel?" Lawrence and Dorian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes, and for a moment, they didn't know how to answer. The information Furs revealed startled them, especially Lawrence, who recalled Avon's words that their restoration plan had the support of more than one angel. Furs didn't realize the shock her words had brought to the 2 Abrahams, but she did sense the change in atmosphere. As she was about to retract her question, Dorian spoke with a cryptic tone. "No, angels and demigods are no longer on the same level of existence. The Lyman's Book of Magic, being able to record demigod abilities, is already very powerful. We cannot expect it to do even better." Furs gave an awkward smile, also feeling that she was being too greedy and shouldn't aim for immediate success. The 2 sides chatted for a while longer, discussing matters of military intelligence. Section 9. Furs, finally finding an opportunity, took the chance to mention her friend's troubles. "She is my closest friend and the most promising intelligence officer in military intelligence." Section 9. "She became a Beyander in a shorter time than me, but her talent for role-playing far surpasses mine. Many people say she might break Ewan Horn's age record for becoming Deputy Director of Military Intelligence." Section 9. Lawrence and Dorian were both shrewd individuals and immediately realized that Furs also had a request this time. And Furs's friend, from her description, could indeed be called promising. Lawrence had already learned during his previous conversations with Avon in Backland that Avon's future development focus was in the army, and Furs, as a Beyander of the apprentice pathway, was destined not to be high profile within military intelligence. Section 9. This also meant that Furz's friend was indeed a valuable investment. Furz, you have already become a student of the Abraham family. You can directly state what help you seek for your friend. Despite Furz's confident assurances when persuading Zio, she couldn't help but feel uneasy when she actually had to ask for money, especially after just receiving a generous gift. So, upon hearing Mr. Lawrence's words, she could only thick-skinnedly say, "In Military Intelligence Section 9, the best way to earn merit is to complete tasks assigned by superiors with quality and quantity. Another way is to eliminate a few terrorists who endanger Backland's safety, and the Rose School of Thought from the southern continent is such a target. We recently heard that someone possesses the Beander characteristics of a zombie and a werewolf. If these Beander characteristics could be handed in, it would be a great merit, but obtaining these few Beander characteristics requires a large sum of money." After speaking, Furz looked at the two opposite her with some apprehension. To her surprise, Lawrence and Dorian exchanged another glance, then both smiled. "How much money does your friend need?" Mr. Lawrence hadn't expected a promising Military Intelligence Section 9 intelligence officer to be troubled by money, but this also indirectly reflected the character of Furz and her friend. Even if they were short on cash, they wouldn't resort to dishonest means. "We need 5,000 gold pounds. We can pay interest at the bank rate." Furz was also very pleasantly surprised. She naturally understood her teacher's meaning and hadn't expected borrowing money to be so easy. "No need for interest. You can repay it within 2 years. You can give me a bank account, and I can transfer the money to you within these 2 days." Dorian's words exuded an air of generosity that greatly astonished Furz. While Furz was in Pritz Harbor to seek a teacher and borrow money, Avon, dressed in civilian clothes, arrived at the Harvest Church in south of the bridge and saw Emlyn White, who was busy decocting herbs. Avon moved with difficulty among the wailing patients, heading towards the Harvest Church. But just as he approached the Harvest Church, a tall, muscular father, with his sleeves rolled up, walked out of the church and immediately fixed his gaze on Avon. And Emlyn White, who was stirring the herbs, also noticed the father's unusual behavior and looked up at Avon in the crowd. Seeing this, Avon understood that this church indeed possessed some extraordinary quality, capable of allowing Father Yutravsky to detect his presence. Since he was already exposed, Avon decided to drop the pretense and, using the furnace fire from decocting herbs, instantly appeared before them. And all the surrounding patients surprisingly showed no awareness of this. Military Intelligence Section 9 has received a report alleging that the Harvest Church is involved in smuggling prohibited toxic medicinal materials, so we're here to investigate. Avon immediately accused the Harvest Church of a crime, taking the moral high ground. "You're from Military Intelligence Section 9. Before Father Yutravsky could speak, Emlyn White immediately retorted with an unfriendly tone. "That's right, I am Deputy Director Avon Horn, Colonel of Military Intelligence Section 9. Do you have anything to say about the report against you?" Avon directly ignored Emlyn's words and looked at Father Yutravsky, appearing to be demanding an explanation. Father Yutravsky made a gesture of prayer, then, with clear eyes, said calmly, "The Harvest Church is a small church, with only 2 clergy members. We don't have the funds or manpower to be involved in smuggling medicinal materials." Avon glanced at the boiling iron pot and sneered, saying, "If you aren't involved in smuggling, then where did all these medicinal materials come from? Of course, they are donations from believers. Colonel, are you perhaps going to ask which believers donated them?" Emlyn White, who had just been ignored by Avon, was seething with anger and directly taunted Avon. Donations from believers were the church's largest source of income, and also the most confidential matter for the church, besides Beander affairs. It also involved the internal operations of the church, which Military Intelligence Section 9 had no right to inquire about. Not only Military Intelligence Section 9, but even the royal family had no right to inquire. This was also the reason Klein had prepared in advance when discussing with Father Yutravsky and Emlyn White last night. No one could audit the church's accounts except for internal church personnel. This was also why Klein insisted on involving the Harvest Church. He had previously been a Nighthawk and knew too well the importance of this church facade. As long as they had this protective umbrella, and as long as they weren't caught red-handed, then Military Intelligence Section 9 and the Kingdom government would be helpless against any loopholes here. Avon's eyes narrowed, sensing that something was amiss. He felt that Father Utravsky and Emlyn White seemed to have prepared in advance for Military Intelligence Section 9's investigation. Moreover, their response seemed to be taught by someone who deeply understood the relationship between the church and secular powers. This was very unusual, very wrong. Avon's mind raced. Almost at the instant Emlyn White uttered his taunt, he immediately bluffed. That doesn't sound like something you'd think of. Sherlock Moriarty must have taught you, right? How did you know? As soon as the words left his mouth, Emlyn White reacted, then shouted in exasperation, "You're tricking me." Meanwhile, Father Utravsky, beside him, covered his face in exasperation. Chapter 366, George III scheming against the Black Emperor. Emlyn White was not a fool, he simply lacked experience in dealing with people, so Avon easily tricked him into revealing, "You know reporter Sherlock Moriarty." Having calmed down, Emlyn White knew he had caused a major problem. While urgently thinking of countermeasures, he conversed with Avon. This was both to buy himself time and to probe how much Avon truly knew. Emlyn's little scheme naturally couldn't hide from Avon, but Avon was also very surprised. It seemed Klein was about to stir up something big after just 2 days of not paying attention to him. His earlier claim of receiving a report was, of course, false. Military Intelligence Section 9 had long known that the Harvest Church was teaching believers to pick herbs for healing. Firstly, because the scale was small, and secondly, the target demographic of the Harvest Church was poor people with no resources left. Therefore, Military Intelligence Section 9 only recorded the Harvest Church's activities and didn't intervene further. Avon's initial aggressive stance as an enforcer was merely an excuse to find a reason for them to interact. He hadn't expected that by picking a fight, he would actually reel in a fish, and seemingly not just an ordinary one. This was somewhat like a police spot check, where the culprits, in their nervousness, confessed without being interrogated. Avon never doubted Klein's ability to stir up trouble. With just a slight connection to yesterday's Tarot Club discussion and Emlyn White's recent words, he immediately understood what Klein intended to do. This time I was careless. I should have realized that with Klein's personality, he wouldn't stand idly by on this matter. Steadying his mind, Avon smiled and said to Emlyn White, "Of course, I know him. He's the one I recruited into Military Intelligence Section 9. And at least a third of the reports concerning the Harvest Church were written by him." Avon's words hit Emlyn White like a bolt from the blue, stunning him for a long time before he finally recovered. Klein was a member of Military Intelligence Section 9. He had always thought Klein was a down-to-earth reporter, practically the conscience of society. He never expected him to be an officially registered member of Military Intelligence Section 9. Then why would he approach the Church of the Earth Mother for cooperation, undermining the LotM Kingdom government? Was it genuine kindness, unwilling to see Backland littered with corpses, or did he have another motive? Just as Emlyn White's mind was in a turmoil, Father Utravsky, with a similarly grim expression, directly asked, "Your Excellency came to the Harvest Church because you received a report from your subordinate and are here to investigate." Father Utravsky thought more deeply than Emlyn. He worried that Sherlock Moriarty was a trap aimed at the Church of the Earth Mother. The Kingdom government and the Church were indeed in a state of non-interference, but this also had a prerequisite: no evidence being caught by the other party. Once an opponent seized a handle, the unspoken agreement of non-interference would vanish. This was also a type of rule. If Sherlock Moriarty was indeed a trap, then the Harvest Church would be very passive, even facing the risk of being banned. One must know that although the Church of the Earth Mother was allowed to proselytize in the LotM Kingdom, it bore many restrictions and did not have the same influence as other churches. At this moment, if someone with ulterior motives seized a handle, Whether the Harvest Church could continue to exist and whether the Church of the Earth Mother could retain its right to proselytize would be a big question mark. Avin naturally understood what Father Yutravsky was thinking. He certainly wouldn't ruin Klein's image in his heart, so he smiled and explained. No, there were indeed many reports about the Harvest Church, saying that the Harvest Church was selling fake and shoddy medicines. So I looked up some materials about the Harvest Church and found that the relevant reports were written by my friend Sherlock. But frankly, his report was so poorly written it might as well not have been written at all. It contained no actual content, not even mentioning that this gentleman is a genuine vampire. It seems he's quite familiar with you all. There were indeed many people reporting the Harvest Church, as its existence also affected the interests of some ruffians and medicine swindlers. After all, while the kingdom government didn't care for the meager money left by the poor, there were plenty of people who weren't so picky. Avin's words made both Father Yutravsky and Emlyn White breathe a sigh of relief. Avin's words, on the one hand, let them know that Klein was still their friend and they didn't have to worry about being betrayed by Klein. On the other hand, it also indicated that Military Intelligence Section 9 was currently unaware of their plan. Finally, they understood from Avin's words that although Sherlock was the subordinate of the person in front of them, their relationship was good enough to be called friends. Sanguine, I am a noble sanguine. Don't use that word to describe us, we are not like them. Understanding that Sherlock was still reliable, Emlyn White, hearing the person in front of him describe him as a vampire, retorted somewhat indignantly. Avin raised an eyebrow at this, said nothing more, and shrugged, as if to say, whatever you say, as long as you're happy. This only fueled Emlyn White's anger, making him want to punch the person in front of him. Your Excellency isn't here just because of some minor reports, are you, to pay attention to the Harvest Church? Father Yutravsky did not relax his vigilance because of Avin's explanation. Of course not. I am concerned about the Harvest Church because there is a favored one of the Earth Mother in Backland. Coming here today is also a way of saying hello. Perhaps we will have opportunities to interact in the future. Father Yutravsky looked Avin up and down for a while, then made another prayer gesture and said, "The Mother's Church does not reject anyone. You are welcome here anytime. Now, please step aside. We need to distribute the potions to the patients." Avin glanced at the iron pot beside him, which was already boiling and bubbling, then smiled and stepped aside. Emlyn White glared at Avin, who had annoyed him so much, then rolled up the sleeves of his robe and began to distribute the brewed herbs with the father. When the father started to pour out the medicine, several strong women immediately stepped forward to help them. They were all believers who had converted to the Earth Mother, voluntarily helping here after being saved by the Harvest Church. Avin stood aside, watched for a while, then quietly left without any further words. After the potions were distributed, Emlyn White noticed Avin's departure. After thinking for a moment, he moved closer to the father and whispered, "What does this Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 want to do? Will he affect our plan with Sherlock?" Father Yutravsky, while refilling the large iron pot with water, shook his head and said, "I don't know. We'll only know everything after we meet with Mr. Sherlock." Emlyn thought for a moment and said timidly to the father, "Actually, we should have kept that person here, at least until Sherlock arrived, before letting him leave. Otherwise, who knows what might happen in between." Father Yutravsky stopped his movements and looked at Emlyn strangely, making Emlyn feel uneasy and quickly say, guiltily, "I meant to invite him for a cup of tea or something, not to lay hands on him." Father Yutravsky lowered his head, turning the stirring stick in his hand, then said, "I don't think your idea is wrong. After all, the Mother teaches us to resolutely reject people or things that hinder our lives. It's acceptable to use some means to achieve the goal of saving people. The reason I didn't do so just now is that neither you nor I have the strength to forcibly keep that colonel." "How is that possible?" Emlyn White's mouth dropped open, exclaiming in surprise. If Father Yutravsky hadn't said it himself, he wouldn't have believed that the father and he, working together, couldn't detain that person who looked less robust than him. He had witnessed Father Yutravsky's peak combat power. Back then, he and his parents, three sanguine with very suitable combat abilities, were defeated by the father working together. If his parents hadn't seized the opportunity to escape, perhaps their whole family would have converted their faith by now. Are you sure you didn't misjudge? I didn't feel that person was particularly powerful. Emlyn still felt it was unbelievable, as Avon was too far from his imagined strong person. That person possesses divinity. In other words, he is a demigod. Didn't you notice that I consistently addressed him as, Your Excellency? Demigod. Emlyn White thought of those important figures who slept in coffins for years, then thought of Avon, who looked younger than him, and after a long pause, managed to say, he definitely doesn't have as many puppets as I do. Avon naturally didn't know about Emlyn White's forced comparison of him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He was now in a carriage, on his way to Klein's house. At the same time, he was constantly weighing how to approach Klein's current actions in the carriage. From his heart, Avon admired Klein's decision. His behavior was completely altruistic and unlikely to bring him positive returns. At least, Avon would not do thankless tasks, especially when the risks were very high. However, when Avon guessed what Klein intended to do just now, he keenly detected a scent of conspiracy. He suddenly felt that this government action to fill deficits was being exploited, and the target was Klein. But why? As far as Avon knew, Klein had no enemies in Backland. Who would go to such lengths to target him? First, Avon was certain of one thing: Klein's identity had not been exposed. If Klein's identity had been exposed, the person behind it wouldn't need to go to such great lengths, they could simply knock on his door and check his water meter. But since Klein's identity had not been exposed, why would the person behind it target him? Moreover, this person behind the scenes had immense power, enough to directly push the Lowen Kingdom government's actions and implement them in a short period. Avon pondered the original plot and recent events, finally recalling the source of the major Backland riot a few days ago, the Capin Villa explosion. Or perhaps the person behind the scenes is targeting Klein's other identity, the Black Emperor. During this time, Avon hadn't noticed any movements from Military Intelligence Section 9 or the royal family, thinking that the Augustus family, having suffered huge losses, was also licking its wounds and had no time to spare for other matters. Yet, he hadn't realized that George III had already made his move. It seems George III really cares about the person who disrupted his plan. He probably personally pushed this subsidy finance plan within the government. No one else has that much power, only he can quickly integrate various forces and push for its execution within a few days. But is George III expending such great effort just for a not-so-strong informant? Although he had already confirmed in his heart that George III was dealing with Klein, Avon still had some doubts. After all, the cost and benefit of his actions seemed disproportionate. Unless Klein's value in George III's eyes is extremely great, making George III willing to spare no expense to find him. Suddenly, Avon's pupils contracted sharply. He thought of something that hadn't happened in the original story. That was Klein appearing in George III's sight in the form of the Black Emperor. In the original story, whenever Klein acted in the form of the Black Emperor, he would quickly detach from his spirit-body state after a single strike. However, on that night, he appeared several times in the form of the Black Emperor in Backland. If it was just to eliminate Capin in that form, that would be one thing. Afterward, Klein had at least personally reported to the archbishops of the two major churches, the Storm and the Night, in the form of the Black Emperor. And after the Capin incident, with the Backland riot having to be triggered prematurely, the entire situation in Backland fell under the gaze of George III, this great angel. Under these circumstances, Klein, the instigator of all the trouble, would naturally enter George III's sight. What was worse was that George III, who wanted to ascend the Black Emperor's throne, couldn't possibly fail to notice the Black Emperor aura on the blasphemy slate. What those who aspire to become the Black Emperor fear most is not the so-called difficulty of the ritual, nor the so-called divine interference, but the previous Black Emperor opening their coffin lid and returning to life. From the revival of Emperor Solomon in the Fourth Epic, and the struggles between Truncest and Tutor, it is clear how much such an event is a holy cow moment for an angel dedicated to becoming the Black Emperor. Could George III be treating Klein as an early stage of Rosal's revival? So now, everything else must be put aside to first figure out what exactly is going on with the Black Emperor. Avon felt that his analysis should have no loopholes and found it somewhat amusing. Klein, with a blasphemy slate, has unknowingly taken so many bullets and carried so many burdens for Rosal. First, Bernadette regards him as her father's reincarnation, and now George III suspects he is the resurrected Rosal. If he knew this blasphemy slate would bring him so much trouble, would he regret obtaining it? Chapter 367, Avon vs. Klein. Avon teased Klein in his heart, then turned his attention to how he should deal with this matter. First, nothing could happen to Klein. Avon still hadn't figured out why he and Klein had transmigrated almost at the same time. He wasn't sure if there were any deep-seated secrets behind his and Klein's simultaneous arrival in this world. Having witnessed powerful figures playing grand games, Avon dared not harbor any lucky. What if Klein and I have a hidden mystical connection? If he dies suddenly and drags me down with him, wouldn't that be too much of a loss for me? It's hard enough to transmigrate to another world. If I die for this reason, that would be the biggest joke in the world. This was also why Avon often acted like a madman when facing Klein, swaying back and forth, at a loss. On one hand, the appetite the gray fog showed him during his first visit to the gray fog made Avon's hair stand on end, forcing him to secretly lay traps everywhere to cope with a potential betrayal in the future. On the other hand, he was worried about the hidden connection between him and Klein. They might be a pair of fated companions. Klein and Avon transmigrated on the same day. Such a coincidence made Avon suspect the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, believing that the gray fog's overreaction to him back then originated from this mysterious celestial worthy. He and Klein shared a strong sense of destiny, a deliberately arranged fate, which made Avon wonder if he was a deliberate arrangement by the celestial worthy, targeting the new master of the gray fog, Klein. Therefore, he couldn't scheme to kill Klein, because if he truly was a chess piece to counterbalance Klein, then once something happened to Klein, his chess piece might also lose its purpose, and his fate would likely not be much better. Avon had to guard against this. So the tricky part was here. He couldn't destroy Klein, nor could he just watch Klein grow day by day without his influence, leading to a day when he himself might be devoured by the gray fog. Thus, Avon's current strategy was to wholeheartedly help Klein, forge a true friendship with him, and at the same time, give Klein a genuine weakness. This matter is a bit troublesome. I can't just stand by and watch Klein be exposed and fall into George III's scheme. But I don't have the means to deal with George III right now. The best way is to persuade Klein to abandon this action, but if Klein could truly watch the common people be forced to their deaths, would he still be Klein? Avon rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. In this matter, Avon couldn't ask Robert for help, because this was something Robert strongly supported. Even when George III instructed others to propose this plan, Robert immediately applauded and voted in favor, so naturally, he wouldn't undermine himself. Just as Avon was racking his brain for a solution, the carriage brought him to Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. After paying the fare, Avon pulled down the brim of his hat and rang the doorbell. But it was unlucky today. Klein was not at home at the moment. Avon had already anticipated this. After all, not everyone could fully control their time like him. Most people still had to work for a living. After making sure no one was paying attention to him, he directly entered Klein's home through the large French window. Avon didn't stand on ceremony after entering. He found a high-backed chair, sat on it, rested his feet on the dining table, and leaned back, making the chair rock on two legs. At the same time, his fingers tapped continuously as he thought about how to talk to Klein. Winter nights fell very quickly. Before long, the sky outside darkened, and the room became pitch black. But Avon was still too lazy to get up and light a lamp. He was a demigod-level assassin, a friend of shadows. The darkness filling the room couldn't affect him at all. On the contrary, it made him feel unusually close. Soon, the sound of a key fumbling in the lock echoed through the apartment. Klein, carrying a large bag of Intis pasta, walked in unsuspectingly. As soon as he entered, just as he was about to put down the bread and light the gas lamp, the alarm bells in Klein's heart rang loudly. He immediately threw the bread in his hand and vanished from the spot, leaving only a paper figure floating down from midair. At the same time, a ball of flame enveloped Klein, who appeared not far away. It turned out he intended to light a match in his pocket and use flame leap to leave the room. However, with a crisp snap of fingers, the flames on Klein's body instantly extinguished, and many invisible, thread-like spider silks wrapped around his entire body, rendering him immobile. Demoness of pleasure. Demoness sector Theosophy order. Why would they come for me? Klein, who had fought Mrs. Sharon, instantly recognized the ability that restricted his movements. The only difference was that when he fought Mrs. Sharon, he still had some spiritual premonitions, but this time, he only realized it when the spider silks had already wrapped around him. After the incident where the flames on his body instantly vanished, Klein understood that his opponent was also skilled in manipulating flames. Without time to think further, he directly turned his left hand, then let his entire body be covered in dazzling light, turning into a light man, illuminating the apartment as if it were high noon. Priest of Light, Purification. Klein hoped to use an indiscriminate attack to make the hidden enemy wary, gaining time to break free from his restraints. However, to Klein's shock, almost in an instant, the scorching light filling the apartment seemed to encounter some invisible object, becoming confined within a sealed space. Moreover, this space grew smaller and smaller from his perspective, eventually compressing all the light within 3 inches of his body. Just as Klein was feeling despair, he suddenly felt that the spider silks binding him had disappeared at some point. Klein's heart stirred, and he retracted all the light from his body. However, his hand didn't stop. He pulled out the bronze whistle Mr. Azik had given him and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. When the light on Klein's body receded, he found that all around him were reflections of himself. He seemed to have entered a world of mirrors. Just then, another crisp snap of fingers sounded. Cracks appeared in the mirror world before Klein, then it collapsed and vanished. The world before Klein's eyes reverted to his rented apartment, but the apartment was no longer the pitch black it had been. There was a faint glow. Klein looked towards the source of the light in the apartment and saw Avon standing beside the now lit gas lamp, smiling at him. Seeing it was Avon, Klein breathed a sigh of relief, putting down the bronze whistle in his hand. At the same time, he couldn't help but burn with anger, shouting sharply. Avon, what do you mean? Even if you want to show off your successful advancement to demigod, you shouldn't play such tricks on me. Klein was truly angered this time, because he had genuinely despaired just now. The highest quality Beander characteristic in the sealed artifact, the quivering hunger, given to him by Mr. Azik, was the sequence 5 Priest of Light. Yet, the purification he could unleash was easily broken by Avon. Furthermore, he was ambushed and attacked. He wasn't holding the bronze whistle to contact Mr. Azik, so he couldn't call for help at all. Besides the gray fog, he truly had no other backup. But he was still only a sequence 6 faceless, and he hadn't mastered the gray fog at all. To invoke the power of the gray fog, one needed to perform a ritual and chant the honorific name, which was simply unrealistic while he was bound by spider silks. It could be said that if it hadn't been Avon who made the move just now, Klein would have been a lamb to the slaughter in that situation. Facing Klein's anger, Avon burst out laughing, his laughter growing louder and less restrained, making Klein's face turn as red as a pig's liver. Just as Klein's hair stood on end with rage, about to lose his temper, Avon stopped laughing, sobered his smile, and said with narrowed eyes and a sharp tone. You're unhappy now that I ambushed and scared you, but when you face a true enemy, you won't even have the right to be unhappy. Although you are a favored one of the fool, under the fool's protection, aren't you a bit too bold? At first, Klein, hearing Avon's scolding, still wanted to raise his eyebrows and say something, but after hearing the latter half of the sentence, he calmed down again, saying with some uncertainty. What do you mean? Explain clearly. What, true enemy? Klein suspected Avon already knew about his secret operation plan, and he felt a bit guilty. After all, this matter was different from directly targeting George III. Avon and his brother clearly didn't support some of George III's actions, so they could take some actions against George III. But using this great disaster to make a fortune from the national crisis was clearly a consensus among various factions in the low and high level, and even the three great churches, which usually acted as a check, could only turn a blind eye. So Klein's secret plan was essentially opposed to the entire low and ruling class, and to Earl Robert. Klein hadn't informed Avon of his plan before, partly because he didn't want to put Avon in a dilemma, and partly because he was worried Avon would persuade him to stop, and they would clash. Now it seemed his previous worries had come true. Avon was indeed stepping out to oppose him. At the same time, Klein was also a bit curious how Avon knew this news. Did he find out from Miss Justice and the others? But I already emphasized to them not to tell Avon, didn't I? Avon didn't know that Klein had already started suspecting an internal spy in his heart, nor did he know that his two subordinates and a friend were colluding with Klein to keep it from him. So, facing Klein's question, Avon thought Klein was still trying to play dumb, and he sneered. Still trying to hide it from me. I already went to the Harvest Church today and tricked it out of that vampire priest. Avon directly pointed out the Harvest Church and his new friend Emlyn White in front of Klein, indicating that he already knew the most important part of his plan. This Emlyn, his mouth is so loose. He said Noble Sanguine would never betray a friend, yet he was easily tricked into talking. Klein cursed Emlyn White in his heart, but he could only deal with the immediate problem first, the rest could wait. He now had to persuade Avon to turn a blind eye, otherwise, with Avon's strength, he could completely restrict his actions. But persuading Avon was not a simple matter. Once people like him had a goal and made a decision, it was very difficult to persuade them. In fact, Klein was also such a person. Although he already understood that his old friend Avon wanted to stop him, he didn't intend to compromise. Instead, he wanted to persuade Avon. Since Avon had already roughly guessed his plan, yet still came to his door, it meant he already had something in mind. He must have also considered the pain and misery of the East Borough residents. Trying to persuade Avon with the same reasons he used to persuade Miss Justice and the others would be ineffective. Therefore, to persuade Avon, he had to find another approach. All right, I admit I want to be a true thief. I want to extort some unscrupulous merchants, raid some medicine warehouses, and create a way out for the common people in this great riot, and for the countless middle-class families who will be ruined afterward. Moreover, this isn't just my intention, it's also the fool's intention. Klein felt he had done a decent job of pretending to be a deity during this time, and he must have accumulated a lot of credibility points in Avon's heart. Now was the time to use them. With the fool's golden words, he believed that even if Avon wouldn't help him, he probably wouldn't stop him anymore. Sometimes, a single word from a deity is worth 10,000 words from an ordinary person. Klein once again felt proud of his decision to decisively impersonate a deity when he first entered the gray fog. If I didn't know your background, I might actually believe your nonsense. Avon didn't expect Klein to be so stubborn, even trying to bring out the fool's identity to endorse him. If he didn't truly know the inside story, he might have actually been bluffed. Oh, so you're saying the fool wants you to deliberately step into George III's trap. And wants to trigger a divine war, thereby causing chaos in the world. Avon looked at Klein with a cold smile, waiting to see how he would perform next. But Klein was immediately startled by Avon's words. This money-making scheme is a trap set by George III. Avon looked at Klein with undisguised mockery in his eyes, and said sarcastically. Didn't you say this was a task given to you by the fool? The fool didn't even tell you about this. Is he really sending you to your death? Hearing Avon's sarcasm, Klein was also very embarrassed. He didn't understand the inside story, and directly bringing out the fool to endorse him almost ruined the fool's persona. The only thing that made him relieved was that from Avon's words, he could tell that Avon only thought he was falsely relaying a divine decree, and didn't truly suspect that the fool was sending his favored one to his death. There was still room for redemption. I will ask for punishment from the fool afterward. Please, the fool's punishment. What did you mean by George III's trap just now? Klein hoped Avon would quickly overlook what just happened and return to the topic of George III's trap. You don't actually think that using the blasphemy slate to hide your identity is foolproof, do you? The reason you weren't discovered before was simply because your actions as the Black Emperor were often fleeting glimpses, and you didn't alarm any truly important figures. But in the Great Riot a few days ago, you were so active, one could even say you ignited all the events. You don't actually think no one noticed you, do you? Don't forget that the arbiter pathway mastered by the Augustus family and the lawyer pathway, where the Black Emperor resides, are neighboring pathways. Chapter 368, Showdown. Hearing Avon's words, Klein snapped out of his excitement, having thought no one had noticed his recent actions. Standing in the apartment where the stove hadn't been lit, fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That's right, the Black Emperor was so conspicuous during the entire Backland riot, and neither the Night Church nor the Storm Church had any reason to conceal my existence. How could the Augustus family not feel the Black Emperor's presence like a thorn in their side? They must want to get rid of me as soon as possible. I was really stupid, I didn't even think of such a simple truth. But is it not too much to launch such a plundering plan just to catch a Black Emperor? Klein immediately realized the problem Avon had thought of earlier and keenly grasped the key point Avon had emphasized in his words. The arbiter pathway, controlled by the Augustus family, and the blasphemy slate he used to impersonate the Black Emperor, were neighboring pathways. Klein asked Avon, who had already returned to the high-backed chair, in a questioning tone. Could it be that the Augustus family's high-sequence beyonders detected the existence of the Black Emperor blasphemy slate? Avon gestured for Klein to sit down, and like the apartment's owner, he brewed coffee for both of them as he spoke. It wasn't a high-sequence beyander, it was an angel, it was George III who detected it. Avon's words startled Klein again, almost making him jump up, but he quickly composed himself, stretched his neck, stared at Avon, and asked cautiously. Are you sure? Does George III dare to break the sacred oath? Is he not afraid of being discovered by the seven deities? The seven deities signing the sacred oath represented the end of the fourth epoch and the beginning of the fifth epoch. It was a groundbreaking contract. This contract established that the fifth epoch's order would be based on beyonders living in seclusion. Therefore, as the deities, spokesmen who controlled the world, kings could not possess lives beyond mortals. At most, they could become a sequence 5 beyander, but not a demigod. These were things Klein had learned during his internal training when he was a Nighthawk. That's why Klein was so shocked by George III becoming an angel, because it meant George III stood against the seven deities. Where did he get such courage? Sometimes, contracts are meant to be broken. Currently, there are numerous conflicts among the seven deities, among the three great churches, and among their followers. These conflicts are transmitted layer by layer to the seven deities, coupled with the influence of some external factors and the seven deities' own will. It's only a matter of time before this contract is broken, there's no need to be so surprised. As Robert and Avon's intelligence channels grew, and the facts and information they understood became richer, they also gained a deeper understanding of the world's current state. Therefore, they clearly saw the unsustainability of the current world situation and were not surprised by its continuous deterioration. Is this George III's secret? But what does his promotion to an angel have to do with the slave trade? Klein felt that he was only separated by a thin membrane from George III's secret and the truth of the Backland riot. Of course, it's for further advancement. The world's situation is tottering, and the epochal change is imminent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If one doesn't plan for a divine position at this time, when else? Avon decided to reveal George III's secret to Klein today. This was because he was worried that even if Klein knew George III was an angel, he would still insist on his plan, relying on the uniqueness of the Grey Fog. A flash of inspiration struck Klein's mind. He remembered that the Augustus family not only controlled the arbiter pathway but also the lawyer pathway. And the Black Emperor's advancement ritual, the deity of the lawyer pathway, required a large amount of manpower for preparation. Black Emperor advancement ritual. Possess your own kingdom, link your name with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge among the populace. Furthermore, establish a strict, complex, but abnormal set of rules, including architectural styles. Then, command the populace to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums. Afterward, enter one of them and consume the potion during corresponding sacrificial rituals participated in by the vast majority of the populace, scattered across different cities. George III's secret breakthrough of the sacred oath to become an earthly angel was illicit, so he couldn't openly allocate manpower to build his mausoleum. Naturally, he needed to control the slave trade to serve his purposes. And the disappearance of a large number of people would sooner or later alarm the churches, which were very sensitive to the number of believers. That's why he needed to conspire with the demonist sect to create the Backland riot and destroy the evidence. This is simply an otherworldly version of burning the granary. Moreover, when combined with George III's policies over the past 2 years, the repeal of the Grain Bill, unified examinations for government employees, military reorganization, suppression of upper house members and nobles, and increasing the power of the lower house, didn't all of these perfectly align with the Black Emperor's advancement ritual? Klein clenched his fists and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He's truly scheming, truly a good king. So now you understand what kind of enemy you're facing, don't you? If it were an angel of another pathway, he might not be able to discover the blasphemy slate you carry, but an existence determined to become the Black Emperor would absolutely not overlook your presence. Blasphemy slates have a powerful aggregation effect on the Beander characteristic and related materials of their corresponding pathway. I suspect the Black Emperor blasphemy slate appeared in Backland because of George III. Seeing Klein's changing expression, Avon provided another piece of evidence to prove his words were not false, hoping to make Klein fully recognize reality and not fall into the trap. Klein naturally understood Avon's meaning, and he did indeed hesitate, as he would be directly facing a trap personally set by a great angel. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. But when he thought of the piles of unprocessed corpses he had seen in the East Borough, south of the bridge, and Backland Bridge district over the past few days, and the children he had seen in the Harvest Church, recovering their health through medication, an unquenchable flame surged within his heart, a flame that compelled him not to retreat. This was not only for those people on the verge of death but also because he simply couldn't convince himself. He felt that if he gave up like this, he would never be able to hold his head high again, nor would he be able to face anyone he knew. He also wouldn't be able to pretend to be the mysterious fool in front of justice, magician, and judgment. With a decision made in his heart, Klein looked at Avon gratefully and said with a smile, "I understand what you mean, and I know you're doing this for my own good, but I cannot give up on this plan. And thank you for providing me with this information, it's very useful to me." Avon sighed, looking at Klein, who spoke with a firm tone. He had known from the beginning how difficult it would be to persuade Klein, so he attacked him immediately, using the most direct combat to demonstrate the gap between him and a high-sequence Beander. He also told him George III's secret, making him understand that the Black Emperor blasphemy slate couldn't completely conceal his whereabouts, and George III could even use the opportunity to pinpoint his location, thus shattering his sense of security. Most people, when devising a plan, if they discover their opponent is too powerful and their own trump cards are broken, 99% will shrink back and abandon their original plan. But clearly, Klein was not among that 99%, he was the 1%. Although Avon was a little disappointed that Klein wouldn't listen to his advice, as he couldn't truly be friends with such a person, he wasn't too surprised. Again, if Klein could easily back down, he wouldn't be Klein. "Then what will you do next? Will you seek help from the fool?" Actually, Avon still had a plan B, and he wasn't in a hurry to reveal it yet. Actually, it's nothing. Since the Black Emperor blasphemy slate attracted George III's attention, then I just won't use the blasphemy slate. As long as I don't use the blasphemy slate, even if some people step into his trap, he probably won't pay too much attention. After all, a sequence 6 faceless like me is just a small fry in front of him, not worth mentioning at all. Klein saw Avon's attitude and understood that he had given up on persuading him, which touched him deeply. After all, sometimes, a friend who respects a friend's choices is a true friend. Without the concealment of the blasphemy slate, your risk of action will sharply increase. Even if George III doesn't bother to look at you, as soon as something happens, the official Beyonders below will pounce on you like hounds. And you, of all people, will no longer have the ability to leave at any time, making it very easy to fail. Avon frowned, analyzing the risks of Klein's actions. Using the blasphemy slate in its spiritual body form had the greatest advantage of preventing all anti-divination and anti-prophecy methods. Moreover, one could come and go as they pleased, leaving no trace, and no one could catch them. However, when facing George III, the great angel of the Black Emperor pathway, it would become very dangerous. And if he didn't use the characteristics of the blasphemy slate itself, on the one hand, after the matter escalated, it would be difficult to avoid the prophecy and divination of powerful sealed artifacts. On the other hand, Klein would naturally have one less escape route during his actions. It should be known that, according to the worst-case scenario, Klein might ultimately face a collective encirclement by the three great churches and military intelligence Section 9. Even the current Avon found this configuration very troublesome, let alone Klein. Klein was very clear about his predicament, so after confirming that he couldn't use the blasphemy slate, he thought of many solutions in his mind. I plan to ask Azek for help, and also try to contact the mysterious queen. Although the mysterious queen has withdrawn from Backland, I think she should have left some forces and channels. Judging from her previous actions against George III, she should be willing to help with this. By the way, why does the mysterious queen target George III so much? Klein had some vague guesses in his heart, but they were very blurry and uncertain. Since Avon had decided to come clean with Klein about George III today, he naturally hadn't intended to keep Rosal's matter a secret, so he said directly. Because of Prince Grovel's death, the Augustus family is furious and is secretly investigating the Orvie Island matter. Helping you at this time would be very dangerous for both you and them. As for the mysterious queen desperately targeting George III, that's only natural. After all, his father was the previous Black Emperor. And you've also seen that blasphemy slate. You should know what George III's desire to become the Black Emperor means to the mysterious queen. Klein seemed to be struck by lightning, standing still, his mouth agape for a long time. He hadn't expected the truth of the matter to be like this. His legendary fellow countryman had actually reached that step, becoming a true deity, the Black Emperor. At this point, Klein no longer needed to ask why Rosal chose to advance across pathways. It must have been because the original advancement path was blocked, so Rosal seized the opportunity of the Black Emperor's ability to resurrect and reset his attributes. After all, neither the god of steam and machinery nor the hidden sage were easy to deal with. Using the resurrection characteristic to reset and restart was an easy method for a computer game player from Earth to think of. Before, I thought Rosal claiming to be Caesar and creating the civil code was just his mischievous side acting up, wanting to cosplay Napoleon and them. I never thought he had been prepared all along. I underestimated this fellow countryman of mine. Hearing about his fellow countryman's achievements, Klein couldn't help but feel a sense of shared honor at this moment. If Rosal had truly advanced to become the Black Emperor, then his assassination in the White Maple Palace could only have been carried out by deities themselves. It was just uncertain how many deities were involved. He also didn't know if Rosal hadn't resurrected for so many years because a deity was interfering. Judging from the description on the blasphemy slate, that shouldn't be the case, should it? Once the Black Emperor's resurrection process is activated, it is irreversible. There must be deeper secrets hidden within. Klein calmed his joyous emotions after learning about his fellow countryman's information and immediately noticed the problem. Klein didn't know if Avon was aware of the inside story of this matter, but he still wanted to discuss it with Bernadette after meeting her, so he temporarily put it aside and brought the topic back to his next actions. Avon, I know you don't agree with my actions, but I still want to ask you as a friend to give me some advice. Klein knew how fast Avon's mind worked and how formidable a demigod of the conspirer pathway could be, so his current plan was to ask Avon for advice. Avon rolled his eyes, feeling that Klein had also learned to be cunning, but he didn't refuse. After all, he had already thought of Plan B for Klein after he wouldn't listen to advice. If you are alone and lack strength, then bring in more allies. The Fasak Empire is a good choice. Chapter 369, Fanning the Flames. The Fasak Empire. Klein immediately understood Avon's meaning, to leverage the hostile forces against the LotM kingdom, using their strength to minimize the pressure of his actions. However, this suggestion coming from Avon still surprised Klein. Was this a plan a deputy director of military intelligence Section 9 could come up with? Don't look at me like that. In the intelligence field, sometimes we have to contend with angels and dance with demons. Intelligence agencies often foster enemies to maintain their importance, and colluding with hostile forces is common. Otherwise, why do you think everyone is so eager to split up Military Intelligence Section 9? Isn't it because Military Intelligence Section 9 has become too big to fail in national affairs? Avon rolled his eyes at Klein's. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Avon, Loken briefly explained, telling him to calm down, as this was just a basic operation. Hearing this, Klein recalled the scandalous operations of the American intelligence agencies he had seen on online forums in his previous life and felt that what Avon said wasn't entirely far-fetched. However, even though Avon spoke with such nonchalance, Klein still felt a certain line in his heart that he couldn't cross. Because if he actually did that, it would be an act of de facto treason. Although Klein was a transmigrator from Earth, he possessed the memories and experiences of the original body. Benson being able to provide for his and Melissa's education was greatly aided by the LotM Kingdom's pension. Therefore, Klein, the transmigrator, was momentarily indecisive. Avon naturally saw Klein's hesitation, chuckled, and then said, "Using this great riot and plague to make some money is the will of the entire ruling class. If you really want to do something, either introduce a third-party force to leverage their power, or, like those political prisoners I had you monitor before, incite another major riot to make the entire low and upper class feel the pain and stop their actions themselves. Otherwise, you won't achieve anything and will only get yourself into trouble." Essentially, Avon still wanted to persuade Klein to abandon the plan, but Klein only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. The people of Backland have essentially been abandoned by the low and upper class. So, for the populace, this country, this government, has already become a tool of their oppression, unable to guarantee any of their rights. Both sides are, in fact, opposing enemies. At this point, if I still cling to the concept of everyone's LotM kingdom, wouldn't that just be idiotic? Klein was able to break free from the shackles of traditional concepts so quickly, even clarifying the current contradictions and firmly taking a stand, which somewhat surprised Avon. Seeing that Avon didn't refute his words, Klein continued to ask, "Since you've brought up this plan, and you're also so open about some of Military Intelligence Section 9's hidden dealings, then you should know some channels to contact the Fasak Empire. Can you tell me?" Seeing that he ultimately couldn't persuade Klein, Avon gave up on that idea and could only say, "You don't need to look for any contact channels with the Fasak Empire. You just need to discuss related matters with me, and I can mobilize the Fasak Empire's infiltration forces in the LotM Kingdom to help you with these things." Klein didn't immediately understand Avon's meaning, thinking that Avon was preparing to communicate with the Fasak Empire on his behalf, and a touch of emotion welled up in his heart. Just as Klein was about to speak, to dissuade Avon from doing so, he witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. He saw Avon, who was only a dining table away from him, suddenly begin to grow long and thick hair at a visible speed. His figure started to become slender and graceful, his chest began to swell, his tight-fitting clothes became taut, his face became finer, his nose bridge, previously high, became delicate and petite, his red lips were vibrant yet refined, and his eyebrows and eyes were bright and captivating. The biggest change was in Avon's eyes. Avon's previous eyes were deep and azure, looking into them was like gazing into an endless deep sea. Now, his eyes had turned into a transparent crystal green, appearing like a frozen lake, empty and mysterious, captivating to behold. Avon had transformed into a stunning young woman in an instant, exuding endless charm with every gesture. The men's clothing she wore only added a touch of androgynous beauty, causing Klein's heart to skip half a beat. Alice, seeing Klein's dumbfounded expression, pursed her lips and chuckled softly, then said, "You can call me Alice Einhorn now." Her voice was fragrant and captivating, and even though Alice wasn't deliberately trying to seduce Klein, it subjected Klein's will to its greatest test ever. Fortunately, because Klein had to endure countless moments of shame to portray a faceless, changing himself according to the beauties on magazine covers, he had developed a significant immunity to beauty. Otherwise, anyone else would have long since succumbed to Alice's charm and surrendered everything. Klein closed his eyes and with great willpower suppressed his impulses, but still dared not open them as he said, "Can you return to your original appearance?" Seeing this, Alice didn't deliberately make things difficult for Klein, returning to Avon's appearance, and then said, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Hearing Avon's voice return to normal, Klein finally opened his eyes and asked with an unreadable tone, "What does it feel like to become a woman? Don't you feel strange?" Klein felt as if he was now in a conversation between cross-dressers, as embarrassing as it could get. "Whatever you feel, I feel." Avon didn't want to dwell on this question and replied directly. Klein awkwardly touched his nose, wisely stopped the topic, and returned to business. "I didn't expect Alice Einhorn, whom Military Intelligence Section 9 has been searching for so long, to be you. But why did you create such a character? What benefit does it bring you?" Alice Einhorn's most famous act was eliminating Beckerlang, the Intis ambassador to Backland. However, this incident brought no benefit to the Loan Kingdom and even led to the army entering the city. Why exactly did Avon do this? And how did Avon solidify Alice's identity? Klein already knew that the Augustus family had confirmed through special means that Beckerlang had died at the hands of Einhorn. The reasons are too complex, I'll tell you later. For now, I can only tell you that eliminating Beckerlang was very beneficial to the Horn family. Klein had a high degree of trust in Avon. Since Avon was unwilling to speak now, he didn't press further, quietly awaiting his later words. Although Alice Einhorn is a fictional character, she is also a registered figure in Military Intelligence Section 9. And more importantly, the identity of Alice Einhorn is not an empty shell. She is now truly the leader of the Fasak Empire's infiltration forces in the Loan Kingdom. You can directly use this identity to mobilize the Fasak Empire's power. This was also why Avon had just revealed his female form in front of Klein. He wanted Klein to see what Alice Einhorn looked like so that he could transform to be sufficiently similar. How is this possible? Since this identity was fabricated by you, how could the Fasak Empire's forces truly acknowledge it? Avon smiled. This was the reward for him personally eliminating Beckerlang and Klein eliminating Rosago. Avon wanted to eliminate Beckerlang not only because he was interested in the Intis intelligence network in his possession, but also to appease Petrov Andrei, the major rat who had defected to the Horn family. Petrov Andrei was a rat who had been turned by the Intis Republic. Later, Avon, using the original work, caught a hint of his weakness and, through various means, made him willing to change his allegiance. But he also posed a problem for Robert and Avon. He wanted Robert and Avon to help him sever his ties with Intis. After comprehensive consideration, Robert and Avon targeted the director of the Intis 8th Bureau and Beckerlang, who had contacted Petrov Andrei, respectively, making Petrov Andrei a completely dead piece in the hands of the Intis Republic. To accomplish this, Robert even exposed a portion of his forces in the army, eliminating the new ambassador sent by Intis to Backland, which ultimately triggered Backland's first major lockdown. Paying such a heavy price and causing such a huge commotion also showed Petrov Andrei the sincerity of the Horn family, and he subsequently swore allegiance to the Horn family. And as the first token of allegiance upon joining the Horn family's camp, he handed over all the intelligence systems related to the Loan Kingdom in his possession. At the same time, he also cooperated with Avon's actions in Backland to solidify the matter of Princess Alice Einhorn, overseeing intelligence work in the Loan Kingdom, both within the Fasak Empire and the Loan Kingdom. After receiving Avon's plan, Petrov Andrei reported upwards, stating that he had cultivated a demoness and wanted to use her to sow discord between the Augustus family and the demoness sect. As expected, this plan was submitted to the Einhorn family and immediately received very high praise. Because the Einhorn family had never given up observing the Loan Kingdom, especially after their ancestor Dante Einhorn's trip to Backland, they had already vaguely discovered something amiss with the Augustus family and wanted to make some kind of response. However, the Fasak Empire had just lost a war bishop in the Loan Kingdom, and its intelligence system was also severely damaged, leaving it at a loss for a while. Therefore, Petrov Andrei's submitted plan was precisely what they needed. So, the presence of a demoness impersonating a princess and conducting intelligence activities in Backland had long been on file with the Einhorn family. This was also a crucial reason why the identity of Alice Einhorn had not been exposed. After all, with the cooperation from within the Fasak Empire, Avon subsequently took over all of the Fasak Empire's infiltration forces in the Loan Kingdom as Alice. Avon half-truthfully and half-secretly told Klein what the identity of his fabricated, Princess Alice, now represented, which left Klein speechless for a long time, finally only able to say, "You really know how to play. Were all your amazing achievements accomplished this way? How could that be? Such opportunities are rare." Some intelligence unrelated to the Fasak Empire was also obtained through conventional means. For example, Beckerlang contributed a lot to me before he died. Hearing this, Klein thought Avon had subjected Beckerlang to interrogation and didn't say much more, instead gratefully saying, "Thank you, Avon. Thank you for allowing me to use the identity of Princess Alice. Don't worry, I will use this identity cautiously." The identity Avon provided to Klein was not only a cover to help him divert Military Intelligence Section 9's judgment but also an invaluable intelligence system, an intelligence network built by the Fasak Empire at great cost. If Klein operated under the identity of Alice Einhorn, all parties in Backland would only regard it as a disturbance by an external hostile force, and the Augustus family would also misjudge it, not linking Klein's actions to the Black Emperor. And as long as the relevant actions were not linked to the Black Emperor, then George III would not personally intervene. After taking on the identity of Alice Einhorn, Klein would be able to mobilize a significant force, even gaining access to forces within the Fasak Empire, using national power to counter national power. If operated properly, there might indeed be a chance to bankrupt this robbery operation by the Loan Kingdom's ruling group, which was intended to fill the government's financial deficit. Now Klein also understood, why should the lowest-level common people bear the brunt when the Loan Kingdom's government finances were on the verge of bankruptcy? The ruling group should turn the knife inward and bleed themselves. Ultimately, the lowest-level common people were the easiest to bully. Whenever the country suffered any losses or difficulties, the common people had to bear them, and whenever there were any benefits, they were all seized by the ruling group, with completely unequal rights and responsibilities. At this point, one should be willing to go all out. What grand scheme, what common interest? A lose-lose situation is better than a single winner. Klein had previously been hesitant, not only because he personally valued order and was unwilling to act rashly, but also because he lacked sufficient power. Now, Avon could be said to have handed over the Fasak Empire's intelligence network completely to him. He effectively had a nation as his foundation, naturally giving him the confidence to completely overturn the table. Seeing the flames rising in Klein's eyes, Avon naturally understood his inner thoughts. In fact, this was also what Avon wanted. Since he couldn't stop Klein's actions, he might as well use Klein's hand to escalate the matter. Originally, he only needed to lend the identity of Alice Einhorn to Klein and provide him with some assistance. But Avon wanted to maximize the benefits, so he brought out the entire Fasak Empire intelligence network, with the aim of intensifying the conflict between the Fasak Empire and the Loan Kingdom. This could also lay a solid foundation for his sea expedition 2 months later. Chapter 370, Robert and Avon's next phase goals. Overseas is a place beyond national order, where various parties have their own rules. The Pirate Code, promulgated by 5 Seas King Nast, is the most obvious example. It is precisely because the rules and systems overseas are not strict that all secret organizations and Beyonder forces have been expanding their territories overseas in recent years, leading to the emergence of the 7 pirate generals. Every pirate general is backed by at least one Beyonder force, otherwise, they would never have made a name for themselves and would have been annihilated by the navies of various countries long ago. The Hunter pathway is a pathway of war, and Beyonders of the Hunter pathway naturally prefer chaotic, disorderly, and conflict-ridden places. As Avon continuously advanced in Backland, the restraints around him became clearer, especially after he advanced to become an iron-blooded knight and demoness of despair. He constantly felt the suppression from rules and order. This also made Avon somewhat understand why the Augustus family had previously tried to cultivate a hunter but ultimately failed. The Loan Kingdom simply does not have the environment to cultivate high-sequence hunters. Avon estimated that if it weren't for the City of Calamity on him shielding some influences, coupled with the good luck bestowed by the Life Counselor, he wouldn't have completed his advancement so easily. Therefore, after discovering this fact, Avon became even more focused on the plan to go to sea 2 months later. Avon has always been a person who plans before acting. Since he had already made plans for overseas training, it was impossible for him to just make a single trip, train, and be done with it. He also wanted to use this opportunity to obtain resources for the Horn family's success. Although Avon and Robert had made many preparations and done a lot of work to target the Fasak Empire and the Einhorn family. However, the gap in hard power is not so easy to bridge, especially when most Beyonder resources are occupied by various parties. Robert and Avon don't have many ideas at the moment. Basically, it's either using the Augustus family and the Loan Kingdom as a platform to borrow a chicken to lay eggs, or using the Horn family's bloodline to incite defections within the Fasak Empire. But these methods are laborious and yield little effect. The most reliable way is to cultivate their own forces. However, most of the Beyonder characteristics and materials in this world are already controlled by various official or secret organizations. Even if the ancestors of the Horn family left some accumulation, it now seems stretched thin and completely insufficient. With resources already fixed and no quotas available, Robert and Avon are left with only 2 choices. One is to spend a lot of money to win over other forces, such as the Sanguine behind Ms. Amanda. But it may not be effective, or even have no effect, and they might be controlled by others. The other is to seize them, eliminate some secret organizations, and directly take over existing forces. Avon has been vigorously supporting Sharon and Marich precisely because of the second method. He has always wanted to formally incorporate the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. On one hand, subduing the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought would only offend the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. The Indulgence faction operates on the southern continent and is hostile to all other Orthodox churches and secret organizations, so the cost of standing against them is relatively low. On the other hand, Avon has a channel to subdue the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. The spokesperson of the Temperance faction is Klein's future messenger, and the future successor is Avon's partner. Their alliance is very easy and natural, without the need for various trials and trust building. Now there is an additional benefit. Subduing the Temperance faction and targeting the Indulgence faction can also be seen as a gesture of goodwill to Grisha, who is eyeing the Rose School of Thought, indicating that he still cares about his identity as Mr. Z of the Aurora Order and is diligently serving his master. Although the true creator and Grisha both know Avon's true nature, the necessary statements must still be made. For now, the Temperance faction is almost within Avon's grasp. Helping Sharon obtain the puppet formula from Mr. Collins a month ago had already made Sharon immensely grateful. Promising her Jack's Beander characteristic 2 weeks ago made her and Marich acknowledge their subordinate relationship. Now, Robert has used his connections in the military to search for mummies over 1,000 years old in the southern continent, and he has already received news. It is believed that Miss Sharon's advancement to puppet is not far off. As long as Klein continues to seek that coconut tree lady is an angel, and Robert can reach a consensus on cooperation with him, then the matter of the Temperance faction will come to an end. In this situation, Robert and Avon had to readjust their goals. Robert's goal is simple and direct: 5C's King Nast. Robert is currently a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter of the Arbiter pathway. In Robert's summarized acting principles, there is a very important one: to end unreasonable order. The pirate code, formulated by the 5C's King is, in Robert's eyes, this kind of unreasonable order. During the Second Angel War in Backland, Robert, with the help of the Life Counselor, assisted the Augustus family in expelling Ouroboros, correcting the disorder in Backland, successfully advancing to Chaos Hunter, and significantly digesting the magic potion. According to Robert himself, if he could undertake another such action, he would have the opportunity to fully digest the magic potion within him. Eliminating the 5C's King and abolishing his pirate code is, in Robert's eyes, such an opportunity. In addition, another reason Robert wants to target the 5C's King is, it is rumored that he possesses a Sequence 2 Duke of Entropy Beander characteristic, an inheritance from the Solomon Empire. Robert has a Night Emperor's pocket watch in his hand, so he shouldn't need to search for relevant Beander characteristics. However, this sealed artifact is too special, and Robert is reluctant to destroy it, which prompted him to focus on the Beander characteristic in Nastor's hand. Moreover, compared to Nastor's years of arduous searching for a magic potion formula, Robert had just obtained the complete Black Emperor pathway formula. The convergence of various circumstances has placed Nastor on Robert's kill list. Compared to Robert's pure goal, Avon's goals are very complex. On one hand, he wants to eliminate several pirate generals, make a name for himself, and assist Robert in destroying the pirate order established by the 5C's King. On the other hand, he wants to test the strength of the Fasak Empire's Sonia naval fleet. After all, the main task of this fleet is to cut off communication between the Loan Kingdom and its major colonies after the war begins, and to bombard the Loan Kingdom's heavy industrial cities along the coast. Therefore, this fleet is also the enemy Avon will face in the future. In addition, Avon also plans to investigate the current situation on Bansi Island to see what is going on with the God of Weather, hidden there. If possible, finding an opportunity to eliminate the Undying King, Agalito is also on Avon's list of projects. This is mainly to prepare for the gathering of the three devil families next year. Other things, like taking a stroll through the land of divine war, cooperating with Hanged Man Alger, and taking the Storm Church's ghost ship from him, are minor matters. In short, Avon has many things he wants to do at sea, and the most important is to test the Fasak Empire's Sonia fleet. Currently, the Loan Kingdom's policy towards the Fasak Empire is to avoid confrontation, so they will not allow Avon to actively provoke the Fasak Empire's navy after going to sea. Since he cannot actively provoke, then he will react passively. Avon believes that after Klein causes an uproar using Princess Alice Einhorn's identity, the Loan Kingdom will inevitably have to respond to the Fasak Empire. At that time, Avon will face far fewer constraints in his actions. Moreover, Avon has an unspoken thought: if the Loan Kingdom's finances further deteriorate, yet it cannot levy wealth from the common people at the bottom, then, the ruling class will inevitably turn against each other, and government reforms will surely accelerate. This also means that George III's ritual may accelerate, and the showdown between the deities will also accelerate. And a new world war is also something Avon yearns for. Avon naturally wouldn't reveal this little thought to Klein. Even if he figured it out later, he couldn't blame Avon. After all, Avon had advised him many times. He couldn't possibly blame Avon for everything just because Avon's help indirectly greatly assisted George III, could he? There is no such logic in the world. Avon and Klein discussed for several hours, finishing late into the night. During this time, it was mainly Avon talking and Klein listening. After all, he wanted to impersonate Alice Einhorn, so he naturally needed to understand her. He wanted to take over the Fasak Empire's intelligence network, so he naturally needed to be familiar with the key members of the intelligence network, otherwise, how could he command them like his own arms? In short, this is pretty much what you need to know. In these 2 days, familiarize yourself with what I've told you as quickly as possible, and then you can start meeting the key spies. Don't worry about running out of time, you know the efficiency of the Loan Kingdom government. As long as you complete these within a week, you'll still be on time. And after I go back, I will also notify the Fasak Empire of this plan through special channels, so that the Fasak Empire can provide you with convenience through various channels. After speaking for several hours, even though Avon was already a demigod, he still felt parched, drinking large gulps of water and no longer even touching coffee. Klein, having listened to several hours of high-density information, also felt dizzy and lightheaded, and couldn't help but press his throbbing temples with his fingers. After gulping down 2 large glasses of water, Avon paused and then continued. In addition, you also need to think about your plans after this matter is done. To be safe, I suggest you withdraw from Backland as soon as possible afterwards to avoid exposing yourself. Klein also nodded in agreement. In fact, if it weren't for this incident happening in Backland, he would have gone overseas to find mermaids to prepare for his advancement ritual after digesting the faceless magic potion. So leaving Backland was also part of his future plans. Moreover, impersonating Alice Einhorn this time was an excellent acting opportunity for him. The target he was impersonating this time was very special. Essentially, it was a character that had been set up for him. This is equivalent to an actor reenacting a classic role created by another actor. Not only does he have to perform well, but he also has to ensure that audiences who have seen the former's classic performance do not find it jarring. The difficulty involved is imaginable. Therefore, Klein estimated that if he could successfully impersonate Princess Alice Einhorn, then there was a high probability that his faceless magic potion would be fully digested. At that time, even if it was just for the marionettist ritual, he would have to leave Backland. I already have plans to go overseas. My future marionettist advancement ritual requires mermaids. I need to go overseas to find mermaids. Then I suggest you go to the end of Sonia Island. I heard someone heard a mermaid song there. Avon's suggestion for Klein to leave Backland afterwards also had another intention, to have Klein scout the way for him. After all, chronologically, Klein would always be a step ahead of him. Having a free scout was too good to pass up. I understand. Thank you for the information. If you ever need my help with anything in the future, just ask. I will definitely not shirk my responsibility. Klein was very grateful for Avon's help this time, and unconsciously made a solemn promise for the future. Avon, upon hearing this, smiled even more broadly, feeling that his efforts had finally not been in vain. After Avon left, Klein sat at the dining table and thought for a while, then walked 4 steps counterclockwise and ascended to the gray fog to perform a divination. George III is targeting the Black Emperor. George III is targeting the Black Emperor. Looking at the rapidly spinning crystal pendulum, Klein received an affirmative answer, which did not surprise him. After all, the Black Emperor was himself, and this matter was closely related to him, so getting the corresponding result was not unexpected. So Klein then wrote down the content of the second divination. George III is preparing to advance to the Black Emperor. George III is preparing to advance to the Black Emperor. This time, the citrine pendulum remained motionless, without any reaction. But no reaction already meant everything Avon said was true. Having obtained the answers he wanted, Klein, sitting in the fool's position, looked at the seemingly unchanging bronze palace and the gray fog that seemed to flow at a constant speed forever, his eyes burning with a fierce flame. After leaving Klein's house, Avon returned to his baron's mansion, took a refreshing bath, washed away the fatigue of a day of travel, put on his pajamas, and prepared for a good night's sleep. Just as Avon was gradually falling into a dream, the shadow of the curtain, illuminated by the moonlight, seemed to come alive, slowly flowing and gradually forming a solid shape, finally taking the form of an old figure. Chapter 371, Symbol. Avon, blessed by the city of calamity, had extremely sensitive spiritual intuition. The moment an anomaly appeared in the shadow of the curtain, he immediately vanished by going invisible. He only reappeared in the bedroom after the shadow expanded and extended into a human form, standing before him and bowing in greeting. "Greetings, Your Excellency. May I ask how I should address you?" The newcomer was an angel of the secret supplicant pathway. Although Avon had some guesses, he hadn't met him before and couldn't confirm his identity. The newcomer's figure fully materialized from the shadow. He was very tall, at least 2 meters and 20 to 30 centimeters, with a slightly hunched back, white hair, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and scars at the corners of his mouth. He looked quite old and was dressed in a dark black clerical robe. He had deep brown eyes, calm as a lake, but a closer look revealed the madness contained within them. In response to Avon's question, he first drew an inverted cross on his chest, also greeting Avon, and then said, "Good evening, Mr. Z. I am a servant beneath the Lord's seat, angel of the sacred word Stiffer." Although Avon was only a Mr. Z in the Aurora Order, managing backland affairs, he was essentially a dependent of the true creator. Like Stiffer, there was no fundamental difference in their status. "Hello, Your Excellency Stiffer. I have long admired your name. You have served the Lord since the 4th epoch, fighting on the front lines against heretic cultists. You have always been an object of my admiration." Avon was always rather sweet-tongued when facing someone he couldn't defeat. Evidently, His Excellency Stiffer was somewhat unaccustomed to Avon's flattery. The smile he forced out was very strained, making his scarred face even more frightening, which made Avon feel a bit unnatural. "If Your Excellency Stiffer needed to see me, a message would have sufficed. Why come to Backland in person?" The sudden visit from the angel of the sacred word Stiffer was also beyond Avon's expectation. After all, too many things had happened in Backland recently, and for him to sneak in carried great risks. "My time is somewhat urgent. After I finish speaking with you, I must immediately go to the southern continent, so I didn't have time to have someone notify you. I have come by the Lord's command. The Lord is entrusting the Aurora Order's forces remaining on the North Continent to you. Drawing forces to the southern continent for tasks also requires your contribution." Avon's heart tightened. He didn't believe that the requests made by the angel of the sacred word Stiffer in person left any room for negotiation. So, although he was wary, he still firmly said, "It is my bounden duty to share the Lord's worries. If there is anything you need, please speak freely." Seeing Avon's stance, Stiffer nodded in satisfaction, then said unceremoniously, "You should have some idea of the Lord's goal, which is the Rose School of Thought on the southern continent. And to weaken the Rose School of Thought as much as possible, resurrecting the Temperance faction, which exists in name only, is the best choice. You have 2 direct members of the Temperance faction under you. They can play a significant role when the Lord is at work." Avon frowned deeply, cursing inwardly. He knew that the true creator's Aurora Order wasn't so easy to take over. Sharon and Marich could almost be said to be an arm of his future plans. But he had only just brought them in, and the true creator was already coming to snatch the fruits of his labor. It is their honor to serve the Lord. However, Miss Sharon is about to prepare for her advancement to Sequence 4 Puppet, and going to the southern continent now would delay this matter. Perhaps it would be better for Marich to go to the southern continent first, and then Miss Sharon can go after she completes her advancement. This way, they can serve the Lord better. Avon had no better solution at this time, so he could only decisively sell out Marich and employ a delaying tactic. Stiffer again pulled out his ugly smile, his voice hoarse as he said. "No need to be so hasty. I am merely commanded by the Lord to have you prepare in advance, not to have them go to the southern continent immediately." Avon breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't something that needed to be done immediately, there was still room for maneuver. However, Avon immediately realized that Stiffer's visit tonight was definitely not just for this one matter, so he very sensibly said, "I will make all preparations so that they can respond to the Lord's call at any time. But I wonder, Your Excellency, is there anything else you came for this time?" Stiffer tilted his head to glance in the direction of Empress Burrow, then turned back, speaking with a slightly accelerated pace. "The other matter is to borrow your brother's influence. Once we take action on the southern continent, it is very likely to cause a chain reaction. I hope you can, through various channels, delay the LotM Kingdom's potential intervention in the southern continent's situation. If you can leverage the LotM Kingdom's power to influence other North Continent countries, that would be even better." The southern continent was currently the money bag of the entire North Continent, not only a source of some industrial raw materials for the North Continent but also a market where various North Continent countries could obtain excess profits. After Rosal opened the colonial era, the North Continent enjoyed more than 100 years of peace, not because the conflicts between the North Continent countries disappeared, but because everyone had shifted the battlefield to the southern continent. The most important reason for various countries to vigorously develop their navies was to protect their colonies on the southern continent. It was hard to say what the reaction of various countries would be if the true creator made a move on the southern continent at this time. Avon hesitated for a moment, then still spoke truthfully. The LotM Kingdom, after the military setbacks of the first half of the year, followed by the Fate Angel's intrusion into Backland, the failed encirclement and killing of the Life Counselor, and the recent massive riot, is already severely weakened. Its policy on the southern continent is inherently conservative, so preventing its interference with the Lord's actions should not be difficult. However, influencing the actions of other countries is not so easy. If you encounter difficulties, think of more solutions. You can't delay the Lord's matters just because of difficulties, can you? As an angel, Stiffer didn't care about any difficulties. In his eyes, sharing the Lord's worries was a believer's duty. If you don't solve difficulties, how can your loyalty be demonstrated? Avon felt very helpless about this but could only reluctantly nod in agreement. In fact, he also understood that he had to do this, whether he wanted to or not. As long as he didn't want to fall out with the true creator, as long as he still wanted to take over the Aurora Order, these were all necessary costs. Seeing Stiffer seemingly preparing to leave, Avon knew time was tight and the opportunity rare, so he quickly asked, "I heard that the Iron and Blood Cross Order is also preparing to send most of its forces to the southern continent. Is this true?" Stiffer looked deeply at Avon, then nodded, acknowledging the matter. Avon, not caring about exposing his ambition, then inquired further. "I heard that there is a Conqueror Beander characteristic within the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Is this true?" "I do not know the internal affairs of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, because the Iron and Blood Cross Order is managed by another angel beneath the Lord's seat, and the two organizations do not overlap. However, according to my understanding, the Iron and Blood Cross Order should not have a Conqueror characteristic. But it does have a deep connection with the third Conqueror characteristic. The specifics I do not know. If you have the chance, you can pray to the Lord and see if he will grant you enlightenment." "All right, the Augustus family is about to detect my presence. I must leave first. The future development of the Aurora Order on the North Continent will depend on you alone." With that, the angel of the sacred word Stiffer seemed to melt away, flowing across the floor, then turning into the shadow of the French window's curtain. The bedroom returned to its original state, as if he had never been there. Avon, however, stood rooted to the spot, constantly pondering Stiffer's words. But he thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out, only being able to confirm that what Stiffer said was not what he wanted to say, but what the true creator wanted to say to him. Is the true creator encouraging Roberts and my actions to be a bit bolder? That's right, the more chaotic the North Continent is now, the more it benefits his actions on the southern continent, and even Adam's actions. As for the Iron and Blood Cross Order not having the third Conqueror Beander characteristic, that is somewhat beyond my expectation. I originally thought the Iron and Blood Cross Order was the organization the true creator originally intended for Medici, and that it should contain a Conqueror Beander characteristic. But if the Iron and Blood Cross Order doesn't have this characteristic, then where would the third Conqueror characteristic be? The best time to act on the bloody crown in the Augustus family's hands would be when George III and the Demonist sect complete their transaction and the Demonist sect withdraws from the Loan Kingdom. The time and place of their transaction were not for Avon to decide, so Avon could only keep a close eye on their movements, ready to act at any time. The second Conqueror characteristic was Dante Einhorn, the founding emperor of the Faesac Empire. Without overthrowing the Faesac Empire, obtaining this Beander characteristic was a distant prospect. Originally, Avon had placed his hopes on the Iron and Blood Cross Order's third Conqueror characteristic, but now it seemed there was a lot more to it. From Stiffer's tone, the true creator should be aware of the inside story. Perhaps he is waiting for me to pray right now. However, a god's favor is not easily repaid. This time is a clear example. The true creator threw an Aurora order without high-sequence powerhouses and powerful sealed artifacts at me, yet he wants me to contribute to his southern continent strategy in various ways. Not only did he also set his sights on Sharon and Marich, but he also wants to influence Robert through me, and through Robert, influence the entire Loan Kingdom and even other countries. The reason he didn't assign me any tasks before, and even allowed me to borrow various resources from the Aurora Order, was to make me a demigod as soon as possible, to become a useful chess piece. If you eat someone's food, you are beholden to them. If you take someone's money, you are indebted. This is a universally accepted truth. Although Avon guessed that he would eventually have to pay for trapping Lanrius and getting rid of Medici, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Even though Grisha spoke to him without emotion, Avon never believed in the benevolence of gods. Fortunately, the true creator's current demands did not exceed Avon's capabilities. Although difficult, they were not impossible to achieve. The simplest way was to create problems for various countries, preventing them from focusing their energy on the southern continent. Avon planned to go to sea in 2 months, not just to wander the Sonia Sea, but also to the Sea of Fog and around various countries. He believed that this would cause a lot of trouble for various countries. Looking at what happened in Backland this year, one could see what happens when Avon stays in one place for too long. 2 Angel Wars, and 3 major blockades of Backland were all things that did not happen in the original work, not to mention the intelligence organizations of various countries and a war bishop from the Faesac Empire trapped in the Loan Kingdom. To be honest, the Loan Kingdom now suffered far greater losses than in the original work. Not only did the death toll in the Great Smog double, but even the traditional industrial areas suffered extensive damage. At least, the Great Smog in the original work did not destroy factories, only labor. The current Loan Kingdom could almost be described as severely weakened. Although most of these things seemed related to Avon, Avon felt more that it was the inherent influence of the City of Calamity itself. Avon hadn't noticed it before, but when he became a demigod and could utilize more of the City of Calamity's power, he had vaguely felt that he himself was increasingly becoming a certain symbol. Wherever he went, disaster would follow, or at least things would develop for the worse, sometimes even independent of his will. This was already close to an influence brought by a source. If I consider it from this perspective, to some extent, my transmigration to this world and the awakening of the City of Calamity's power already signify that the situation of this world is beyond redemption. Damn it, how is this so much like the heavenly fiend Lone Star I saw in TV dramas in my previous life? Once it descends, it will destroy the world. Then what does Klein's transmigration on the same day symbolize? Does it symbolize that he is the savior, who will save the world, and that he is here to get rid of me? Avon thought of the first time he ascended to the gray fog, his mouth twitching, and he had a bad guess, but he immediately shook his head again. To say that I am the source of world destruction, there is some truth to it from the pathway and authority. After all, the demoness pathway has a strong destructive color. But to say that Klein is the savior who will save the world, that's pure nonsense. No matter how you look at it, this world shouldn't be saved by the three pathways represented by the gray fog, should it? If you say that the true creator's secret supplicant pathway is the saving pathway, then I would believe it. Avon silently denied his recent conjecture, but a shadow still lingered in his heart, unable to be dispelled. Although it was only early November, the day was already breaking later. Even though it was 7 in the morning, the entire city seemed not yet awake. Last night, Klein had continuously transformed into Alice Einhorn's appearance, practicing characters according to Avon's descriptions, so he had gone to bed very late. At this moment, he was sleeping soundly in his warm bed. But just then, he heard Miss Judgment's prayer and was forced to get up and respond. Has she already gathered enough money to buy a Beander characteristic so quickly? Chapter 372, Suicide, Robin Hood. It was just the beginning of November, but this winter seemed colder than usual. The cold current from the North Sea passed through the Fasak Empire, sweeping across the entire Loan Kingdom, making Backland's already complex climate even more unpredictable. Under these circumstances, the streets of Backland were sparsely populated, and the atmosphere was desolate. The piercing cold wind howled through the tall buildings, emitting a shrill sound. On the streets, dim streetlights stood alone, emitting a faint glow that seemed so powerless in the cold night, barely illuminating a small area. Occasionally, a carriage would pass, its clattering hooves breaking the silence of the night, only to be swallowed by the endless darkness. The shops on both sides of the road had long since closed, their doors and windows tightly shut, devoid of the daytime hustle and bustle. The once vibrant and bright signboards had now lost their luster under the cover of night, becoming dull and lifeless. On the sidewalks, there were only a few scattered pedestrians, wrapped in thick overcoats, wearing hats and scarves, completely bundled up, with only their eyes exposed, looking around cautiously, protecting the items in their arms. Everyone was silent, watching others warily, their steps hurried, not daring to linger. Their exhaled breath instantly condensed into white mist in the cold air, then quickly dispersed. In the corner, several homeless people huddled together, trying to escape the biting wind, and looking hopefully at the hurried passers-by. Their eyes revealed helplessness and confusion, but no one stopped for them. The entire city seemed to be covered by a layer of cold silence, devoid of life and vitality, with only the bone-chilling cold and endless desolation pervading the air. Jurgen returned to his apartment, braving the cold wind. Hearing the violent coughing from inside the room, he quickly fumbled with the key to open the door. After entering the house, he hurriedly hung his scarf, hat, and wide scarf on the coat rack, then casually placed the item he was protecting aside, and rushed to the bedroom. After opening the bedroom door, the violent coughing spread throughout the entire house. Ignoring the broken glass shards and water on the floor, Jurgen quickly ran to sit by the bed, patting his grandmother, Mrs. Doris, back, trying to alleviate her pain. But Mrs. Doris, coughing came in waves, as if she was trying to cough out her lungs. Each cough carried heavy pain, sounding particularly harsh in the small bedroom. Finally, after Mrs. Doris coughed up a large mouthful of yellow phlegm mixed with blood, the heart-wrenching coughing stopped. But she still gasped for air as if she couldn't breathe, her chest constantly rising and falling. Jurgen easily helped his frail grandmother lie down comfortably. Her face, usually as expressionless as a playing card, was now filled with a look of helplessness. Doris' face was like a withered yellow leaf, bloodless, showing a sickly pallor. Her eyes were deeply sunken, dull and lifeless, filled with fatigue and pain. Her mouth was wide open, gasping for air, and her throat still emitted a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Her breathing was rapid and shallow, each breath a difficult struggle, her chest heaving violently, as if it could stop beating at any moment due to the heavy burden. Her frail body, tormented by illness, seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if it would leave the mortal world and go to the legendary underworld in the next moment. Seeing his grandmother's slight improvement, Jurgen's worry turned to joy, and he said with a smile, Today I managed to get a dose of medicine from a pharmacy in the West District. They say it's miraculously effective against this plague. I'll go pour some water and give it to you now. You'll have a good night's sleep, and you'll definitely get better." As he spoke, Jurgen was about to get up to pour water, but Mrs. Doris grabbed him. The extremely frail Mrs. Doris seemed to have the strength of 1,000 pounds in her hand at this moment, holding Jurgen back firmly, preventing him from leaving. Jurgen looked at his grandmother with a strange expression, but he still obediently sat back on the bed, holding his grandmother's hand, looking into her eyes, and waiting for her instructions. Don't go looking for medicine, it's not worth it." Mrs. Doris gasped for breath, unable to complete a full sentence. Jurgen, who usually presented himself as a professional in front of outsiders, now had bloodshot eyes and said with a smile, "Grandma, don't talk anymore, and don't think about anything else. Today I saw many patients at the hospital who were much worse than you. Some of them drank this medicine and were able to get out of bed and move around within 2 days. If they can recover, you definitely can too." Mrs. Doris still didn't let go of Jurgen's arm, speaking with extreme difficulty, but still uttering one word at a time. "Don't waste money on an old woman like me. I have lived long enough. It's time to go to the goddess, divine kingdom. You're not married yet, and you don't have children. You still have to pay taxes next month, and save the house. Don't waste any more money on me." Property in the LotM kingdom is subject to annual taxes, which are approximately 3% of the property's value, with annual fluctuations, but these fluctuations do not exceed 1% up or down. This is also the largest annual expenditure for the urban middle class in the LotM kingdom, with most middle-class families investing at least 1/3 of their income into it each year. This also results in many people being forced to sell their houses each year because they cannot afford the huge property taxes, and are forced to enter into rental agreements with buyers in order to continue living in their own homes. The house where Mrs. Doris and Jurgen currently lived was bought by Mrs. Doris' husband years ago. More than 10 years ago, after Jurgen's parents both died in an accident, the family had no extra savings. They managed to save the house by being frugal until Jurgen graduated from Backland University's law school and started working at a lawyer's office. Only then could they breathe a sigh of relief. And her chronic cough for many years was also due to her refusal to light a stove for warmth during the winters of previous years, which left her with a lasting illness. Having experienced several decades, Mrs. Doris knew very well what exorbitant prices a single dose of medicine could fetch during such a major plague. If Jurgen continued to invest money in her, he might lose the house his late husband left behind next year, which was something she absolutely would not allow. Moreover, even doctors were unwilling to come to their home now, and the hospital was no longer admitting patients like her, which also indicated that she no longer had any value in living. Jurgen, of course, understood his grandmother's concerns. He also knew how the money in his hands had flowed away like water in the past few days, but he had no choice. On one side was the house left by his grandfather, and on the other was his grandmother who had painstakingly raised him, and who was his only relative in this world. He couldn't just stand by and watch his grandmother die for the sake of the house, so he lied with a smile. "You don't have to worry about next month's property tax. I heard from a colleague at the lawyer's office that a member of parliament has already proposed in parliament to postpone this year's property tax payment, and the newspapers also say that the government is fully suppressing medicine prices. His Majesty would not just stand by and watch all his subjects die. So, please rest assured, don't think too much, just take your medicine and get well. You still have to see me walk down the aisle and witness the birth of my children." As he spoke, Jurgen tucked in Mrs. Doris' blanket and casually picked up the large glass shards on the floor, leaving the bedroom to brew the medicine. Mrs. Doris, on the other hand, watched her grandson leave with a doting and reluctant gaze, then said mockingly, "I've lived so many years, and I've never seen a government that could suppress prices during a major disaster." Having witnessed too much in her lifetime, Mrs. Doris simply didn't believe that the kingdom's government would care about the powerless middle class like them, Mrs. Doris knew that her filial grandson would never just watch her die like this, he would absolutely not give up on her. But for the sake of the future, she couldn't bear to see her grandson spend all his money and get into a mountain of debt. So, at this point, it was up to her, the old woman, to take action. Thinking of this, Mrs. Doris, with her mind made up, patted Brody, the black cat that always accompanied her, on her left side. Then she pulled out a large shard of glass she had hidden under her pillow and started cutting her wrist under the blanket. Once, twice, many times. However, just holding Jurgen seemed to have exhausted all her strength, so even though she tried several times, she couldn't completely cut through the wrinkled skin. Although she caused some wounds, there was no major bleeding. At this point, Mrs. Doris became anxious. She closed her eyes to rest for a while, finally accumulating some strength, found the right angle, and successfully cut the artery on her wrist. As the blood flowed from her wrist, Mrs. Doris' life gradually ebbed away. At this moment, it was as if even the illness could not defeat her. The lung cough that had tormented her for years seemed to have disappeared. She seemed to see her husband who had died many years ago, and a genuine smile appeared on her emaciated face. And the black cat, Brody, lay beside her, quietly observing everything. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jurgen was pouring the medicinal herbs he had managed to get today into boiling water. After putting the lid on the pot, Jurgen stood there for a long time, pondering the future. What he had told his grandmother in the bedroom earlier was true, but he hadn't told her everything. It was true that a member of parliament had proposed postponing this year's property tax collection in parliament. But just this afternoon, Jurgen had heard from his classmate at Backland University that parliament had actually already voted to reject the proposal, and it was just being kept secret for now. And Jurgen was not naive enough to truly believe that the kingdom's government could lower medicine prices. Just thinking about the overflowing hospital beds and the crowds of decent middle-class people frantically buying medicinal herbs today, Jurgen held no hope at all. The dose of medicine he managed to get today was through a connection with an old classmate, purchased at a high price from a viscount's butler. For this one dose of medicine, he had directly exhausted all the savings he had accumulated over the past 6 months. This wasn't even the most important thing. The most important thing was, where would he find another dose of medicine tomorrow? The viscount's butler had already clearly told him that he could no longer obtain another dose of medicine. And what about next month's property tax? Jurgen, having studied law, was all too aware of the sensitivity of property tax and the importance the kingdom's government placed on tax collection. Those who dared to try and evade it eventually could not escape the government's iron fist, and lawyers who dared to defy the government in this matter also met with no good end. Now the banks have also suspended personal loan services, and everyone around me has seen their wallets shrink due to this plague, with no extra money to lend me. Am I really going to have to sell the house? Thinking of the large number of second-hand property transaction contracts he had drafted today, and the transaction prices far below market value on them, Jurgen's mind was in a mess for a moment, so much so that he forgot to turn down the heat, and the pot lid rattled loudly from the steam. Just as Jurgen was fumbling to turn down the gas, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hearing the doorbell, Jurgen didn't go to open the door to greet the guest at all. Instead, he pulled out a revolver from his pocket, cocked the hammer, and slowly moved towards the door. Because of this plague, countless middle-class families had gone bankrupt, and even the streets of Sherwood Borough were filled with piles of homeless people. The public order of the entire Backland was rapidly deteriorating. At this time, Jurgen dared not be careless at all, which was why he had asked his acquaintance, Sherlock Moriarty, a reporter, to get him a revolver 2 days ago. To be honest, if he didn't have this gun, Jurgen wouldn't have dared to walk on the streets after dark before. The doorbell didn't ring for long before it stopped, as if the person outside realized there was no response and left on their own. Jurgen slowly walked to the door, his ear pressed against it. After a long while, he heard no movement, then he slowly opened the main door with one hand, his other hand still tightly gripping the gun. After opening a crack in the door and confirming that no one was there, Jürgen relaxed a little, and then noticed a small box placed in front of the door. Is this the legendary vigilante, Robin Hood? Looking at the small box in front of the door, Jürgen thought of the urban legend that had suddenly appeared these past 2 days. The legend spoke of a group of vigilantes who constantly kidnapped and extorted merchants who hoarded goods, found where they hid their medicinal materials, and then unconditionally distributed the obtained medicinal materials to the poor. Jürgen had previously scoffed at such legends, but his recent worries and current hopes made him genuinely wish for this group of vigilantes. In his desperation, Jürgen abandoned his usual caution and directly carried the small cardboard box into the house. Upon opening it, he found at least 3 days' worth of medicinal materials, and inside, there was also a name signed in common lowness, Robin Hood. This urban legend is actually true. This is truly wonderful. Jürgen was ecstatic, almost shouting out loud. He picked up the small box and rushed into the bedroom, wanting to share the good news with his grandmother. But when he rushed into the bedroom, he found blood soaking through the mattress and dripping onto the floor. The box in Jürgen's arms fell to the ground, and he collapsed onto the floor, motionless. Chapter 373, Buying a House. Hearing the painful cries from inside the house, Klein, sitting on the roof, also looked sorrowful. Mrs. Doris was the first customer he met after coming to Backland, and she often invited him to her home as a guest. Lawyer Jürgen also became his private lawyer because of this. 2 days ago, Klein had already felt that Mrs. Doris's condition was not good. After just raiding a herbal merchant's warehouse and sending the herbs to Harvest Church for packaging, he immediately brought the medicine over, but he didn't expect it was still too late. After a long while, when a neighbor led the patrol police over, Klein changed his appearance and found an opportunity to blend into the crowd. After secretly showing his identification to the police, Klein openly entered Jürgen's home as a reporter. With just one glance at Mrs. Doris's condition, Klein understood everything, which made his heart even more sorrowful. Walking up to the distraught Jürgen, Klein merely pretended to be a regular reporter and offered him a few words of comfort, then proceeded to interview about the small box on the table. Although Jürgen was in deep pain, his mind was clear. When questioned by the police and Klein, he feigned ignorance and was completely uncooperative. When pressed, he even shouted at them, demanding that they leave. Faced with this situation, even with constant pressure from their superiors, the 2 police officers dared not press further. After all, these patrol police were also ordinary citizens, and they had a psychological identification with Robin Hood's actions. They were also worried about whether they would be able to get free medicine at their doorstep if they fell ill. Klein, on the other hand, was very pleased with Jürgen's lack of cooperation. He then revealed his Military Intelligence Section 9 identity to Jürgen, and as a Military Intelligence Section 9 agent, he instructed Jürgen and the 2 patrol officers who entered the house not to disclose Robin Hood's whereabouts to the outside world. During this process, Klein specifically used the golden gaze, borrowed from Avon, to strengthen their good feelings towards Robin Hood in their hearts, and to make them genuinely unwilling to reveal any information to the outside world. Moreover, Klein also gave them psychological hints that they would gradually forget everything about Robin Hood delivering medicine. Just as Klein finished his preparations, the crisp sound of horse hooves came from outside. It was the collection team patrolling the streets. After the police entered the house and found Mrs. Doris's body, they had already sent someone to fetch the collection team. In Backland, a large number of people died from pneumonia every day, and according to regulations, their bodies had to be buried collectively. So, with the cooperation of the police station and the church, at least several hundred carriages roamed the streets day and night, ready to take away bodies at any time. Klein knew he shouldn't linger, so he gave another reminder not to tell anyone he had been there. Then he tucked the several packets of medicine and the note with Robin Hood's signature into his pregnant, pretending to be a reporter who had just finished an interview, opened the door, squeezed out of the crowd, and left. As Klein left, he saw a priest in the robes of the Church of the Night Goddess. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out his interview notebook and went forward to interview. As Klein expected, seeing him in this state made the Nighthawks, disguised as a priest, no longer find his strange action of leaving the crowd unusual. Instead, he impatiently turned sideways and walked past, heading towards Jurgen's house without looking back. Klein, however, didn't mind. He chuckled softly and walked towards the shadows of a nearby house. As he walked, his appearance changed, finally returning to Klein's original look. Klein had discovered earlier that Mrs. Doris's condition was very poor, so he rushed over as soon as he got a trace of medicine tonight. But just as he put down the medicine and was about to leave, his spirituality told him that someone had just died in the house. The reason he stayed, changed his appearance, and entered Jurgen's home was, on one hand, to find out why Mrs. Doris died, because although Mrs. Doris was very ill, she shouldn't have died today. On the other hand, it was to retrieve the medicine and the note he had left. This was not because the medicine was precious or because he was worried that the note would leave any clues, but because the timing of his delivery of the medicine was very special. Klein knew before taking action that he couldn't get medicine for every household, so for fairness, every time he obtained medicine, besides sending it to Harvest Church and some charity hospitals, he would randomly deliver it to pre-designated areas, one by one. And today, the location where he delivered the medicine was Hilton District, not Sherwood Borough. Once it was discovered that lawyer Jurgen received the only medicine in Sherwood Borough tonight, and it was newly stolen medicine at that. Then Military Intelligence Section 9 and the royal family could immediately focus on this area, and even lawyer Jurgen himself. At that time, Klein might be immediately pinpointed, thus exposing his identity. Therefore, after confirming Mrs. Doris's death, Klein could only risk entering Jurgen's home, retrieving the medicine, and planting psychological hints in the minds of everyone who knew about it. From the current situation, the operation was very smooth, but Klein's heart was not happy at all. Soon, Klein returned to his apartment, but to his surprise, his landlord, Mr. Luke Summer, was waiting for him outside the door. "Hello, Mr. Luke, I came back late today, have you been waiting long?" Although Mr. Luke was shivering from the cold, he still smiled and shook hands with Klein, saying casually, "No, I just arrived. There's been so much happening in Backland lately, and it must be hard on reporters like you, constantly running around. Did you go for an interview somewhere?" Klein didn't expose Mr. Luke's words. Although he was very puzzled, he still took out his key to open the door while saying somewhat dejectedly, "I've been running back and forth between the hospital and Parliament all day today. The hospitals are already overwhelmed, and there's a severe shortage of medicine, yet the government's response is slow and full of endless debates. These politicians are nothing but parasites and good-for-nothings." At this point, Klein couldn't help but reveal some of his inner emotions. Although he knew what kind of people the low-end government officials were before, when things actually happened, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Mr. Luke followed Klein into the apartment, but it didn't feel much warmer than outside. Still, he picked up on Klein's previous words and angrily said, "Those guys are tax thieves. They're only active when it's time to collect taxes, but once something happens, you can't count on them at all." Klein lit the gas lamp, invited Mr. Luke to sit down, poured him a glass of warm water, and then said, "I haven't been home all day, so I didn't light the stove, and I don't have any hot water to make you coffee. I'm truly sorry for the poor hospitality." Mr. Luke took a sip of the warm water, feeling much warmer, then smiled and said, "It was rude of me not to send you an invitation beforehand. That's my fault." After some back and forth, Klein excused himself to change clothes and returned to the bedroom, hiding the medicine he was carrying. After changing, Klein performed a divination and confirmed that Mr. Luke had something to ask of him, which piqued his curiosity. He and Mr. Luke were just ordinary landlord and tenant. Mr. Luke didn't know he was the legendary vigilante Robin Hood. How could he have something to ask him? After returning to the living room, Klein chatted with Mr. Luke for a few more minutes, and noticing that Mr. Luke kept inquiring about his living experience during this time, he felt even stranger. Could it be that Mr. Luke wants to take back the house early? Or does he want to raise the rent? Regarding the issue of rent, Klein dared not be careless and didn't want to beat around the bush with Mr. Luke, so he said directly. I wonder what Mr. Luke is looking for me for at this time. I remember I prepaid half a year's rent, and it shouldn't be due yet, should it? It's not about that. I actually came this time to see if you have any plans to settle down in Backland. To be honest, I intend to put the apartment I currently live in up for sale. Of course, I haven't done so yet. I first came to ask if you were interested in buying it. Mr. Luke also knew he had been too obvious and that Klein had seen through him, so he could only awkwardly state the purpose of his visit. Mr. Luke is also having financial problems. Thinking of the Great Plague raging in Backland and the difficulties lawyer Jurgen was facing, Klein had some guesses about Mr. Luke's situation. But what does this have to do with me? Do I look like a rich person? Wait, could it be that he wants to? Seeing Klein remain silent, Mr. Luke continued. Starling has also been ill lately, but unfortunately, the money I have on hand has already been used to internally purchase shares in the company I work for. So many things have happened in Backland recently, and the shares of many companies have depreciated significantly. If I were to sell my shares now, not only would my original losses become actual losses, but the money I would get would only be 1/5 of the original amount. Moreover, I am genuinely optimistic about the development of the anthracite company I work for, believing it will become a star enterprise in the Loan Kingdom in the future, and I don't want to give up this investment. So, in desperation, I want to sell the apartment I own. Although Klein had some guesses in his heart, he wasn't yet certain, so he pretended to be confused and asked. I understand Mr. Luke's thoughts, but I still don't understand what direct connection this has to me. Mr. Luke became increasingly embarrassed, unable to speak for a long time, but he also knew he couldn't avoid it, so he said in a low voice. If I sell the house I currently live in, I'll need to move, but as you know, Starling and the children would find it very difficult to accept such a sudden and significant change in living conditions. So I hope to move into this apartment after selling mine, as it's also very close to the children's school. Of course, I know this request is unreasonable, so I am willing to refund your prepaid rent in full. Do you think this is acceptable? This was equivalent to Klein living for free for these 2 months. The apartment Klein currently rented was not Mr. Luke's property. Originally, Mrs. Starling's sister and her family lived here, but their business failed, and they left Backland for the southern continent. Because they had originally leased this apartment long-term, and there were still 3 years left on the lease, they left the 3-year lease of this house for Mr. Luke to handle. Mr. Luke hoped to use these 3 years to wait for the shares of Coim Company to soar and make a comeback. Having explained his difficulties and conditions, Mr. Luke cautiously watched Klein's reaction. What he didn't expect was that Klein didn't scold him for lacking contractual spirit, nor did he threaten to sue him. Instead, he asked about his wife, Starling's, condition. Mrs. Starling is ill. Is it serious? Has she seen a doctor? Mr. Luke was touched and said with a heavy tone. Starling is currently bedridden and cannot move freely. The doctor said her physical condition is good, and she can still hold on for now, but if there's no medicine, it will get worse and worse. This was also the reason Mr. Luke decided to sell the house. He had finally managed to find several special medicines through his boss, Mrs. Mary, but the price was ridiculously high. Considering that although he and the children had not yet shown symptoms, they still needed to prepare in advance, he made up his mind after a mental struggle to sell the house. This would allow him to keep the shares of Coim Company and also buy the special medicines for unforeseen needs. Of course, the property tax due next month was also an important reason that prompted him to make up his mind. He had also learned from Mrs. Mary a long time ago that the government would not cancel the property tax that needed to be paid. He now only had a few pounds in cash, completely unable to pay the property tax. At that point, rather than having it sold off cheaply by the court, he might as well sell it now. So, Mr. Luke, on one hand, you are unwilling to sell your shares cheaply, and on the other hand, you want to buy expensive special medicines. The superposition of these two pressures is why you want to sell the house. Yes, you're a reporter, you should know how heavy property taxes are. I'm also being forced into this. Mr. Luke's tone was sorrowful, making one almost unable to hold back tears. How much are you planning to sell the apartment you own for? Klein thought for a while, then asked. Mr. Luke was overjoyed upon hearing this, as it meant Klein was indeed interested in his house. He then quickly said, "My apartment is usually worth around 2,500 gold pounds at market price. Now that a large number of houses are flooding the market, housing prices have fallen somewhat. How about I sell it to you for 2,000 gold pounds?" Klein nodded inwardly, feeling that Mr. Luke's asking price was reasonable. So he said to him, "Okay, I need to prepare the cash. We'll complete the transaction tomorrow." Klein considered himself to have gotten a good deal, so he didn't haggle over the price and directly set the transaction time. Mr. Luke was naturally ecstatic about this and left the apartment with profuse thanks. Watching Mr. Luke's retreating figure, Klein frowned deeply. Even the landlord's family's financial situation has reached this point. The situation in Backland has become extremely severe. Chapter 374, Leveraging Influence. Mr. Luke was among the wealthiest of the middle-class people Klein knew, yet he had now reached the point of selling his house. Although this decision was partly because Mr. Luke was reluctant to sell his shares in Coin Company, it still highlighted his predicament. From Mr. Luke's situation, it was clear how much harm George III's planned Great Plague had brought to ordinary citizens. Yet, the reason he orchestrated all of this, besides filling the government's financial deficit, was primarily to find the Black Emperor, which showed the trouble the Black Emperor caused him. Anything that makes the enemy uncomfortable is something I believe I should do without reservation. Once this storm passes, I will resurrect the Black Emperor again, to annoy George III to death. These past few days, Klein had been traversing the entirety of Backland, going wherever the people were helpless, wherever the situation was dire. He had witnessed too many human tragedies, to the point that Zangwill was no longer his #1 enemy. Due to his experiences during this period, Klein had accumulated too much resentment, sometimes making him feel the urge to act against the police involved in the encirclement, but this thought was ultimately suppressed by his strong willpower. Of course, during this time, it wasn't just the tragedies of the East Borough's poor that saddened him. Many things also gave him great comfort and allowed him to see flashes of human brilliance that were usually hard to perceive. Although he had the cooperation of Miss Justice, Judgment, and Magician, he still fell into traps several times. When facing enemy pursuit, there were always some strangers who would bravely cover his retreat, guide him, and even shield him from bullets. What pleased Klein the most was the passive attitude of his old unit and colleagues when pursuing him. If not for his old colleagues repeatedly letting him off the hook, he might have lost his life long ago. And because his old colleagues were lenient, he didn't lose faith in all of the upper class, nor did he see everything as darkness. I hope the operation I've planned for tomorrow can put an end to the Lowen Kingdom's current actions. Before, Klein's greatest wish was merely to save more people from this great plague. But after receiving Avon's support, Klein was no longer content with just saving a few people. Instead, he aimed to end George III's conspiracy and save everyone. Avon's words were indeed reasonable. To deal with a national government, the best way is to introduce an equally powerful government. After obtaining the identity of Alice Einhorn, Klein's political acumen from his previous life awakened. Combining it with his understanding of the Lowen Kingdom, he wrote a report spanning over 30 pages for the Fasak Empire. From the suspicious movements of the Augustus family to the financial collapse of the Lowen Kingdom government, from last week's major riot in Backland, he mentioned the role of Demonis in it, and from the relationship between the two countries, he brought up that the Lowen Kingdom would never willingly concede on the southern continent issue, and so on. In short, he argued that the Lowen Kingdom was using the Great Plague to plunder the people's wealth and cover its deficits, and that the Fasak Empire could not stand idly by but should also get involved. After this report was submitted to Petrov Andrei of the Fasak Empire, he dared not delay and submitted it to the Einhorn family without a single change. Although Petrov Andrei had no idea that Alice Einhorn had been replaced, he knew that anything submitted under that name should be treated as an order from a superior, do what it says, without any compromise. As expected, this report caught the attention of the Einhorn family, who recognized the unstated implications within the report and directly ordered Alice Einhorn to submit the subsequent solution. At this point, Klein presented the plan he had already prepared, titled the Fasak Aid Plan. The main content of the Fasak Aid Plan was that the Fasak Empire, upholding humanitarian principles, should set aside past grievances and actively aid the suffering people of Backland, doing so with great fanfare, and actively coordinate with the Fanapotter Kingdom to provide much-needed medicines to the Loan Kingdom. All these matters were to be formally communicated to the Loan Kingdom government through diplomatic notes, and even the Fasak Empire's embassy in the Loan Kingdom was to personally advocate and actively publicize them, ensuring that the people of Backland were aware. In short, everything possible was to be done to prevent the Loan Kingdom from restoring its financial health. And just as Klein expected, only a few hours after he sent this report to the Fasak Empire, he received a telegram approving his plan. Thinking of the telegram he had received a few days prior, personally signed by the Emperor of the Fasak Empire, Klein was now incredibly excited, and also felt a certain inexpressible pride. With his political acumen from his previous life and his understanding of history in this life, Klein was all too clear about the relationship between the Fasak Empire and the Loan Kingdom. Once the Fasak Empire truly acted according to his plan, the Augustus family would fall into a very awkward predicament. If they refused the Fasak Empire's help, then a greater upheaval than the previous riots would be unavoidable, and the legitimacy of the Augustus family's throne would be shaken. As mentioned before, the Loan Kingdom's ruling logic was not like the "I am the state" philosophy of other North Continent countries. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the relatively advanced social contract theory, where the king is responsible to the citizens, and there is an implicit contract between them. This was also why the previous king, with the assistance of old Earl Ahorva, was able to complete social reforms so quickly. Because this ruling philosophy had a high degree of alignment with the bourgeoisie and was very conducive to fostering the capitalist class. Therefore, before Rosel's sudden rise, the Loan Kingdom's social structure was relatively more advanced than other countries, and the lives of its people were slightly better, which is also why the Loan Kingdom recovered from several major wars in the early and mid-5th epoch. The contradiction between the ruling and the ruled classes in the Loan Kingdom was slightly smaller than in other countries. If the Loan Kingdom were to refuse the Fasak Empire's aid, it would be breaking the rules established by its founder, Augustus I. If things went poorly, he could even fall from his position as a great angel. Moreover, the populace, under the Augustus family's rule for so many years, had already accepted this ruling philosophy. When they discovered that the sovereign government was not adhering to this ruling philosophy, would anyone still believe George III's title of emperor? Would it still receive the recognition of the people? But if the title of emperor cannot resonate with the people, then George III would not need to prepare for any black emperor advancement. The ritual could be considered directly nullified. However, if they accepted the Fasak Empire's help, it would be tantamount to acknowledging the Fasak Empire's leadership, and the Loan Kingdom would essentially surrender in the struggle for North Continent hegemony. Building confidence is very difficult, but it crumbles very easily. Once everyone believes you have given up, everyone will rush to abandon you, and this is even more true at the national level. At that point, the Loan Kingdom would not only forget about grand plans and hegemonic struggles, but even its allies would collectively turn, becoming a pack of wolves devouring a tiger under the call of the Fasak Empire and the War God Church. And even if they accepted the Fasak Empire's aid, and the people of Backland survived, what benefit would that bring to the Loan Kingdom government? The government's plan to seize wealth and cover its deficits would be completely ruined. Their previous scheme would become a case of shooting themselves in the foot, and all their previous actions would become a noose around their necks. Therefore, if they did not want to fall into such a difficult dilemma, the Loan Kingdom government and the Augustus family had only one option: outwardly reject the Fasak Empire's goodwill, and inwardly carry out drastic reforms and cuts. Only by cutting into the ruling class itself could enough money be found to both cover the financial deficit and prevent the Fasak Empire from seizing the opportunity to cause trouble. However, once internal cuts were made, the tacit struggles within LotM's political arena would completely lose their bottom line, and both sides would enter a fierce, life-and-death struggle. Of course, George III might even use this opportunity to completely finish his reforms, perfect his advancement ritual, and even allow the LotM kingdom to be reborn from the ashes. It's just that Klein couldn't worry about so much now, as long as he could disrupt this plan that threatened the lives of Bakland's people. Even if it truly helped George III, Klein would accept it. Of course, Klein would not write all these thoughts in his report to the Fasak Empire. After all, to persuade the Fasak Empire to follow the path he set, he still needed to emphasize what kind of trouble such an action would bring to the LotM kingdom, rather than what changes it would bring. Of course, Klein also anticipated that even if he wrote nothing, the conspirer of the Fasak Empire, who had been playing power games for so many years, would be able to deduce the consequences of this plan. From any perspective, this plan was one for the Fasak Empire that involved low risk, quick results, high returns, and no downside. This could also be seen from the Fasak Empire's communication with Klein over the past few days. The Fasak Empire was taking this matter very seriously, sending telegrams to Bakland almost daily to coordinate related actions. Is George III ready to face tomorrow's challenges? Klein looked towards Sodrak Palace in Empress Borough, a cold sneer forming in his heart. North Borough, Daily Observer newspaper office. Veteran journalist Mike Joseph arrived at his workstation early, preparing to submit the interview content he had organized last night to the editor-in-chief. During this time, he braved the risk of infection to conduct in-depth interviews in the East Borough slums, taking many photos, and even doing something the government should have done, tallying the death toll. From the data, the East Borough could be described as a land strewn with corpses. Mike even suspected that if the plague continued to spread, Bakland might become a living hell. Perhaps we are already living in hell. Yet, even though we are in hell, the dignitaries in Empress Borough remain oblivious. Mike felt very pessimistic about the future. In his eyes, the government's actions were too slow, and its epidemic prevention measures were too ineffective. Today, he was going to submit the results of his arduous investigation to the editor-in-chief, to use the newspaper to alert everyone to the severity of the crisis and prompt everyone to take action. But just 10 minutes later, he knew his hopes were dashed. Sorry, Mike, I can't let this report be published. Why? Mike Joseph frowned and demanded loudly. Because all reports concerning the East Borough, especially those about deaths in the East Borough due to the plague, cannot be published. This is an order from the news censor's office. The editor-in-chief patiently explained to his capable subordinate. Why? Mike Joseph still didn't understand why the East Borough's epidemic couldn't be reported. Because the government doesn't want people to know about the East Borough. The editor-in-chief was very patient today. Mike Joseph fell silent. After all, he was not a young man in his 20s, he had already witnessed the dark side of society, so he immediately realized that it wasn't that the powerful people didn't know about the situation in the East Borough, but rather that they were too clear about it and simply didn't want to deal with it right now. At that moment, Mike Joseph instinctively thought of Rosal, after he became emperor, standing on the grand balcony of the White Maple Palace, holding a wine glass, looking down at the protesting crowd, and coldly saying, "The joys and sorrows of people are not interconnected, I just find them too noisy." After saying that, Emperor Rosal turned and left the balcony, entering the hall to be crowned emperor, and outside the palace, the sound of gunfire suppressing the protests rang out. This piece of history is very famous and is still used by the Intis Republic to criticize Rosal's crime of betraying the revolution. And monarchist supporters in various countries used this as an argument: only a ruthless emperor can lead a nation to strength. The reason Rosal achieved the greatest accomplishments of the Fifth Epoch was because he himself was, in essence, a qualified monarch. And a monarch does not need empathy. Is it only a monarch who disregards people's deaths that is a qualified monarch, a qualified emperor? Mike Joseph was momentarily unable to distinguish right from wrong. At the same time, an unspoken question arose in his heart. Is His Majesty George III, who leads such a ruthless government, a qualified monarch? Just as Mike Joseph was a bit disoriented, the editor-in-chief spoke, interrupting his muddled thoughts, and handed him an invitation, saying sympathetically, "Last night, the Fasak Empire's embassy suddenly sent an invitation, saying they were inviting our newspaper to a press conference. Since you're free now, please represent the newspaper and attend." The Fasak Empire's embassy. Did they have something going on? Mike glanced at the invitation in his hand and asked, puzzled. "I don't know. Perhaps those barbarian got drunk again. All right, you can go prepare now." With that, the editor-in-chief waved Mike away, and after watching him leave, he immediately threw the report Mike had just submitted into the wastebasket. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.